Then maybe you should, you know. Again, with the rotating finger at his temple, and I huff loudly in exasperation, willing him to stop pushing and give me an ever-loving, goddamn breathing space of a minute. This is hard for me. I erupt, breaking under the pressure spectacularly. Yes, I know. I'm going to do it. Excuse me for having a little bit of a mental breakdown with everything I've learned in the last 6 hours and a reminder my fated mate is a cheating asshole. It's a lot. A lot. And I'm an 18-year-old girl who hasn't linked her cheating asshole ex, so-called mate, in weeks since she ran from him. Give me a fucking break already. I push my fingers and nails through my scalp, pushing my wild hair off my face and gripping it with force at my temples, trying so hard not to self-combust under the extra weight of everything hitting me at once. I do say. The doctor raises his brows at me in a completely ridiculous British way, and then softens his expression and holds out his handkerchief to me in a sort of white flag apology, as more tears roll down my cheeks against my will. Colton always ruins me. I hate that I'm so hopelessly connected to him. That this rules everything I think or feel. I'm sorry. I need to breathe for a few minutes. Colton, it's really hard. He hurt me. All of this just hurts. Colton is the one thing in my life that has the power over everything else to screw me up with minimal effort. Even finding out I'm some sort of half-creature, and my first thought was, how will he look at me? He's right in there, deep inside of me, and he can make everything feel so good, or everything worse than bad, that I can barely breathe. Without him I survive, but I wouldn't exactly call it successful. There's a need that never leaves me, a longing that never stops calling to him. I miss him, of course I do, and I dream about him. I see or hear him at stupid points of my day, even when it's not even related. Reaching out and physically connecting is a whole other kind of torture, especially knowing he's not mine and never will be now. It was easier to have no contact at all. I never knew you could both love a person beyond a shadow of a doubt and crave them constantly, while at the same time hating the ground he walks on and wishing I never had to see him ever again. Such is my dilemma. I need him. Yet I don't want to. And currently I actually physically need him to come and save our asses from this situation. The doc was right. I can't take on a pack of Santo wolves, especially ones who don't play fair and use dart guns to subdue my kind. My gifts are worth shit without having the complete control of them. Colton needs to be in this, no matter how I feel, as Sierra is his mother, and I owe him to give her back to him where she belongs. He can protect her in ways her own pack failed. Her son will never let her down in that way. You can have some time. This road is a good long drive to get out of the undergrowth, and by my calculations we have 3 hours minimum, depending on the metabolism of the wolves before they come around in any kind of way. I'm hoping for 6, which is probably a human response to the drug, but your kind are always a little more geared to outdoing us, even in an isolation tank. You can take a little headspace before you contact him. Just, not too long, as we don't want to be driving in the wrong direction. Or anything. The doctor isn't helping and I turn and stare out the window, watching the trees flash by in the hopes it will numb my brain out with mindless mesmerizing images flashing on by. The light fading with every minute we drive, and Sierra is still as immobile and silent as she was. I need to swallow this. Bite the bullet and do it. Like ripping off a band-aid and not sitting pondering and building the moment into something worse. He's out there, doing God knows what. And the sooner I link him, or even see if I can, the sooner we can figure this out and head for a safe place, and all of this no longer rests on my shoulders alone. Some control of this situation. Someone else to make the decisions. And I hope to God I'm not being a fool and putting my faith in Colton, only to have him deliver us back to Juan's hands. I truly believe in my heart, despite everything that's happened between us, Colton will come through for me. This isn't about marking or obeying the alpha and respecting the laws. This is about his mom and intervening in something bigger than the rules of the packs. This is about betrayal and what his father has done, and I literally have no idea about how I'm going to tell him. Once he knows, it'll hurt him the way it hurt me. Irreversibly, and I have no idea how he's going to react. It's not the kind of thing you can just rock up in his head and say, "Hey, I have your mom here, and your dad killed everyone I love. Do you want to hang out?" How do I tell him about the bigger picture? About my family, the prophecy, the way Sierra was kept and has nothing mentally wrong with her. How do I fit all that in without having some sort of mental freak out while in a headlink with a guy you have been so afraid of linking because of the unbearable pain he can inflict on you? I didn't only blank him out because I left, and we were done. I closed the door because I couldn't handle ever being able to link him again and hearing that familiar voice inside of me. That soothing, husky melody that can find its way deep down into the most intimate parts of me and warms me from within, in the most basic ways. No one will ever be able to make me feel things the way he does. And he has so much power over me, even with his words at any distance. Stop, Alora. This is bigger than a broken heart. Colton will help, and you're just stalling. I catch the doc looking at me, eyes glancing from dark rough road to me, bouncing along this track and back again. But he says nothing. I think he's checking on my mental and emotional state, and I need to get this over and done with. Stop wussing out, getting over dramatic with my female terrorfest, and man up. I inhale. Sit up as though that makes any difference and push my forehead against the glass of my side window, fixing my eyes on nothing at all and drumming up the courage I so badly need. My insides immediately start tying themselves in knots, my stomach cramping with the tension, and I swallow the apprehensive nausea as best I can. I let my breath out slowly, misting the window with the heat and condensation of the cold dark glass, and draw a heart absent-mindedly in the steamy patch before rubbing it out and frowning at my own stupid reflection. Now or never. Rip it off. Bite the bullet. I know if I stall, I might lose my nerve completely. I screw my eyes tight shut, conjure up a darkness to clear my brain and mentally slide open that heavy locked door I put between us so many weeks ago. Afraid of the sudden precipice I need to step off, and I throw it out there in the hopes he's listening. Colton. Are you there? I need your help. Chapter 102 Colton. Part3. Please be there. God, I sound so pathetic and weak. I don't get time to regret the break of silence, or to feel any kind of anything about doing it. A paused breath and then, Lori. Is that really you, baby? Oh shit, baby, God. I can't believe it's you. It's really you. You're really, There's a second of pause, and before I butt in with a response, he's off again, quietening me with his torrent of verbal diarrhea. Where are you? You have no idea how hard I've been trying to link you for weeks and couldn't get through. Not that I blame you, and I know I hurt you. And you're mad. I'm mad too. At me, not you. I'm not in any way mad at you for leaving, so don't think I am okay because I'm not. Please. Tell me where you are. I'm an asshole. I know this. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you coming back? Please say that's a yes, and that I didn't completely screw all this up. And, yes, I'm here, obviously almost crashing my truck. But here, I was always here, waiting, hoping, and you know I'll always help you. That shouldn't even be a request when it's a given. God, I miss you. Tell me what you need. Tell me what to do. Say something. The whoosh of babbling completely catches me off guard. And the tone, changing from relief to disbelief to again relief and sheer emotion, almost cripples me. He can't hide any of it from his voice and the surge of intense feeling that comes with it, tells me our link still exists, and I pick up on his even through this form of communication. It chokes me up, the sheer obviousness, that he's really missed me, and is as broken about my contact as I am. There's no anger. Complete overwhelm that he can finally hear me in his head. My initial response is to tear up. My throat closes tightly as if it's going to choke me, and butterflies escape within my stomach and go bashing around my insides, hitting every orifice and organ they can fly at. Feeling the same as him, aching with the sudden waterfall of feelings I've been trying to fight for weeks. Colton. Listen, I don't want to do this over the link, but there's a lot, and for right now, we need somewhere to go, and you need to be there too. Somewhere safe because we're going to have a pack on our ass soon, and I can't fight them. There's too many. For right now, I need you to tell me where to go that we can meet. And for you to show up too, with enough of you to hold off some crazy mad wolves. My hands are shaking with the ferocity of overwhelming pain. I'm experiencing it being in his head and having him in mine. The intimacy of it. It's like the weeks apart drop away, and it reminds me of everything I miss the most about him. His voice, his overprotective need to take care of me. The way his presence, even in my head alone, makes me feel suddenly safe or cherished, and he's only making it worse by saying everything I've wanted to hear. Why did he have to go be stupid and mark that bitch? We. As in, you're with someone else. It's the complete crumple of his tone and the hint of hurt that peeks through that shakes me out of my rose-tinted stupor. And I know he thinks I might have found someone. As in, a mate. I don't get why he would jump to that conclusion. Unless it's guilt? Because he knows what he's done to us, and I'm well within my right to find a mate and say screw him. It's not important, and it miffs me slightly that he would veer to that little word as more important than the rest. Yeah, he's helping me, he's a friend, and we need to go somewhere safe. It seems to completely sober Colton up, and I almost feel him draw back a little. The link falling silent for a moment as he seems to disconnect, and then comes back an agonizing long-ass minute later. I guess it's a moment to pull his head together as jealousy eats him. But good, maybe it's a little bit of karma and he can feel an ounce of what I've been going through all this time. Let him be hurt and think there's someone else. He deserves some pain. If he jumps to stupid conclusions on limited information, then he can suffer. Right. Where are you? I need to know so I can find you or guide you. It's that all business tone of an alpha moving in. As logic prevails. And he sobers up with that whip in the face. The babbling happy to hear from me dropping off to wounded male who's trying not to sulk. I know it's hurt him. I can feel it radiating through. And as much as it pains me too, I'm not going to correct him and tell him the we is a 60-odd-year-old human and his mom. I turn to the doctor with a serious expression. Head getting back to business and ignoring the fact my legs have turned to jello. I need a location. So Colton can help us. I sound odd, strained, and my voice is husky and hoarse, hinting at tears I'm refusing to shed. I can't deny this is awful, but we need his help. Oh goodness, that was quick, and it worked. Clever girl, yes. Location, of course. We're 15 miles or so from the Hakka mountain base. North of Rennington. We head south for a good 40 miles from here, and we end up meeting the Route 10 to Normansville. Is that accurate enough? The doctor scratches his head and goes back to grabbing the steering wheel with both hands before peering back out into the darkness. Illuminated only by our headlights. I shrug at him and turn away to focus on the link. Colton, we're 15 miles or so from the Hakka mountain base, north of Rennington. He has us heading south. He says we're 40 miles from getting to the Route 10 to Normansville. Does that help? The directions mean nothing to me as someone who never ventured out of the valley until recently. I try and only focus on details, and not the overwhelming emotions he's passing this way. Or the way my own heart rate is pounding sky high, and my legs are trembling at being connected to him. It's a bittersweet agony, and I'm totally hopeless to defend myself from it. The hecka. You're not that far. God damn it, Lori. You're the feeling that I should go southeast. And yet I still didn't find you. Tell him to stick to that route. We can meet you as soon as you hit Route 10 and escort you to where we've been staying. It's not far. If we get there first, we'll head in towards you and hopefully meet sooner. I knew Colton would push everything he was feeling aside and pull through. It's what he does, and why one day he'll make a formidable leader. His heart always secondary to what he feels is responsibility and what he has to do. The curse that made him choose her over me. Despite everything, even thinking I've someone to replace him, he's still helping. No hint of malice or telling me to go away. I feel kind of guilty about letting that deception stay between us. But I can't quite bring myself to put him right, and I sure as hell can't tell him over Link that his mother is with us. I don't have the words. He's going to find out soon enough as it is. Stay on track to Route 10, and they'll meet us. Show us where to go. We're going to be okay. I tap the doctor's arm, seeing the sag of relief as my words filter in, and he nods, exhaling a breath. He's probably been holding all this time. I guess I do too, because we can't outrun the facility pack. But with Colton and the subs, they won't have a chance of getting at Sierra. It's safety and success, with very little effort. We need to get to them and let Colton take over. It does feel weird to know he kept looking though, and admitting something was pulling him where I was. That's odd. Maybe it was his mother finally calling to him too, and nothing to do with me. And I do find it strange he said they were staying somewhere else, and not the mountain. I guess Juan has them scouring further afield for vampires, and Colton has been using it to also look out for me, in case we crossed paths. Please tell me you have the sub-pack with you. I have at least a pack of 19 coming. This might be a fight. I add in afterthought. A sudden fear he might come alone, eating me. What the hell did you do? Who are they? Not that it matters right now because I'll rip them a new one. And yes, the sub-pack and then some. You've missed so much, Lori. I have so much to fill you in on. Likewise. I sigh internally and mouth it to myself. I dreaded even more knowing that I also have to add my lineage to the list of things Colton should know about. That nausea chokes me again, and I try to push it down and concentrate on the act of breathing in and out. I can't get into it right now. Honestly, it's better I show you when we meet, so you can see for yourself and you can tell me then. For now, I need to unlink Colton. This is hard. And we have a tough road to navigate out of this damn forest. I'll link you when we hit Route 10, please understand. It's just easier to not try and explain anything until I see you. You'll understand. When you see, I'm being a coward. I know if we stay linked while passing miles to meet, I might tell him stupid things, and work myself into a mess of tears, and love confessions, and tell the idiot how much I miss and love him still. Despite what he's done, and the fact it can never go anywhere. Or I might tell him about his mother and have to deal with the fallout of Colton's self-imploding. And I am not strong enough for that or for keeping linked to him when I really want to curl up and cry. It's too raw having him back in my head like we've never been apart. And I'm so not equipped to deal with my own feelings on top of his shining through. It's a seesaw ride. And I have a lot to process. Promise me, you'll re-link the second you hit the route. I hate this not being able to reach you bullshit. It shouldn't be this way. I don't care what or who he is. I fucking love you, and nothing changes that. That part shocks me, especially the hostile way he rasps it at me, like it's a threat and not a love declaration. Jealousy well and truly peaking in a way he can't control, and it ignites mine, along with the urge to snap back at him. So much that you marked Carmen, huh? It chokes me up and I unlink him without responding at all, cutting him off before I lose my shit at him and compromise our run to safety. That inner rage igniting every time I think of the 4 days after leaving, and that undeniable sign that he betrayed me. He betrayed us. It's not something I can forget or ever forgive. It has the desired effect of pulling my head out of my wallowing love-sick ass, and instead of soppy, weak longings, I now want to rip his head off for being a possessive shithead who thinks he still has a right to me. For swearing at me about this when he should be groveling. He has a goddamn cheek, telling me he is not mad at me. I let rip, startling the poor doctor, and the fright almost makes him swerve us into a bush. You know what? He should be more concerned with how mad I am at him and afraid, because I'm the one who will rip him a new something when I see him. He should be the one getting sworn at and shielding off hostility, not me. The doctor flattens a palm to his chest, as though trying to calm the heart failure I inflicted. And he casts me a concerned smile, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Good conversation. I take it. He gets a darkening, thunderous scowl aimed his way. My look of unimpressed and breathing in raspy, short breaths as my temper rages a little higher. I think it's an after effect of holding my anxiety in while linking, and now the dam breaks. He loves me, Pa, and he doesn't care who I'm with, like he has any say in that respect, when he pushed me out and made me leave, and then, before even a week had passed, he had some skanky puta in his bed and finalizing the marking that should have been with me. Is he conveniently forgetting all of that? Is he that dense and that much of a condescending hypocrite? I'm venting, so wound up with our interaction and triggered over the stupidest part of it, hating on him, as some sort of emotional response, and oozing fury so that I start wriggling about in my seat manically, waving my hands around and kicking the dash. Skanky, what now? The doctor rubs his head, eyes darting to me and the road, and tries hard to make sense of my ranting. You know what? If I didn't need that jerk for Sierra's sake, then he could go kiss my ass and get used to the fact I was dust in his future. Not a chance of ever making me come back. And you know what he had the nerve to say, do you? I shouted at the poor doc, getting a wide-eyed shake of the head and half-shrugged response. I wouldn't like to hazard a guess, but I'm presuming something that piqued a nerve or 10. It's a semi-sarcastic, yet wary reply with a feeble smile. He said, I hate this not being able to reach you bullshit, and it shouldn't be this way. I mimic Cole's slightly accented dialect in a mocking male low tone, bouncing my shoulders as I say it in pretense macho-ness, and kick the dash in fury when I let it out, hurting my own toes inside my boot, and it only makes me madder. He is the goddamn reason I left. Oh my God, why the hell did I think that running straight back to that complete dumbass was the best plan of things? I should have known he would only piss me off completely. Don't kill me for the suggestion, but maybe because he is the best option. And you two clearly have a few issues that need to be resolved. He may be marked elsewhere, but it does sound like his heart is still fully invested here. And your overdramatic response screams you love him still. The doc points at my chest, meaning my heart, and I shake my hands out in frustration. I want to show him what overdramatic looks like as the urge to air punch the doc out of the truck hits me. For that less than helpful observation. Colton's heart has never been the problem. It's his big, stupid, inflated head, that big dumb brain that sits in there, taking up space and telling him to do the right thing for everyone else in the pack except him. And me. That's the only issue we have, and it's a non-resolvable one. Reverting to juvenile insults, because Colton really does make me feel wacko sometimes. Like back after the imprinting when he left me alone for 2 weeks, and then just showed up in my head like some swooning Romeo and screwed me all up. Why didn't he let me die that night? Correct me if I'm wrong, but surely marking another would completely dissipate your link and the feelings he has for you? The doctor is trying to tug me back to a sense of calm with a little question time, but I'm not biting. Too absorbed in my self-rampage of Colton dislike because I have needed to do this for weeks. We imprinted. No one knows. And in the whole history of fated mates, no one has ever rejected the bond and not marked. Just that dipshit Colton, so I don't know if it's meant to dissolve the link or whatever, but it didn't, clearly. I spit it out, turning away and banging my forehead off the side window in a bid to calm down. Then, maybe, don't okay. I know what I felt, and I don't want to talk about him anymore until I have to see his stupid face. Can we just drive and not talk, please? I bite my tongue, so many more words poised and ready to spew out. But this is getting me nowhere fast. That's fine by me, my dear. This is a difficult path to follow, and I should probably concentrate on that. The doctor relents, probably relieved to have an excuse to not engage with the hormonal psycho, making this time worse than it needs to be. And I do suddenly get hit with a wave of remorse at taking it out on him. Fine. Suits me fine. I lower my tone and try for softer, but I sound like a sulking child and shut myself up. I slump back against my headrest, exhaling heavily and stare out the window once more, pulling my legs up to curl under me on the oversized truck chair, bubbling and boiling up inside, and begin counting down the minutes to seeing that Ashat. Listing all the things in my head I deserve to punch him in the groin for. It's the only way to pass the time, as I'm not ready to simmer and douse these flames I have burning for that jerk. I start compiling a list with a lot of bones I have to pick, starting with the major one, betraying me with that skanky puto while claiming he loves me. Alora. I believe that may be our escort. This is Route 10. The doctor nudges me lightly, snapping me out of my long, weird daydream, in which I bludgeon Carmen to death with Colton's running shoes, before handing them back to him, and walking off into the sunset with a flip of my finger, and I sit upright startled to reality, heart missing a beat, and full-on nerves smacking me in the stomach. There's a convoy of headlights heading our way in the now pitch-dark, long road, stretching ahead, dazzling us slightly as they approach, along what seems to be a long empty highway, lined with dense trees on either side of us. I hadn't even noticed the change in terrain when we got off the dirt track and got onto an actual road. My insides tighten, tense, and painfully pray. It is who it is. I lift the veil and link him. In case we're not at where they are yet, and this is someone I should be worried about. I don't see any other vehicles on the road. Colton, please tell me that's you. The convoy heading towards the military truck on Route 10. I hold my breath, pausing as nervous energy overtakes and straining to see beyond the blinding lights. But it's too dark to make out if the trucks are Santo at all. All I can tell is there is a succession of them as they weave slightly, and headlights peek out on the route ahead. It's us. You're safe. Pull over. That husky warm flow of assurance as I hear him inside my mind, and I relax a little, letting out the breath I was holding in anticipation. He sounds weird, tense, and maybe still a little annoyed, probably from obsessing over my boyfriend in the last half hour or however long we've been driving. I've been silently staring out the window, lost in my own head, and the doc just kept plowing on heading north. No concept of time. Shouldn't we just follow you? I query, confused that with the possibility of a pack on our tail, that he should want us to stop and not keep moving. I don't understand why he would expect us to pull over. It's a sharp command, not a request. No hint of polite, or even trying to explain, in that bossy, arrogant, snarly, I am pissed tone that verges on his alpha gift, and I wonder what the hell is eating him. From seemingly calm and logical to idiot in a millisecond, all because I questioned him. Maybe he is like his father after all, and that gives me the unyielding urge to tell him where to get off. It brings back my rage from earlier and I spin my head to the doctor with attitude. Our Lord and Commander says stop. He obviously has some reason to make us pull over, and he doesn't sound like he's in the mood to argue about it. I sound like a petulant child, eye-rolling as I flick my hand at the oncoming vehicles, and the doc raises a brow and then frowns instead. Better not disobey an irate alpha in the making. If he's anything like his mother, I would say it's better to accept a request and question later. It's an almost submissive stance to take. But the doc looks tired and weary, and maybe he needs a commander right now, more than I do. The doctor pulls us over to the side of the highway and brings us to an immediate stop, waiting and watching, as the distant vehicles shrink the gap between us, and the tension becomes unbearable. I'll quickly check on Sierra, make sure she's still tubed, and everything is plugged in. He moves first, gets up and shifts into the back of the truck, exhaling and stretching with relief when he gets to the standing room part of the back. I watch him for a second, but my own anxiety as I can feel Colton getting closer almost makes me combust. I need air. I point out, opening my door and hopping out before I scream. I'm overcome with the sudden heavy nervous tension of seeing him again and the rising flames of temper and accusation because he's being a jerk about it, and I hate him. It's hard to put the Carmen thing aside when I'm going to come face to face with the cheating ass once more. I expected maybe some sort of sweet directions, not bitchy commands, and aggression from him. My own turbulent emotions are strangling me, and I have this newfound energy buzzing through my limbs suddenly. I can't sit at peace, and his getting closer is like waiting on a tornado hitting your house and knowing there'll be carnage. Colton is the tornado, and my heart is my home. I have no chance. As the first of the vehicles pull up along the side, ours and disappears behind the bulk of our vehicle, I lose my nerve completely, turn, and walk to the rear of ours into the darkness, around the back to catch my breath and take a few seconds to recenter myself. I need some Dutch courage and some mood leveling before that moment of reunion with him. I inhale and blow it out heavily, hearing doors opening and slamming, and footsteps. And I know I should just do it. Bite the bullet, walk right out to him. I move out from behind the truck, walking along and turning up the side to head towards Doc's door. Head in chaos, eyes on the ground, as my sight adjusts to nocturnal and I watch where I'm stepping. I walk smack bang with a certain amount of whack into the black-dressed, exceptionally large figure, cutting down from this side and yelp with the collision. Knocked back momentarily. Not really hurt, but definitely winded. My heart skipping a beat which instantly makes my legs go weak and my insides lurch in surprise. Lori? Colton's tone drops completely, almost a breathy whisper, as I jump back and stare, wide-eyed, lost for words. We just sort of stand and look at one another for a crazily heavy and lengthy, loaded second. So much translating in the moment, and then he lurches forward, partially shadowed out so I can't make out his face perfectly. He grabs me by the wrist and yanks me to him forcefully. I don't get a chance to react or recoil because all I get is a flash of glowing amber eyes appearing in that darkened face, and then I'm completely cocooned in strong arms and molded to a hot, hard body that makes me feel small and precious. Wrapped up tight, unable to resist the way he lassos me, he knocks the wind out of me with the intensity of his embrace, hugging me in completely and burying his face in the crook of my neck, snugly united and highlighting how perfectly he fits to me. He squeezes almost all the air from me with the force of his hug. Not a single part of me that's not pressed to him. His breath tickles and tingles my skin as it makes it way under the neckline of my sweater. And I'm dazed by the speed in which he absorbed me into his body. I'm not going to lie and say it didn't make me momentarily forget everything except how he feels, how good he smells, and how right his touch is. Heartbreakingly so. I melt. My head getting hazy with this need to let him hold me, and I have to swallow back the overwhelming surge of emotion that has my heart rate hitching and my breathing getting shallow. Biting back instant tears, and I taste my weakness shining through, urging me to wrap myself up and tell him how much I missed him. He squeezes me half to death, arms tightly wound around my upper body and waist. A hand comes around the back of my neck, under my hair to hold me in place, pushing his face against mine so we're cheek to cheek. But his nose grazes my shoulder and I hear and feel him inhale and release with the same depth of relief I did. That strong contentment of finally finding home and sinking into it deliciously. Savoring these few seconds of finally getting what you've been craving for, needing, for weeks. I almost cave, my limbs aching to curl around him to get lost in everything. That's good about him. So caught in the heady sensation of being back in his arms as he wraps me up, like a mouse caught in a snake's death grip. With no hope of escape, I almost fade out into nothing but feelings of tingles, warm inner waves, and butterflies, and senses of belonging, when something mentally slaps me in the face and reminds me what a shithead he is. Carmen's smug face in my mind's eye, and the pain I felt 4 days after I left him. I shove him back, with a little more power than I'm used to. A gush or surge of that misty energy conjuring from the intense anger that comes shooting out at speed and hit him right in the abdomen with enough force I send him reeling back. His arms impulsively splaying out to stop himself, and he manages to stay upright, even though it's obvious I managed to throw him off. That look of utter shock that I just overpowered him, and about landed him on his ass, and my surge of aggression when he thought snuggling was on the cards. I don't quickly forget that betraying asshole has a mate out there who wouldn't be too pleased to see how he's behaving with another femme. Even if I was his fated mate once upon a time, don't touch me. Who the hell do you think you are, huh? That you can just yell at me, make demands, and then come walking on over here to grab me like that? Like you don't have a shitload of apologizing to do? It's fury building from inside of me, aching to be released. And his simmering to low glow eyes fire right back up, like two very terrifying orange beacons in the pitch black. I can almost feel mine glowing in response, and it feels good to let my inner wolf peek again. Are you kidding me right now? Do you know how much shit I've been through for weeks on end, trying to find you, and this is the thanks I get? You ask me to come. I'm beyond happy to see you. Excuse me for wanting to react and touch you when you're all I have thought about for weeks. My anger seems to feed his, and instead of love confessions and apologies, I'm getting asshole Colton. Sometimes I forget he's a Santo. And then he swoops right back in and reminds me what an arrogant douchebag that whole bloodline is. I didn't ask you to look for me all those weeks, so don't even with that bullshit. And you are the reason I left, so no. I owe you no thanks and give no shits about whatever you've suffered in the meantime. You don't get to touch me anymore. Now shut up and let me past. I have to tell him you're here. He's probably hiding in the back already, wondering what the hell is going on. I make an attempt to get by him, to head for the front of the truck, but he steps right at me, blocking me so I bang into his torso and have to step back. Full-on aggression mode initiated, and he's towering over me menacingly. Him. About him. Whoever he is, whatever the fuck he is to you, I'm going to fuck him up. It's a vicious, jealous outburst, fueled with a sudden searing rage that even I can feel flowing from him as he springs back to me. Almost shadowing me, he gets that close. Bringing his nose down to mine, eyes burning bright, and in turn I slap him in the abdomen. No, you fucking won't. Stop being an idiot. Just shut up and get out of the way. I push him again, and this time, he doesn't budge. His obvious mood is worse than mine, and he sticks his ground and stays as intimidating as ever right in my face, that low growl of wolf coming through at me. You're mine. Not anyone else's, and if I have to take down an asshole who thinks he changes that, then I will. We are not done. You and I. He is about to learn that. I'm not even playing, Lori. I will kill that motherfucker where he stands. I've never seen Colton like this. I can almost taste the fury pulsing from his every pore as he loses a slight ounce of control, and his teeth start to peak. I'm only making him worse, and this is not the best version to introduce to the doc, or his mom. Even I feel a little tiny ounce of fear at this version, and I think maybe I pushed him a little far with this whole other man thing. I need to calm things down, and not bite, even though his statement makes me want to rip his throat out. This isn't helping any of us. I'm not yours, so you have no right to make any kind of threats. Not anymore, and stop, okay? It's not like that. You just need to calm down and not scare him. He's human, and he's not the reason I asked you to meet me. I recoil some of my own anger, my voice softening as best as I can with this internal constant pain, reminding me to never ever let my stupid heart soften for him again. I catch the hemline of Colton's black hoodie, yanking him with me instead of still trying to get past him, and change tactic. I turn and head for the back, to the rear of the truck, pulling him when he stubbornly holds still, fighting me for a moment, and then he relents and follows. The aggression and pain oozing from him has me all kinds of uptight, but I bang on the back door of the truck to let the doc know I'm back here, and I hear the lock slide open. Colton bristles instantly. I almost feel him get ready to pounce into fight mode as we're about to come face to face with a guy he deems a threat to our mate bond, as ridiculous as he's being, and the door swings open. I equally posture in readiness in case I might have to intervene and defend Doc from an angry wolf attack, fully prepared to take Colton on to save Doc's life. After all I owe him. The doctor peeks his head out warily, seemingly having heard our conversation, and his white pallor makes him almost glow in the darkness. A worried expression all over his face. He gets it wide enough to pop head and shoulders out fully, and Colton goes from poised lethal killing machine stance to a sudden complete what the hell expression in seconds. He looks from him to me, and back again, as all manner of confusing expressions flicker across his face. Doctor, He seems to be dragging his memory as he says it, staring at Doc like he can't quite believe what he's seeing and trying to remember that mouthful of a name. That hostile, jealous need to maim him dies an instant death, as he realizes there is no way in hell I'm looking to mate up with someone older than my parents. I feel it wash away, and the surge of relief that bubbles over affects me too, taking the edge off my own anger, and realize half the time I don't even know whose mood is, whose as we feed one another and react. My aggression slides away like I got hosed down with a cool jet in a heat wave. Ah, shh. Dear boy, you remember me. Look at you all grown up and rather hunky. You are very tall for a Santo. Wow. You certainly did beef up somewhat, did you not? Look at those shoulders. I bet you can bench press 10 of Alora on a bad day. Such a specimen. The doctor and his usual inappropriate babbling to diffuse an otherwise awkward situation. And I shove Colton aside and yank the door the rest of the way, impatient to rip this band-aid off completely and show him what we brought him here for. Excuse me, I asked the doc politely, suggesting he let me by and stop shielding the contents of the truck, and he shuffles aside as I climb up, getting halfway up the high step when Colton lays his hands on my waist, gripping me lightly and pushes me up the last distance. It both riles me that he thinks I need his help, like some feeble girl who didn't survive alone for weeks in the wilderness, and yet makes my heart ache that he still, even mad and confused, wants to take care of me. God, I hate him sometimes. Colton, come, I command, knowing in this darkness the inside of the truck is pitch black, and he has no idea who lies inside until he gets up and his nocturnal view kicks in. I doubt he would recognize her scent as it's been so long, and she smells almost human due to not turning for almost a decade. He doesn't question, just hops up effortlessly behind me stealthily, and follows me so close his body touches me from behind, and I know it's deliberate. I can feel it in him, the longing and ache to get close to me again, almost as much as it's growing in me to be touched by him, aware of his proximity like a throbbing pulse in the air around us, making me hypersensitive of his energy. I shake it off, knowing he's looking down at me, and not ahead. I can feel his breath on the back of my neck as he very clearly stakes his claim on me. Personal space is not in his vocabulary at this moment in time. He is all in wolf mode in his head and acting like a male hitting the haze possessively close, practically bearing down on me as the femme he clearly wants to bone. It's a little unnerving that he is being so weird, but I get it. I left him. I knew where I was and was in control of my being gone, so I never had that frantic pain of loss. I always knew where he was, and how to reach him, and could have if I needed and wanted to. But he had none of that. He just had silence, no idea where in the world I went, and not knowing if I was okay. So I guess it's why he seems a little stirred up and wolfy crazy. His bond instincts to protect me must have made him insane these last weeks, and until now I never really thought of it. How that must have made him feel, the powerless nature of it. Especially if he could feel my fear, my panic, my sadness, and everything I have been through. His wolf taking over, and sheer instinct is to stay on my ass and convince me I need, and like him stuck to me. That primal aggressive urge to stick to his mate and kill anything that comes near her. Normally, the human in US counterbalances it a lot better than he is. But I guess I can let it slide while he's caught in our first moments of reunion. My scent alone must be affecting him on all kinds of unbearable levels, because even his is getting under my skin and making me crazy. It's taking all my willpower to not turn and wrap myself around him. I walk a few steps to put distance between us unsuccessfully. Him bumping me the whole way in an almost claustrophobic manner. I stop when I know we're fully inside and then reach, feeling his face above mine with his taller height, having him towering behind me. I cup his chin just behind me, stretching my arm slightly and lift it, so he looks directly at the corner where Sierra lays in front of him. His senses are all on me so that he hasn't even clicked she's here. That there's anyone else in here. There's a moment of pause. I sense the heart stop and inhale. I feel everything that he exudes, and it makes my own emotions fade in comparison. His shift from I need you possessive over hormonal crazy to what's going on confusion, and then the is that. Colton steps around me instantly, freeing me from his presence as his attention is swept out from under him and darts to the bed in the dark. Swift and direct, seeing exactly who it was in the dimness, Doc seems to be shuffling around and manages to click something that illuminates the back of the truck. With built-in low lights, and I focus on Colton sliding to his mom's side, scooping up her hand carefully, and almost gasping in shock, he leans in, making her look so small in comparison to him, and gently strokes his thumb across her pale hand. All the tenderness of a sweet child, infatuated with the mom he's been pining for years. Mom, is that really you? Can you hear me? He sounds like a lost little boy, so young and vulnerable, an aching rawness to his tone, and for a moment I forget my anger and nothing but compassion for him fills my heart. I can feel the way this has ripped his heart open, and his pulse is racing so speedily. Colton regresses 10 years. And he's just a boy finding his mom, whom he's needed for so long, so much more than anyone could ever have known. She's sedated. The doc needs to wake her, but she doesn't know what's going on. Colton, you need to know. There's nothing wrong with her mind. I point out, coming level with him and resting my hand on his arm as he stares at her, eyes fixed on her face. His breathing is shallow, and the confusion and pain is evident under that furrowed brow and glowing amber eyes. He can't contain his emotion, so his wolf is showing. He swallows hard, reaches out lifting a strand of her hair and brushes it back gently. So carefully, like she's fine china, so fixated on her. Like this is some kind of dream he doesn't want to wake from. How? Where? His voice breaks. A harsh croak, and the doc seems to keep his distance to let me be the one to explain. It's not an easy thing to tell a guy that the father he loved all this time is the reason his mother was imprisoned and put to sleep. I don't even know how or where to begin. And I hesitate, looking to the doc, mildly panic-stricken for a moment when it comes to me. The doc shrugs and nods at him, as though encouraging me. I think he's a little intimidated by Colton, to be fair. I mean, he did threaten to kill him 3 minutes ago. I don't need to tell him. I need to show him. It's the only way I know how. It's a long story. I think maybe it's better to do it this way, so you can see for yourself. I whisper, reaching up and laying my fingertips on his temple and wait for his permission. Tensing as my touch seems so light and hesitant on him, that familiarity dragging me to draw closer. Colton nods, oblivious to me really. While his attention is on her, knowing I mean projecting my memories. I can't blame him. He's searched for her for so long, so no wonder she's all he sees. I close my eyes and begin to push them his way, rifling through, and trying to find a starting point as I drag them to the forefront. I decide on one, right from my decision to turn east and follow that path, to finding the facility, then being caught, Deacon, the doctor, the cell and finding Sierra. Right until we got out and I linked Colton. I show him every second on that timeline, even how they kept her, and where, and hope it all filters in while he's so distracted. I need to give him all of it. Even the parts I'm afraid of him knowing, because I don't have the words to tell him about his father. And I don't have the strength to tell him about my family. Or that we're both hybrids. Colton stands stock still, as it all plays in and he relives what I did in the past couple of days. Seeing, hearing, learning everything I did. Feeling what I did and experiencing everything he must have felt from afar. In microseconds of time, the way transference works. Even the part I was most afraid of telling him. That I'm a half-breed vampire. I feel him close me out as soon as the images of the last memory fade away. Like a shutter coming down as he disconnects from me, and that wall of emotion blanking pushes me away. It's not something most wolves can do, especially to an imprinted bond, but Colton does it right now and shields me from everything he's feeling in the moment and numbs me out. It's an alpha gift. To shield loved ones from the pain and horror. It shocks me. Hurts me a little too, but I don't think he's doing it to punish me. I think he's doing it because he knows his own emotions are completely overwhelming and he doesn't want to make me feel them too. He's protecting me and pulling back so he doesn't share what he's experiencing. He stands, lets go of his mom's hand and looks over my head at the doc, a glazed, distant expression and not what I was expecting at all. A look of determination as that leader takes over, and he stands that little bit taller, moving to take charge mode. How long do you need before you can wake her? There's a coldness to his tone. A lack of feeling, and I wonder if he has recoiled even from his own feelings, because it was too much for him, or if he is just really, really pissed. I honestly cannot tell, but there is a brewing storm in the air around him, even if he is shielding me. I guess finding out everything in your life was a lie. And the villain in your story is your own father, has to hurt as much as what I learned about what he did to my family. A couple of days to bring her round fully, but she may take weeks to properly come to and recover enough to turn. There is no telling. She's been asleep for a very long time, and I don't know what kind of harm that has caused her. The doctor looks helpless, and I can tell he too doesn't know how to react to Colton being so. It's like he didn't find his long-lost mother laid sedated in the back of a truck, and he's absently directing some lost tourist on where to go next. I'll drive. You stay back here with my mom. The manor is another 30 minutes minimum, and we need to get going before that asshole Deacon and his failure subpack show up. I don't want to be spilling blood in human territory. That growl, a hint of anger, and I guess I feel a little smug about that. Colton might actually rip that jerk a new one after all. I honestly hope Deacon does show up, because I know my Santo will kick that Santo's ass into next week, and I actually don't mind letting him have that one. Watching will be as much joy as doing it. He doesn't even look at me. Just nods at the doctor to bolt the doors, and then walks forward to the cab and climbs into the driver's seat, smoothly and fluidly, like he's driven military medical trucks his whole life and doesn't even blink an eye at it, stopping and staring out the window at the assembled vehicles out there. And I know he's linking the pack to tell them to move. He's issuing orders, and I follow and climb into the passenger seat, a little afloat with the sudden disconnect in him and unsure how to behave. This version is a Colton. I don't know, and even I feel like I should do what he says. I screw my eyes up at the trucks, counting maybe 5, and way too many for the subpack, unless they're spread thinly among them, but can't make out who's driving at all. The headlights are screwing with my night vision, and I can't see anything but light glare when I try and look past them. I wonder if Meadow can see me, and I long for nothing more right now than to go hug her. She would get a hug. Colton can go to hell. Well, maybe not right now, as he seems like he could probably use one. As soon as we hear the door lock get slid and clicked in place, he glances back to make sure the doc has pulled down one of the folding seats and strapped himself in before he moves us on. The fleet of vehicles roar into life and 2 stay back to let us pass and follow. So, we're flanked. And Colton just focuses on driving. He positions us right in the middle of the other cars as though they're escorting some sort of president. A precious cargo who needs their protection. I guess we are. The Luna is as important as the alpha in a pack. She's our queen. My need to have him say something overpowers. My need to be mad at him. And I reach out, placing my hand on his bicep gently. Are you okay? I sound like that feeble girl from so long ago that imprinted on him, and not the person I've been growing into these past weeks. When faced with this guy, it seems I become a submissive, lovesick fool, and I silently hate myself for it. Colton seems different too now, though. As I sit and evaluate his profile in the light of the headlights shining back at us from the rear of the black 4x4 in front, he looks like Colton. Still cute boy with dimples that are prominent whenever he moves his face in any kind of way which could melt any grown-ass women's panties. Still handsome, dreamy, pretty boy face with that air of cheeky confidence. But yet he seems older, more mature, maybe a slight aging that has him seeming less carefree and high school jock, and somehow more capable and serious in a way he wasn't before. There's a darkness around him that was never there, and without tapping into his feelings, I don't know what it is. It's more than just learning about his mother. It was there when he walked into me outside the truck. Colton's carrying a weight, and I want to know what. There's a shift, and it's like some of his youthful light has gone out. I don't want to talk about this right now. I need to. Just let me be, Lori. Just for a minute. A petulant shrug of his arm, so I stop touching him, and it's like being scolded. An unexpected rebuff from the guy who just minutes ago hugged the life out of me with sheer need, and now I'm not allowed to touch him. I shouldn't be upset. He's hurt. He's processing. And he's in his own head. And it's pretty hypocritical for me to be mad about that. I didn't want him touching me, and that hasn't changed. I try to link him, thinking maybe talking that way will help soothe him, away from the doc's ears, and he might be more open to being less cagey with his feelings. But he has the door closed, and I can't get through at all. He's literally locked me out in every way, and I don't even know if this is normal behavior for him when he's nursing pain. Or if this is because he remembers I'm not his mate and he should only be sharing that space with her. Fuck you, Carmen. Fuck you, Colton. I hate that he can make me feel this way. A new storm swishing around inside of me, and I have to stop myself from glaring at him. A new surge of conflicting pain, and I resist the urge to slap him. I sit back in my chair and pull my legs under me, hauling my body in tight to self-soothe, calm the torrent of crazy, and try not to stare at him or throw shade. It's hard when he's right there yet feels 1,000 miles away, and my own emotions are in uproar. I can't even pick a side and stick to it. I want to be mad at him and hate him. I have every right, but when he's near I can't stop this overwhelming pain and heartbreak he causes me. Although right now, I've added compassion and empathy to that mix, and I'm dying inside for him. Even while cursing him, I want to ease his own pain, and as stupid as it seems, I'm devastated. He's closing me out like it has nothing to do with me. I'm so confused at my idiot thoughts and responses. Where are we going? I utter it his way, unable to not say something to him. Even though he said he doesn't want to talk, I can't sit in painful silence feeling like this. Colton exhales with a sigh that signals he's not really into answering but compelled to do so, to the manner I inherited from my mom. It's someplace my father never had any control over. It's where we've been staying these past weeks. Lori, I told you. So much has changed. Colton's eyes flick my way. He frowns at me and sighs again, and then looks back at the road and doesn't elaborate. I get he's currently working through some of his own shit in his mind. But an explanation would be nice. This minimal chat bullcrap isn't working for me, such as, I push, locking my eye on him with a flash of stubborn, and I can't miss the way his whole body tenses up. The exhale, frustrated grip on the steering wheel. Because it's obvious I'm not going to shut up and leave him alone, and that has him rolling his shoulders to relieve tension while he decides answering is inevitable. The pack is divided. Half are here with me, the other at the mountain. There was a fight when I challenged my father for leadership, and it got real messy. The people were turning, and with more attacks in the west, he was becoming a dictator, forcing the people under his command and treating them like they were all his prisoners. I had to do something, and he didn't like it. He lost. I'm the rightful alpha of the Santo Pack now, but instead of stepping down gracefully as the laws dictate, he ordered those loyal to him to take out me and mine. It's an exasperated tone, explaining something he clearly doesn't want to, and it revs up that aura of closed-off hostile around him. I gawp at him in wide-eyed shock, heart thundering crazily, trying to really pull those words together. It hits me that while I was having my own existential crisis, so was he. I don't know what to say. I stammer, sideswept with that revelation of events that I honestly never saw coming at all. That explains that cloak of darkness around Colton. Since I left, his whole world has turned upside down, and his father already gave him reason to hate him, making my enlightening news somewhat less unbelievable. My memories only added fuel to his fire. There's nothing to say. My father tried to kill me. You were the catalyst, I guess. You leaving me, realizing that I was an idiot and lost the only thing that should have mattered. I failed you. And then a shit storm blew up around me with another vamp attack and life imploded. My father's men are at war with his own people, still under threat of new vamp attacks. We're scattered across the north, and I have a sizable chunk at my mom's estate. Hiding out, scared shitless. There's a calm sort of acceptance in his tone, as though he's not okay, but this is his reality and he's dealing with it in any way he knows how. Oh my God. I feel sick, as bile rises in my throat, the levity of the situation finally coming through at me. I was an idiot to think that he'd been sitting twiddling his thumbs at the pack house while I've been gone. Everything is in uproar, and he's been in the middle of an actual war. It's not the same size as the manor by a long shot. It's a homestead, and smaller. But it has land. It's isolated from humans, surrounded by forests, and for now we're managing to defend it pretty well. I'm more focused on keeping my people safe and giving them a place to rebuild. Before I go chasing vampires and starting fights, like my father seems to be doing. It's all he cares about, and now knowing what you showed me, it makes fucking sense. The war were his glory days. He was a commander with an army who jumped to his orders, lording over a united race. I wouldn't put it past him to somehow deliver a means to the vampires to rile it up again. The anger simmers in his tone, and it's obvious Colton has been going through it as much as I have. Do you think the orphanage attack we were meant to die? Was it him? I touch on the memory Colton would have seen, of me and the doctor theorizing this exact question, but Colton shakes his head and glances my way. A look of complete cynicism. No. He really didn't seem to know that was coming, and from what you've shown me, your death is hers. He nods at the rear view. So I glance back at his mother. Her death is his. He wouldn't have wanted it. And until I challenged him, he truly was still reeling me along like he thought I would somehow support him in his madness. He didn't want me dead. He wanted me bound to his loyals, so I would follow him into war. That edge of something else clawing in, like maybe anger at not seeing it before. So, Juan wasn't behind the orphanage, but he did create the tech to disable us. He sold it out there, not caring who got hold of it, because he wanted the vampires to think they had a weapon to restart a war. He had to know once they got it, they would have the confidence to try and come at the wolves again at some point. So he waited. The vampires thought they had a foolproof plan. They aren't as strong as us, but with something like the isolation box, they would be stronger and have a shot at taking us down this time. Which means Juan has to know how to combat it and disable the effects of the box. He would never let them have something that would give them their victory. Of course not. He'll have a master plan that he's going to sit on until this thing is in full throes. He has to keep his weapon hidden and let this brew long enough to give the packs a need to unite before he brings out whatever that is and prove victorious once again. Juan craved the union of all the packs, not just the North, and he knew the only way to force that kind of need was to push us back into a war. He supplied the possibility and then sat back and waited, his own arrogance telling him that he would be the one chosen to lead them all. And now he has the answer to their weapon, to force the packs into choosing him. It's his leverage. The wolves from every land will want the weapon to counteract theirs. It shows how insane he really is to believe he would reign and lead. When the first time my own mother pushed him off that pedestal. So easy to knock down and replace. Did that teach him nothing? And then when he had the steps in place to ignite a second chance at his gaining a crown, the fates intervened instead, and nothing has been coincidence on either side since. Turning and imprinting me only weeks before the vampire's first attack. Solidifying a white wolf in the midst in hopes of redressing the balance, because they knew what was coming, tying me to a Santo. It all makes sense. Every single piece of the puzzle fits, and I was always meant to end up in Colton's arms. In the middle of it all, I'm the fates trying to reclaim a prophecy that Juan keeps trying to destroy. I turn my attention back to what he said, dragging my brain from that to this. Head a tangled mess of emotions. But the logic of the bigger picture is sliding neatly into place. Picking out something he said which piques my attention. What do you mean bound to his loyals? I don't even know how he could do that, Carmen. She's the daughter of his beta. He's always tried to push me to stick with only the wolves he approved of. He hated the fact my sub-pack was never the children of his own subs. He just had to accept it. But Carmen, now, looking back, I realize he kept pushing femmes at me from certain houses. And he only wanted me to mark and settle down once you posed a threat. And we come straight to the one thing that chokes me up and makes me hate him all over again. He says it so matter-of-factly, like he didn't just stab me in the chest with a dull object and twist it for good measure. He just admitted it. That he's bound to Carmen, and his father wanted it that way. He maybe didn't say it outright, but he said enough for me to interpret it that way. I fall silent and turn away as tears prick my eyes, and that sense of, I knew it makes me feel so stupid. Crushing that stupidly, ever-hopeful, annoying shining light that pops up no matter what I tell it. I might be the fates trying to set the scales right, but Colton is obviously not part of that plan, because no way in hell would they allow him to be such a dumbass and do such a hurtful and stupid thing if he was my forever. How could he be if they let him mark her and break me all over again? You don't come back from a betrayal of the mate bond. Not like this. So, your father's raging a war with not only vamps, whom he set in motion, but his own pack, even though his intention was to lord over you all. And half of you now live in the manor that belonged to your mom, a half-witch? A manor you knew you had but didn't need, all while I was off finding your mom who holds the key to us having some sort of powerful gifts to put things right. I digress. Trying to put everything in order and avoid all mention of what a douchebag, selfish, hurtful, cheating, dickhead he is. Yeah, sounds right. My mom's family are mostly gone. Not that I ever knew them, and I only knew I inherited this manor because she left me it as a birthday gift on my 16th with a femme she trusted. It sat empty. She never lived there, so we had some cleaning up to do. Generally though, I'm guessing she really is a witch as it was completely untouched, and no one seemed to be able to get in until I tried the door. It was weird, but a goddamn witch. The strangest part is, I don't feel shocked. It's like I knew, but I didn't. I can't explain it. He's slowly coming back to that swoony high school jock as he talks. Hints of normal Colton shining through at me, but it doesn't dampen my feelings of hurt. I allow my eyes to stray back to him, holding my outward cool and trying not to let all I'm thinking spew out at him, while being really good at focusing on the important issues in this conversation. Not me and him, and I'm trying to absorb his words and that other little issue that has been getting to me. At least it's not vampire. Can't say that was welcome news. I answer sarcastically, a little more edge to my tone than I intended, watching that slight change to his expression and completely unable to read it. He half frowns, his jaw tensing a touch, but he doesn't have any kind of overdramatic response at all. No instant hatred, or recoiling in disgust. It is what it is. Doesn't change who you are. It's just something to figure out, I guess. He doesn't look my way and I can tell he's not as okay with it as he's making out, but he's also not freaking out and calling me a monster either. I really expected a bigger reaction, to be honest, and this seems anticlimactic. I probably took it worse than he is. The sub-pack won't accept me back when they find out. I point out as if that was ever in my master plan, but I guess it partly is. I mean, everything is upside down and my plan of leaving and running just brought me back right here to where I started, among the people I left behind. No idea what the future holds anymore, especially if the wolves are warring too. The pack seems like my destiny. Even if he is not, why not? You think they'll care. You're Alora and I'm cold to them. They won't give a shit if we're half-breeds. That's not how they are. It's how my father is, and we're not the only hybrids hidden in the Santo pack, nor the subs. Secrets are rife in my father's kingdom because he's an asshole, and it took me way too many years to realize that and see through him. He grips the wheel, that growl again in the undertone as his own words touch a nerve, and I can tell the whole father things is getting to him way more than anything. Maybe finding out about his mom was the final straw. I grasp at that tidbit of information though, shocked, instantly grabbing at the file marked Colton's memories. But no, I won't even know what to look for in the 19 years worth of them, and instead start pulling names out of boxes in a bid to figure out which subs are also half-breeds. Who? What secrets? I blurt out, overwhelmed with too many scenarios and thoughts. The downside to having a head full of someone else's memories is they are too vast sometimes to know you possess an answer without them, guiding you to the right visual. I probably have so many things in my head about him that I haven't even opened and explored. I definitely didn't ever stop on any conversations about hybrids in the pack. Colton sighs, tapping the steering wheel as he guides us onwards and shrugs. Like this isn't news to him and acting like it's nothing really in the grand scheme of things. To him maybe, but I spent my life being told I was an impure reject, only to find out the Santos have been interwoven with that all along. What the hell? The twins are hybrids, angelics, actually. Then Meadow. Her mother was a shifter, not lichen, still a wolf but different. She's fierce because she's multi-gifted, like you are, and my father made sure no one knew his son pack bonded with impure breeds. He couldn't do anything about them, as they are all Santo by blood, and he'll never shame his own bloodline, or admit that most of the pack come from interbred unions. There are hundreds of supernatural species. Wolves are highly sexed horn dogs. They will fuck anything, delivered with a callous smirk and a hint of pride at his own species being hoes. Only a man would actually be proud of that. E.W. Colton. I slap his arm, stinging my own fingers in the process. Grossed out and a little offended with that last sentence. It's hardly admirable in a species who also like to mate for life when they pick the right one. It's true. And the biggest secret of all. The haze doesn't just make us want to bone each other. It's a free-for-all and has been for centuries. I'm pretty sure my father isn't even 100% lichen. He can't trace his roots any more than anyone else, and the history books are complete fabrication, with every alpha removing parts they deem shameful. They're bullshit. Like him removing prophecies. I would put money on the fact that the Santo wolves being all shades are a massive nod to us being mixed species. The original lichens were always brown. Brown with amber eyes? Most of the Santos are gray. Why am I only knowing this now? How long have you know all of this? I blanch as my head spins, and it's like I'm relearning the entire history of everything I've ever known, all while he's over there like Mr. Cool, taking it in his stride without barely even a blink that our entire existence is based on horse shit. The nausea envelopes me fully, and I get a little lightheaded with the number of explosions going off in my brain. Not long. The shaman, he's with us. And finally no longer bound to his Alpha Juan, because I'm the rightful leader, and he doesn't have to obey my father anymore. He can now unleash all he knows without fear of the fates punishing him for betrayal. He's a wealth of knowledge, like what having red eyes in white wolves really means and why you had extra strong powers. He raises a knowing brow at me. And even that clicks into place. You knew. I gasp at him, sitting up tall and leaning at him in utter disbelief. That statement makes my head spin and I honestly can't even with him right now. My stomach is all in knots. My palms sweaty. And I think my lungs were on the verge of packing in with the fear of his reaction. I've known for a couple of weeks. It all slotted into place when I found out. And now, I guess I know why you found it hard to home in on your abilities. And why they weren't run-of-the-mill wolf gifts. I've had time to get used to it, you might say. I slump back, rubbing my temples with my fingers as everything blurs slightly and the lack of oxygen from gasping hits me between the eyes. I feel woozy. What else did he tell you? I breathe out, feeling surreal now. Nothing really that important in our current situation. Just general history of our people and the fact you're not the first like you. Neither was your mother. He knew nothing of my mom's whereabouts, her breed, or anything about my father's actions before he came to the Santo house 7 years ago. The shaman previous to him died, and he came to us from my family's origin in Colombia. He never really fell for my father's bullshit, and has always kept his peace and distance from the pack elders and the sub-packs loyal to my father. It all explains why in the room after imprinting he was the one to intervene and Colton always said he trusted him. Now I know why, and it clicks together. Another puzzle piece falling into place. Another random tidbit from our combined past that had more meaning than either of us comprehended at the time. Everything is crazy, yet all seems to tie together. Even us. I drop my hands on my lap, still leaning my head against the rest, and suddenly so very exhausted with thinking, feeling, talking. Everything taking its toll, coming to a massive head, and draining what little energy I have left inside of me. I'm heavy and weighted down in so many ways. All while his presence is screwing me up, and I want to curl up and shut it all off for a bit. I knew about us. Like the whole witch thing. Something in me, it wasn't a surprise when we imprinted. It's like I always knew. Yet somehow my brain didn't know how. Maybe I have her visions, and somehow when she bound me, I lost the memory of them. I can't grasp it, but it's like all of this was always out of reach of my fingertips, but I knew it was there. When it happened, it was like déjà vu in a sense. Colton casts me an apologetic look, and I get that hint of regret, slowly filtering my way as if he's lifting the wall between us a bit at a time. And yet it's too late. A dimple appearing with a coy boyish half-smile that doesn't do anything to lift my growing black cloud. I just glare at him, making sense of it but at the same time hating on him all the more with what he just admitted to me. If he knew somehow, then why the hell did he let me go? Why did he reject me? Then you're an even bigger idiot. I snap, emotionally done, and this adds another layer of fatigue to what I can't handle as it is. Turning my head and staring out the window, tensing up and bristling with that same pain all over again, and fighting my own stupid tears. And he sits and admits that he maybe knew I should have been more important to him all along. Screw him. It crushes me and I no longer want to talk and figure all of this out. I want him to leave me alone. I learn from my mistakes. I'm here, aren't I? I can feel his eyes on me, but I refuse to look. Heart-stricken with a clawing, gnawing, slicing agony. You can't undo what's done. Just drop it. Okay, now isn't the time to talk about us. We need to get your mom someplace to wake her up. See what the hell she has to say about all of this, and how we unbind these gifts that are somehow going to do something in the grand scheme of things. My voice is low and raspy. I sound upset, yet probably tired, and I can feel him eating away at me with his eyes as he tries to read me. I can't believe I ever doubted you weren't going to be the Luna we all needed. I was wrong to doubt you, to doubt us. I really am sorry that I wasn't what you needed. I can't tell you how much I regret everything, baby. There is genuine sorrow and it's just another nail in his coffin. Don't okay. It's been a long freaking day and I'm exhausted. I want to close my eyes and think about all of this later. I feel like my head's going to explode, and we're not even getting the whole picture yet. I've been running for so long and I think my body is finally giving up on me. It's a hint, turning fully away from him as I try and get comfy on the worst seats ever invented as we bump along a relatively smooth road. Colton looks at me, a long drawn-out pause of seconds and relents, exhaling heavily. He knows defeat when he senses it. Try and sleep. The manor is a while away, and it's not like I'm about to let you out of my sight anytime soon. We have time to talk. I think I need the headspace too to figure some stuff out. I can't believe my mom is laying out behind me. This is all so surreal. There's a lightness to what he says, and I blanket. I curl up against the window fully, not like I needed his permission, but I'm grateful he'll leave me be. He still has it in his head that I belong to him, even though somewhere out there, most likely this manor, he has an actual mate, and he needs to remember that. I'm not his, he's not mine, and when Sierra wakes up and unbinds me, Then we need to figure out how to keep our distance and navigate this, if we're all going to get through it. Colton's story and mine. It's going to head in different directions when Sierra tells us what to do. We both need to accept that and deal with it. The warm sensation sliding around me and the sudden weightlessness I experience wakes me up before his voice does. A feeling of floating, as everything comes back to me and my brain re-engages with my limbs, as warm hands and body transfer heat to mine. Baby, we're here. Wake up. Colton's honey tone slides over me as his scent submerges me in a firm, cozy hold, submerged in his delicious scent that makes me giddy, and I blink my eyes open to find myself in his arms while being scooped out of the truck as he stands by my door. The night is cloaking in around us, but illumination from the front of me makes my eyes blurry as I try to adjust and screw them shut again quickly. Taking a moment to savor the weird in-between state of awake and dreaming while being cradled. He has me in his arms, pressing me to him, one under my legs and one around my back, while my face is in against the crook of his throat. Nestling me in as the cool air brings me round fully, I slide my hands up his expanse of hard chest impulsively. Searching out a place to anchor myself, aiming to slide around his neck when sense fully awakens me. And I realize this is probably not wise when my heart is so bruised. That getting all tangled up with Colton is the opposite of what I need. It's far too easy to accept his touch and his willingness to add intimacy to the mix. But I have to be stronger than him. I can walk. Put me down. I croak hoarsely, my sleep-addled tone heavy, and I wriggle to get my legs free. Resisting even if it's feeble, and thankfully, he isn't too set on fighting me. Colton relents after a moment of hesitation, sliding my feet to the ground carefully. But he keeps me anchored to him with the arm around my waist and tugs me front on, bodily closing the gap between us, and lifts his other hand to stroke my cheek as he leans in to bridge the height difference, rendering me momentarily senseless, as that burning connection makes my knees buckle almost completely. He cups my face and pulls me in, bringing his forehead down to mine, and pushes us together intimately. Our breaths mingling in the cool air, and I'm overly aware how dangerously close this is. A slight inch more, and he'll be kissing me, caught tired and slow in reaction speed, and somehow feeling vulnerable at waking up to his touch. When my mom's settled in the infirmary, we need to talk. We need to figure this out and fix us. I missed you more than you'll ever know, Lori. I'm never letting you go again. His eyes stray to my lips, and that crazy, overwhelming urge to lean in and take what he's pondering doing almost kills me. My own lips parting slightly as the tug of desire pulses through me with fervor, and I'm powerless to pull back when caught in his breath. His touch goosebumps my skin all over. The low intensity of his voice drawing me in as if no one else exists around us, and I almost weaken to the point of melting into him. My pelvis and between my thighs heats up to molten lava at this kind of contact with him, and I almost have to press my knees together to gain some control. The haze is approaching, and I guess it's already starting to screw with my libido. Or maybe it's always just him, and I'm still a weak fool for this man. More so when caught off guard and too sleep-addled to think straight. So easy when this feels so right, but I catch myself and finally muster the strength to pull back, covering his hand with mine and sliding it from my face. Colton. I start to rebuff him, but he doesn't let me loose as easily as he put me down. We can't ignore how we feel about each other, that we're meant to be. It's a hint of desperation in his ravaged tone, mirroring my urges, his jaw tensing and squaring off, which only makes those irresistible dimples prominent, and those lowering brows bring out the cute boy face. Leaning closer, and making it harder to breathe when my senses are filled with him. It sparks that self-defense mechanism in me, though, that urge to run far away before he cripples me again, and I slide my hands between us and push him away with enough force to get him to release me. Why not? You did. I bite, stepping back coldly as his hold drops, and the sweep of hurt and regret is evident on that flawless face. It tugs at me, slicing my own heart with a sharp stab, but I don't weaken, pushing my pain and agony away and refusing to break. If he thinks he can be mated elsewhere, but still have a side chick so he doesn't have to live with the mistake, then he can go to hell. I won't be some dirty secret that has to steal moments with him and share him with her, just because he didn't manage to break our bond in taking another. I'm not doing this. No matter how much I yearn for him, or how much I still love him, I have more respect for myself than that. And I won't be one of those wolves who bring shame upon themselves by committing adultery with a mated. Even if we were destined, he broke this. Not me. He made his choice, no matter what his reasons were. It can't be undone. You're angry, and hurt, and upset. All valid, and I understand why. If you need time to forgive me, then I'm not going anywhere. I'm not giving up. I need you, and I'll earn your forgiveness, no matter what it takes. Colton back in serious soft-faced high school, hot boy mode, and I shake it off. I ignore him, trying to blot out words that wound me to the core and turn to walk away. But he catches me by the wrist and stops me in my tracks, tugging me back slightly and igniting further fury. Burning, searing touch that was invented to torture me by being both the best feeling in the world and the worst. That bubbling temper begins to dominate the pit of my stomach, but before I can turn to tell him to back off, my thoughts are interrupted with a high-voltage distraction. Sheikah, Meadow comes bounding from seemingly nowhere, darting at me like a lioness pouncing its prey, like a freight train and a tornado all in one, and sweeps between us, hauling me off my feet in a bear hug that momentarily dazes me and spins me around with alarming strength for a girl shorter than me. Dios mío. Nia, T extra. She smothers me in Latino. Love. Squeezes me so my ribs almost crack under the strain, and then dumps me on my feet and grabs me by the face with an insane clutch-like grip. She starts kissing me all over the cheeks, nose, and forehead, like an overbearing mama, and it's a furious fast barrage that doesn't give me a second to counteract. I can only screw my eyes shut, pucker up my face to protect my poor features, and accept this ambush while trying to unhook her fingers around my cheeks before she leaves bruises. She's strong and persistent with her very aggressive affection. Mead. Dud. Ooh. I try and wriggle free of those claw-like hands and the lipstick-smeared attack on my face, giggling wildly at the ridiculousness. But she's relentless. Finally, once I'm sure every inch of my face is in matching rouge red from her lips, she lets me loose. Oh my God, my baby girl. She's come to me and now I can die happy, knowing my Sheikah is home. She's being overdramatic, her accent heavier than usual with the surge of emotion she's spewing. She's still holding me in her arms, but I have to say the feeling is mutual. I've never been so happy to see another femme in my life as her. I throw myself at her for a second hug, this time, one I can actually participate in, and she squeezes me once more. So I get to wrap my arms around he properly. I can tell Colton has moved away, as his invasive presence releases the stranglehold on my heart, and a quick glance tells me they're at the rear, removing his mother's bed as members of the pack move in to help. There's a lot of chatter as people figure out who's coming out of the truck, and I can feel the whispers spreading through the pack as the atmosphere is charged with shock and excitement. I can see some pulling out the machines and cabinet and putting ramps in place. A hive of activity over there, with the doctor directing with that unique accent of his above the drone, issuing orders to his new mass of helpers. Let me look at you. Meadow drags my attention back to her, pushes me back to arm's length, and even though it's dark out here, lights from the pretty huge and towering house, standing tall in front of us, illuminates this area enough that we can see each other with clarity. That was the light which hurt my eyes when I woke up. You look so good, so healthy. Your hair has grown. You're losing your puppy face and, oh God. What are you wearing? Meadow's face and tone completely drop as her eyes run up and down my attire, and she visibly gawps. The look of sheer disgust which envelopes her expression makes me laugh. Escape clothes. I shrug under her scrutiny, amused with the way she's now holding the arm of my sweater between two nails. Like it's an unhygienic rag, and lets go before rubbing her fingertips, as if to expel the grime. I'm not dirty. But her reaction is priceless as she shakes her head at me. Why do you keep letting that boy pick your clothes? It's not a good look. Colton has no taste when it comes to female things. I mean, he dated Carmen for 2 years, that says it all, Chica. She bobs her head side to side, waving a very pointy red nail in the air. And I let out an involuntary snort laugh. She's so hood sometimes. I love her to bits. He didn't dress me. I mean, he found me like this. It's all I had to hand. I look down, pulling at the gray sweats a little as I take in my baggy outfit and oversized boots, but it's not as bad as she's making out. We need to remedy that. Once we get our Luna inside and comfortable, you and we need to burn these. Maybe bury them and perform some kind of last rites. She tugs at the hemline of my sweater and then runs a set of talons through my hair to push it off my face and draws me back to her. You do look different though, like you maybe only left for a few weeks, but you've grown in years. You look beautiful and less tortured. My baby growing up so fast. It's an insightful perspective, but she's right. These past weeks I do feel like I've matured some, and definitely grown as a person in subtle ways. And I knew I had shed puppy fat while being out there in the wild, eating less, exercising more. I probably look slimmer. I'm no longer in that frame of mind that I'm some feeble. No one that isn't important. I know I'm the center of something. And this is where I need to be for now. I'm not sure about less tortured given my current state of affairs. Cheating mate, relearning my past, and finding out my entire pack was murdered. I would say maybe. I'm just handling it better than I would have a few weeks ago. I feel mentally stronger. Why, thank you. Although I'm tired. I need sleep. I must look a wreck. But you're right. We need to get Sierra inside. I nod to where they all seem to have everything under control, catching sight of the bed coming into view and Colton stuck to his mom's side, her hand in his once more, even though she is still dead to the world. He's looking at her with so much adoration, fixated, that it does make me feel completely broken as I watch him. A longing for that without complication, without this mess between us. To have him look at me the way he's looking at her. That unconditional love that's so hard to find. We move out of the way as they swing past, and I flatten against the truck as the entire entourage gets by us and follow close behind. Meadow sliding her hand in mine and guiding me with her to tag on at the end when they get past. Osh. Alora. A voice comes from my side, and then I'm dive-bombed by an enthusiastic male who footballer-style wrestles me into a hug before I'm hit from behind by another. Equal stealth and strength, and I almost fall over with the weight of 2 heavy boys hugging the life out of me, unable to breathe. And not sure if this is an attack, I crumple almost to my knees. Domi and Remy near choke me to death, ruffling my hair, picking me up between them before I get ground into the mud, and I get a kiss on each side of my face in unison. Sloppy, wet, a bit UWW, but overall, it's kind of sweet. Our little sister came home. Our puppy. They both state in synchronized perfection, sounding like a melody in their sing-song playfulness. I get yanked from side to side, set on my own feet, then let go just as Caesar appears in front of me. Meadow moving aside with a look of joy on her face, smiling like a proud mother. Don't you ever do that again, Missy? Do you know how worried your pack has been? Caesar swoops in between the twins, that equally heavy accent as his mates and a stern paternal tone to match that serious frown he is giving me. He gives me a less ferocious cuddle, a quick squeeze, and kiss on the cheek before he pulls back, and the rest of the subpack seem to appear around me. Mateo, Radar, Jesus, all crowd in at me, and I guess they were part of our escort to get us here. All of them take it in turns to lean in and welcome me back with a short embrace and a peck on the cheek. A few words of welcome back, until I'm blushing and awkward with all this attention. We missed you. Don't run like that again. We're your pack, man. We were all crazy worried. It's Jesus, and he bops me on the head with a soft closed fist and shakes his head at me, a real frown on that face that shows his genuine emotion. Yeah, kid. Little pups like you shouldn't be out there alone. Caesar reiterates his earlier statement. Colton has been unbearable, dude. You girl are getting chained to him so we don't have to endure that again. Mateo pushes the twins aside and clears a path in front of me as he tries to move us along, and Meadow ducks into the center beside me, catching my arm in hers and starts walking me in behind the boys as they turn and starts leading the way. Some turning to walk backwards as they interact and throw me smiles and genuine looks of relief that I'm home. I can feel it all around me, that it's real and honest. The genuine relief, the love from my adopted pack that swells my heart so much it hurts. None of them faking it at all. And I don't question where that certain Femi of Colton's is because right now, I don't want to know, and I don't care. You missed a war. Colton put his daddy on his ass. It was epic. Jesus seems a little too gleeful over that fact, skipping sideways in front of me somewhat boyishly, and Mateo shoves him in the shoulder playfully out of the way. A warning tone to his words. Shut up. Colton hears you talking like that, he'll put you on your ass. You know how sensitive he is about all this right now. Yeah, pipe down, bro. He's only a few feet ahead. Have some respect. Radar, the voice of reason, leans in. He pats me on the arm in afterthought with a nod and a wink to say hey, that always terrifying white eye, blank dead. But his good one is kind of shiny and happy, and it makes him a little less scary to look at. The scar isn't as much of a visual draw like it was when I first met him. And he steps in, speaking a little lower, nearer my ear. Welcome back. And thank you for finding her. She's been missed for so long, some of us were losing hope. There's a strange tone in what he says. A distant look in his eye, and as he talks his gaze wanders to the bed ahead of us. He shoots off instantly, to go catch something one of the trolley pushers drops, scooping it up before it hits the ground, and merging into that hobble of people, to replace it on the bed. Radar always had a thing for Sierra. You've no idea how much this means to him, for her to be home. Meadow whispers in my ear, hushed so the rest of them don't catch on. Like it's some sort of unknown secret, and I quizzically glance her way. What? Isn't he too young? Aren't they like son and mother aged? I flash a look at him again in the crowd. Then back to her in confusion, but she shakes her head. Radar is our pappy. Every pack has a mentor who's mature. He's older than all of us, mid-30s. He went to war as part of the Luna's guard. That scar on his face, he got by protecting her with his life, and it almost ended him. Goddamn Silver and Wolfsbane. I shudder to think. He's always been a slave to Sierra and never mated because his heart lies with her. Devoted and loyal. It's kinda sad to be that crushed on someone that even in her absence you still pine them. Meadow is hushed, but the torn tone of real empathy drags through her voice. A hint of real pain for her packmate. They had an affair? I gasp, my head spinning on that point alone, and I can't help but staring back at Radar and the people before us, seeing him in a whole new light. He's not exactly ugly or unattractive. That scar is obviously a major, but he has a nice face despite it, and a strong tall build like Colton. The white eye, I guess, kind of makes him a little badass. In that rugged, hero type way. No. You know the laws on adultery with a mate-bonded wolf. Radar is straight down the line, not a rule breaker. He never told her, she never knew, never even had the courage to look her in the face all those years because he was completely submissive in the hierarchy to her. It's forbidden for the guards to look upon the alpha's mate and make eye contact. The Luna had many guards, and he just blended in. I guess he was the only one of her guard to make it back alive though. Probably because he was so badly wounded and recovering that he was taken down and missed the last battle they ever fought. The Luna's guard were all massacred in that last fight. Then everyone came home, and she was gone before he recovered enough to regain his duties. Meadow shrugs, retelling what she knows, and I inhale heavily as pieces click in place and it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Juan probably had them all slain too because they would have been loyal to their charge, their queen. She was their focus, not Juan, and Radar escaped only down to being almost dead, which means he missed what happened with my mother and knows nothing of what Juan did. He would be dead too if he'd been there, and it removes any shadow of doubt that he was ever involved. He didn't even get the chance to save her from being sent away. I think if he had been, he would have died to rescue her all over again. The adultery thing, though, highlights how much Colton doesn't respect or care about me if he expects me to throw aside the laws and have an affair with him anyway. We all know the shame it carries, and I could be completely exiled from this pack if we went through with it. His alpha role would be dissolved, and he too could be dethroned to live in shame. He's an asshole of the highest order if he thinks that's a solution to him, marking that puta. He can't have his cake and eat it. I blink in Radar's direction, trying so hard to get my head around this new information, as we sweep into the brightly lit grand foyer of a huge entranceway of this so-called homestead. I mean, Colton grew up in a manor that was more of a castle and housed hundreds. This is small by that standard, but still a freaking castle in its own right. It's amazing and huge. Prehistoric, and the DT gore is definitely old world witch. But I don't doubt it can house a vast amount. The hubbub of the crowded hall, and wave of bodies moving up and down the stairs, and around in general, as word spreads, they have their long-lost Luna back. Makes this place feel pretty overwhelming. It's not enough to distract me from watching Radar follow the group though. Stopping when they get so far, as Colton and the doc wheel Sierra's bed in the direction of a narrow hall to the left. I should go with them. I nod after them as more of the group of helpers drop off, leaving a bare minimal body count to turn her bed into a door. Mainly Colton, the doctor, and a couple of femmes who are helping with the cabinet and her machines. Yeah, you should. We're all going to go back out on patrol of the borders to watch for your tail. We have to keep this place safe. Tell Colton to link me when he wants me back to take care of you, and to find you some decent clothes. I'm sure for right now, Sierra is his priority. She clasps my hand tightly, squeezes it, and leans in kissing me on the forehead, before nodding towards the door that Colton and his skeleton crew went through. Meadow. I'm so glad to be back. I answer honestly in afterthought as she goes to move away, warmed by the tearful smile she gives me, and that little rub of my shoulder that it's all going to be okay. Despite everything, even finding out that I could survive out there alone, I really have missed her and being around people, being in a place that's warm and safe. And I don't have to hunt for my meals anymore. It reminds me what a pack can be like. I can do it alone, I just prefer this. Not out there. Being here reinforces it. I don't want to go back out and disappear anymore. Everything's different and I don't want to leave again. We are all happy to see you back. I made a mistake in letting you leave. Colton is still trying to forgive me. Don't do it again. She half laughs, but there's a serious edge to her tone and a look that hints at a real warning. I'm not planning on it. All of this is bigger than us now. Priorities have changed. I point out, and she exhales with another nod. Good. because he'll strap your ass to him and put guard duty on you 24/7 if he even gets a hint you might take off again. That boy is not playing no more, Sheikah. That head wobble and finger point that always makes me smile at her, but I moom. Then gesture I should go. I don't care right now what Colton thinks or wants. I need to see what's going on and then sit. I only dozed in the truck for a short time, and I'm physically exhausted and could do with a little moment to get used to this buzzing house. After weeks of nature and solitude, this human chaos is a bit much to get my head around. This whole thing is mentally overwhelming, and sleep is all I want, even though I'm not going to get it for a while. I turn and head after Colton, trace their steps down a corridor, turn right through the door they went, which takes me along a short hall, through 2 double doors into a proper set-up infirmary. It's already like a mini hospital wing, which is weird given our kind's ability to heal, so I guess this is from when the witch side of Colton's family who stayed here. It's white, large, yet crowded with cabinets full of potion bottles on every wall. Some of it looks dated, but mostly there are modern additions, obviously brought with Colton's own medics who are hurriedly wading in and helping move Sierra to a central bed. That's more substantial than the one she's on. I mean, wolf packs do have medical staff and doctors. We do sometimes need them, especially in the younger ages when we are not turned yet, and we catch diseases or get injured. We're vulnerable in youth, much like mortals are. It's irresponsible for a pack to not have the means to protect all in our pack. They switch over her machines to full-size ones, change out her tubes, and hang up her saline bag on a trolley to the side. As some of the wolves already in here file out, gazing longingly her way and nodding at Colton as each and every one leaves. I know the link between pack members is generally the preferred mode of communication. But it sucks that to me it's a silent wall. Watch and envy as so much translates between them. But I hear nothing. I miss pack linking and the sense of unity it gave you as a whole. It reminds me I'm never really going to be part of this pack. I mean, Colton could initiate me in general. Now he's alpha and has that power. And I could maybe link that way. But once his mate gets a whiff, I'm here. I don't doubt World War III will erupt. She'll never let him put me in the pack. To have more of a bond with him. I have no idea where she is, but she has to be around here somewhere. I mean, she is his Luna now. Mates never stray far apart, and as Luna her job is to care for the vulnerable in this massive palace. She probably got left behind here when he came for me, because he knew she would just aggravate the situation, and make things worse between us. Not that it needs much help. I stand back watching as she's settled, and the transition is complete. The doctor moving in to talk with a woman in a white coat I recognize from the Santo Medical Center, in the valley. She has 2 nurses flanking her as they busily squirrel around, put trolleys away, and sort out the haywire mess of machines they've taken from Sierra. Tidying up and making her ready for her new stay in here. Colton pulls over a high stool to the head of her bed and perches down beside her, oblivious to me over here, leaning in and saying something softly as he strokes her hair back, fully locked on her face as everyone else seems engrossed on the care plan they're discussing. I can hear the doc listing of medications and withdrawal key points, a step-by-step of what they need to do over the next few hours. But all my attention is on that solitary, strong, wide figure, with his back to me, and the longing pulling me to go comfort him. Despite everything going on, we both have so much mess in our heads and a shared pain from finding out things that turned everything upside down. Now isn't the time to hold that against him while all this is going on. Neither of us was prepared or even mature enough to deal with the tsunami of shit we've endured these past weeks. And I'm weary with it all catching up. I don't want to carry the feelings of hurt and hate on top of that too. Not right now. We have to figure this out. Wait on Sierra to see if she has an answer, and focus on the fact Deacon and his crew will follow us. Soon as they wake up and realize what's happened, I'm sure Juan will be notified, and there will be a mad scramble to try and get here before she can tell everyone the truth. I can be mad at Colton, hurt by him, but right now he's my alpha too. And I need to look to him for leadership and keeping us all safe. If all I do is argue and carry a grudge, I'll make it all harder for myself. The pack. This house. This place. It's where I'm meant to be through this. And I need to put this shit aside and stop thinking about myself for a little while, about how what he did broke my heart. When right now, the priority is everyone else and Sierra. This is not the little sub-pack and hideout I imagined it would be. The doc infiltrates my thoughts, appearing beside me with that soothing English dialect. That's becoming like a warm hug, and I have to smile at that. Me either. I didn't know anything that happened since I left. It's crazy. I shrug, eyeing up the room with a sigh. Yes. Colton gave me a condensed version as we wheeled Sierra in. In a way, though, I'm rather glad that we ended up in a place that ensures I have time to wake her safely. I don't need to rush and risk her body going into shock. This was definitely your fates guiding the way and providing us with ample shelter for a very difficult task. The doc looks as tired as I feel, and we're both sagging over here, probably equally as eager for a bed as the other to lay down for a little while. But both of us have to be here. How long do you think that will take? I asked genuinely, eager to see Colton finally get to reunite with her after all these years. Eyes falling on that beautiful man as he tends to his mom lovingly. We've come up with a plan to slow down and stop the sedation meds over 48 hours to let her brain begin to come out on its own accord. We'll monitor her, keep her stabilized, and adjust as she progresses. She might have a few days of vegetative state where it seems like we've lost her. That's normal. 8 years is a long time to live in a dream world, and the mind is a complex piece of hardware that sometimes requires a reset period. We'll just take this as it comes and hope she'll be one of the rare cases of long-term coma patients to come out and be able to interact within mere days. He nods. A look of relative confidence on that lowered brow. She's a wolf. I say your bets are stacked on the positive side. I perk him up with a cheeky smile, and it gets a little one in return. Quite. I don't know where we go from here. I point out, nodding at Colton across the room, not really meaning just me and him, trying to hide the longing that crosses my face. And the doctor nudges me with his shoulder. I'm a believer that a good cup of tea and a long chat usually resolves many of life's issues. Problems that seem overwhelming are sometimes just smoke and mirrors, and getting it all out is sometimes the only way forward. He raises those bushy gray brows with a knowing expression, and I nudge him back, like confessing all to a strange girl who fell into your medical facility. I smirk. Exactly. Sometimes you have to throw away your entire life's work, put your trust in a higher power, no matter how many signs are killing your hopes, and know they won't steer you wrong if you just stop fighting it. His eyes stray to Colton too, and it has the annoying effect of dragging my vision back to him. That strong, upright figure, looking a little too inviting while framed by the light from the lamp over Sierra's bed. Always so unruffled, even in the face of a storm. He's solid, cool, and takes it all in his stride. Good advice, Doc. Not so easy to follow, but yeah, I guess. I exhale heavily, feeling hopeless when he's over there, looking like everything I need to cure me of my eternal agony. We'll figure this out together, young lady, after all. You are our savior. He throws his arm around me awkwardly, gives me a squeeze, and then drops it as quickly as though he crossed some sort of touching boundaries that threw him well outside his comfort zone. I get the overwhelming surge of flustered, eccentric cringing at his own public display of affection, and let out an involuntary giggle. I guess I better go white flag the alpha until we can see where all this is going. Might make life easier if I give him a few days pass. I shrug it out, knowing all things considered, Colton probably could use less stress until Sierra wakes up. He's young, headstrong, stubborn, like his mother, and still finding his feet in his new role. Go easy on him. He has the world on his shoulders, and he needs a little help in holding it up. His head is not quite where it should be. The doc glances at him and then off to the femmedic across the other side who waves him to her. I nod, taking the hint, and push off to walk towards Colton, leaving the doc to wander back to the femme in the corner, poring over some clipboard as she jots things down. I take a leveling inhale, push all my riots of feelings into one tiny box and sit on them for now. Determined to be civil and not let everything ooze out of me while he needs a friend, I approach him from behind, and like in the truck, he's so zoned in on his mom, he doesn't acknowledge me coming close until I get right up beside him and lean in to look at her. Eyeing her up now, she's been settled in here and it's odd. But I swear, she has more color to her pallor and her hair looks a little shinier. It's almost like she knows she isn't alone anymore, that she's surrounded by her people and their love. Even if that's ridiculous, seeing them together like this only highlights how much he looks like her. Now he's an adult. The same profile, small nose, and perfect bone structure of two very beautiful people. And I guess he always had her strong DNA. The dark hair and straight brows. Although Sierra is noticeably pale compared to Colton's sallow tan he wears all year round, she is lithe and feminine in her build though. And Colton, well, he's your typical strong, tall, and built alpha type. More muscles than brains sometimes, and he has a nice ass. One of the nurses pushes a stool up behind me with a smile and nod, and I take it gratefully. Sitting beside Colton, and trying hard not to reach out to touch him. He looks so lost in the moment, eyes fixated on her. And so many thoughts must be running through his head. It's like watching a pained child trying to figure something out. And that maternal instinct in me revs up 1,000 watts and makes sitting here unbearable. I can't believe she's really here. She's real. How many times I dreamed of seeing her again. He whispers it, that sexy voice low, and rough, alerting me to the fact he's aware I'm beside him after all. And I relax into the seat, propping my feet up on the bar and lean towards him lightly. Suddenly, consumed with fierce protectiveness over him, when he seems this vulnerable. I'm just glad that we got her here. That you came when I found her. What else can I say? Nothing I can add right now is going to ease the tension as we wait, and he knows everything I do about all of this. How could he do this to her? How could he not love her the way he was supposed to? His eyes run back to her face. Once again he strokes her hair, and he's so lost in his own feeling, he doesn't notice my sarcastic eyebrow rise and tilted pointed chin gesture I give him. That's a very good question, Colton. Why couldn't he? You might know, given you clearly have the same flaw. I shake it out of my head before he senses my attitude, scolding myself for such an impulsive response. But still, he really is dense sometimes. No, this projecting crap is only going to make me mad, and I don't bite or say it out loud, but god damn it, Colton. Really, I know he doesn't need this right now. So I sigh it away, breathe slowly, and count to 10. Sit a little taller, and try and focus on what he needs instead. Reminding myself that this is bigger than us, and I have to be less pounce ready. He betrayed the mate bond. He doesn't deserve her. I point out flatly then, curse myself under my breath for still pushing it out there even if I didn't meant to. It's like everything we are saying is the damned obvious, yet Colton doesn't even click. Colton doesn't move or react, just that same silent fixed stare as he watches her breathe, eyes on her closed lids, and he sits. I feel like screaming and hitting him over the head with the nearest hard object, but instead I stare at the ceiling for a minute and let it pass. Slowly. I should have found her a long time ago before any of this. I should have looked harder, but I was young and stupid, and I believed in my father when he said it was for the best. Oh, for the love of God. I give up, I roll upwards at the fates, and mentally ask them, this is deliberate? I mean, when you decide to avoid a topic and they just keep pushing it between us like some sort of annoying sign, it starts to grate a tiny bit. That heartbreak and rawness in the croaking tone tells me finally, though, how much the betrayal of his father is screwing him up, and I focus all my energy on that and not the universe trying to make me smother him with his own hoodie. I instinctively wrap my arm around his, hoping contact will keep me from heinous beatings, and lean my head on his shoulder in a bid to blank them out. I really want to ease his pain, as it ebbs through me and waves inside of my own heart and stomach. He's still trying to shield me, but this close. He's failing to do it fully, and I can feel it inside of me. It's heavy, and deep, and consuming, and I forget everything about being upset with him or angry. I slide my flattened palm along his arm instinctively, cover the back of the hand he has laid on his mom's and entwine my fingers in his, so we hold hands on top of hers. Colton turns his head with my contact and rests his chin and mouth on top of my hair, pushing in against me so we're half cuddling but not really, just touching, leaning together. And for once I don't push him away or feel the need to jump out of proximity. We both exhale at the same time. A heavy releasing of tension, and hurt, and energy as we sag together, and everything pauses for a second. That calm silence his touch always brings me. I can feel him feeding from me, soothing him slightly with my touch, like an imprinted mate is meant to. And I close my eyes and enjoy the stolen moment. I'm allowing myself. I can push everything else aside and pretend that it's okay to be what he needs when it's about her. When the topic isn't us and markings and anything other than being a support for someone who really needs it. I don't know how to lead Lori. These people, this pack. I'm just a kid. I'm not ready. The devastation and self-doubt rips through me as it waves over me from him. And I look up from my nestled position, shifting to see his face without breaking away. Hating that he feels so out of whack, and the normal confident rock I've come to depend on is wavering. You're a born leader. Maybe it seems hard right now, and things aren't clear, but Colton, you are the best for your people. Look around, they're here with you. You did this. Safe, protected, you stood up and made a stand for them against someone you love. You put them first, always. The good of the pack. It's always your primary focus. It's what makes you the strongest kind of leader. I praise him with honesty, heartfelt and hushed, as I whisper the words he needs to remember. How he can doubt himself this way is beyond me, when everything I know about him makes it obvious. He was always going to be the best kind of alpha. He is. Maybe I just want to be a kid who's selfish, who took the girl he wanted and walked away. And screw all this. I should have left with you, belonged with you, wherever you went. He sounds defeated, and I know this isn't him. This is a tired and uncertain guy who has had a lot thrown at him. In one day, his ex-mate resurfaces, dragging his long-lost mom along, and he finds out his father kept her prisoner, after murdering his own people and destroyed the life he thought he knew. It hurts to hear him say it, feel it. The regret of what happened with us. Even while I'm trying to ignore it, the tears bite at my eyes, and a lump forms in my throat that almost chokes me, inflicting a unique kind of body and brain ache that's hard to shake off. Maybe you should have, but you would never have forgiven yourself. You made the choices you made for the good of the pack, even if it hurt us. If you left them, he would never have relinquished control, and they would be suffering still. The fates had a plan, and maybe leaving with me would have changed my path and never led me to her. And what about her? You've waited for her for 10 years, she needs you too. They all do. I finally see how all of this is so much bigger than us. Colton, why it had to be that we couldn't be together. It was by design, and we did what we were meant to, even you when you rejected me. I nod at Sierra. My own voice strained with my own undercurrents of agonizing emotions, knowing that all of this is his pain talking and the desire to run away from everything hurting him. A normal flight or fight response. And I felt the same when I learned about all of it. In fact, I still feel this way. To run and bury my head and wish it'd been different. It's fear. It's overwhelm. But it's pointless, and running isn't going to fix any of this anymore. Juan has to pay. The balance has to be restored, and Sierra needs her son. Colton needs to lead. Colton sighs, slides his arms under me fully, and picks me up, surprising me with the sudden maneuver, and drags me to his lap where he wraps himself around me. He buries his head under my chin, against my chest, so I have no other option than to hold him too, taking from me what he needs even if he should have asked first. I relent and wrap him up in a hug, being the strength he's lacking, while doubt and heartbreak consumes him. It's both awful, and yet the best thing, to allow myself to be this way for a while, even if it confuses my heart all the more. The people, the war, the future. It's all interwoven. Your mom, your dad. We can't run away from any of this. Even if we wanted to. We're part of it. Even in our mistakes. Even in our heartbreak. The fates. They know what they're doing, and for whatever reason they did this to us, it'll make sense in time. I run my fingers through his thick short hair, stroking it back and lulling him against me. Caring for him, giving him what I can as it starts to stir up all kinds of longings and warm sensations in the pit of my stomach being this connected to him. I denied the fates, Lori. Maybe I was meant to find her with you, by your side. Maybe I screwed everything up by rejecting you. He squeezes me harder, pulling me closer, so I end up almost entangled in his body fully. And it starts to feel inappropriate and way too intimate as I naturally fit up against him in the hollow of his lap, especially with my ass nestling in his groin. And I'm fully aware he's carrying a pretty healthy package, because it's now worked somehow into a position where it's wedged in between my ass cheeks and distracts from the heavy feelings of this scenario. Distraction at its finest. A pretty sizable one at that, and I try and focus back on what I'm meant to. But it's not an easy task. My eyes scan the room for signs of Carmen crashing in here, because of my own guilty libido as my nether regions tingle. I'm heating up with being this close, skin starting to sizzle, and stomach flipping over at something so nothing and stupid. I don't seem to have much control over it now, when all I can focus on is the fact. I can feel it through his pants, and mine, and it's impressive. It being, his it's not like I haven't seen it when he's turned from wolf to human again. Just somehow when he's standing up and there's a lot of abs, pecs, and muscles all leveling out the eye candy. You don't really size up what you don't want to get caught looking at. I looked at one time accidentally. I wriggle in a bid to get his situation from under me. Not that it's reacting much. It's that I'm painfully aware of it through thin sweats. And once your head goes somewhere like that, it's hard to get it back out of the gutter. I've been having lucid pornographic dreams about him these past weeks while out there alone. But the reality feels a lot more substantial and within grasp. Swallowing hard, trying to rake my mind and hearing back to him and failing badly. I start blushing crazily, aware I'm being a freak. Heat spreading up from my boobs, neck, and cheeks. That makes me sweat instantly and overheat, so that I must be turning rosy visibly, becoming that awkward sex-starved teen virgin you read about in young adult romance books. Scared to now put my hand anywhere, and flinch any time I feel an ounce of movement under me, while trying to avoid looking down or directly at him, and subtly attempting an escape from impalement without drawing attention to it. I don't think they ever intended you to be with me. This is where you're needed. They wouldn't give you a role if they didn't think you could do it. My words are rushed, babbling mainly, cheeks flushing, a little breathless, focusing on sliding sideways like some sad little untouched having a freak out because he has a penis and it's like I just realized because I'm sitting on it. Distracted from the levity of what we're talking about because Colton is making me hot. That's the word, really, really hot. My whole body pulsating with need now that it's caught on to what's happening. I think I'm experiencing my first full-on hormonal breakdown, full haze mode initiated, and craving things I shouldn't. My wiggling does seem to change the atmosphere a little, and the way he frowns at me as he sits up and glances down at my weird moving in his lap says it all. I react by looking much like a rabbit caught in the headlights, widening my eyes in embarrassment, and try to smile, albeit weirdly at him, to distract him from the fact I'm trying to dislodge my butt from his manhood. I feel like an idiot and slide straight back into his groin with a minor bump that does extract a twinge of movement that makes me gasp lightly. I ignite a semi. Now he's aware of where my thoughts are and my grinding on it unintentionally. Oh my God. I didn't mean to, and now, it's like that elephant in the room. Literally. And I spaz out mentally. Freak out in full, completely flustered, face so flushed. I know I'm probably crimson from chin to roots and my movements are clumsy. It feels bigger like this, and it intimidates me more than a lot. Now I can feel it half hard, and probing my ass way more. I get a hint of dimple as a slight knowing smile moves in, a raised brow, and his whole aura changes from down and depressed to, well, hello. Are you doing what I think you're doing? That cheeky twinkle in his eye and it's obvious. My hormones are giving his hormones the come on. I literally see the slide of Latino Lothario as Colton's whole aura changes to wolf mode and his eyes begin to glow. His prey caught in his sights, and I become hyper-aware that every cell of my body heightens to crazy levels. His wolf rattles mine, and I can't stop the way she peeks, knowing my eyes start to glow in response to his primal signals as she uncurls deliciously. I'm suddenly super aware of every part of his anatomy and tingling with apprehension as our bodies start to tune in on one another in the first stages of going into heat. This is new for me. And the timing couldn't be any worse. He slides his hand under my hair to catch me in his hold, locking his eyes on mine as his pupils dilate. And things get real heavy real fast, so that my lungs literally stop functioning. He lifts my chin and brings his face to mine so our noses graze. The contact ignites a fire inside of me, and I groan softly, so quiet no one in the room hears it. But him and I forget that there's other people here. Colton is all in horn mode. His erection growing under me, only making this worse. And I think he even forgets we're sat beside his mom. I almost self-combust, as though he zaps me with a taser, when he grips me a little harder and moves in with intention. I don't believe never was in the plan. You're here now. They brought you back to me. It's so soft, it's barely audible. His voice tickles my mouth as he runs the tip of his tongue across his bottom lip and sucks it in sexy as hell. I pant in response as one of his hands slides under my ass and cups a cheek with a small squeeze. My underwear gets clammy. My heart rate almost explodes, and I press my thighs together to combat the aching sensations down there while I bite on my own lip. Such is the desire to do that to him. My head gets insanely foggy, and all I can do is lean in, crave with a hunger, like I'm starving to have that tongue in my mouth. The memory of his kiss fueling me on with abandon. My nails rake across his chest as I begin to slide my hands up in readiness to curl around his neck, instincts taking over as my wolf dominates with her unyielding need. He tilts down softly, and I know what's coming. The slow move in, the way he lifts me to him by the ass as he grazes his nose against mine, and as much as I start to get drawn in, aching for him to do it, something tugs me mentally, clawing slowly at the back of my mind. I'm almost drooling as I relent and start to close my eyes, my heart pounding through my chest, and I want those hands of his to slide up my shirt and feel me out. Yet, I can't. Sense claws at me as he gets so insanely close his lip softly slides against mine. igniting a desire and passion unmatched, and it takes every ounce of willpower and strength in me to close my mouth. Breathing so heavily I might pass out, and inhale like I need oxygen badly through my nose. It's incredibly painful, and takes everything I have in me to lean back and break the headiness of being caught up in his scent, his touch, his power over me, which inevitably leads to more. Our mixed emotions of strong desire and need for sex is pulsating between us, and I honestly don't know where I find the strength to break it. I lift my hand and stop him midway, with a hand over his soft lips, and close my eyes tight while I try to regain some control and attempts to rationalize. Breathing in and out and slowly, counting to 10 while praying my body calms down and saves me from my own weakness, Colton halts, sensing my change, and has the decency to sit still and not push me. I swear, if he did, I would lose and probably traumatize the doc with a vulgar display of porn in the infirmary. I honestly, for a second, thank the stars Colton doesn't force my hand, even though his own need is almost overpowering me. We clearly have the attraction. And every day the haze gets closer, my own body will start to betray me, just like this. I turned this year, so this will be my first heat, and God, it's going to kill me if this is anything to go by. Maybe this is that creeping in, or maybe it's just the downside to imprinting. So that when we get too intimate the need to screw gets right in there, but whatever it is, it's a reminder to stay away from him like this from now on. Close contact is a no. We can't fight it. Don't. Some things I can't forgive. You're just making this messy. I shove him back forcefully, my voice shaking, not able to breathe properly, a whispering tone as I slide off his lap, getting on my own 2 feet on jello legs and a lot of lightheadedness. I avoid his eyes, but Colton isn't about to give up. He catches me by the waist and pulls me to him bodily. So I collide into his now standing frame, and almost crumble. Maybe it's a last-ditch attempt to play on what's already ignited between us and throwing caution to the wind. But I'm getting stronger by the second, now I haven't got him all around me hemming me in. Are you really going to stay mad at me for an eternity and deny this between us? Come on, baby. I get that you're angry, but really never, when it feels like this. When we both want it this much. He leans in, aiming to carry on his smooth seduction, nuzzling into me as though this is merely my being a stubborn girl, and this is all a game, pulling me up against him and wrapping me in tight as he tries for a second, go at aiming a kiss, but it riles my temper, and I snap, from lust-crazed to pissed in 0.5 seconds. Colton, stop it. Let me go. I start fighting him, but he has octopus arms and manages to get me tangled up with him no matter which way I try and escape. No can do. It's not in me to let you go again. You've got me crazy right now. He makes a joke of it, pinning my arms around me and swiftly leans in to peck me on the lips and gets himself a knee to the groin. I'm not playing, and I know I started this, but I'm stopping it now. And he needs to accept it and fuck off. Colton is faster than me though, blocks my assault, and just gives me that cheeky boy dimpled grin that infuriates me, making light of the heaviness that's between us and pushing my mood off like water on a duck's back. Nice try. Good to see your time without me brought out the fierce. I like a bit of rough in a girl. He slowly unwinds me, chuckling at my furious glare, and then leans in, cups my face, steals a quick lip-to-lip kiss before I slap him hard in the abdomen for doing it against my will. Crossing the line, even if a second ago I was begging for it, he makes an oof noise, clutches it, then throws up defensive palms and laughs at me. He's not deterred or mad. He's seeing that little thing between us as a ray of hope that he might get his way if he plays his cards right and might even take advantage of getting up close again. My hackles rise, and I go into defensive mode, eyes glowing with warning that he needs to back off. Insides calming from what that was, and instead igniting in fury, ready to claw him half to death. Okay. I surrender, Red eyes. I get it. You need more time and I need to up my apology game. Maybe calm my testosterone while I'm at it. You need to go choke. I snap at him sulkily, pushing past him and barging for the direction of the door, irritated by him. At me. So annoyed that he took liberties when I was showing weakness and pissed me off all the more. It's not a preference. But if it gets you hot, I'm into trying it, he adds with a raised brow, that complete inappropriate sexual innuendo, getting another slap in response as I spin on him. Instinct making me lash out to maim the asshole, and he cowers away playfully, laughing harder at me and clutching his side as though hilarity is painful, utterly entertained at my amusing him. Not fazed by my anger one bit. Not taking this seriously at all, and not injured by my feeble aims. This guy who was literally seconds away from betraying his new mate bond and cheating on his Luna. Jerk. He backs away with a raised set of hands, that goofy smile of adoration, looking at me in that wicked devilish way that makes my blood boil. All happy teenage Ashat, who doesn't see anything wrong in what just went down. Honestly, you just... Our case. I half growl at him, self-combusting with sheer frustration and pent-up rage, no longer willing to play this weird whatever it is, losing my cool and being as immature as him. I turn again, go to storm out of the infirmary fueled with hot anger and returned hatred, seeing the doc and medic glancing my way as I stomp my hardest towards the door, glad they didn't actually see us getting hot and heavy back there, and throw daggers back at the room I'm leaving. I walk smack, bang into an incoming figure in the doorway, and almost trip over them in the process, muffling a shocked yelp as they right me to my feet with a mumbled apology, and then look past me directly. Alpha, we have incoming. It's a low tense sentence and my heart stops beating. It shuts me up. My blood runs cold and I mentally try and calculate if it's been long enough for Deacon and his pack to get here. It's only been a couple of hours. Surely it can't be. My blood runs cold, cooling my jets, and dispersing my tantrum as seriousness makes me turn to look back at Colton standing in the room by the bed. Colton mentioned attacks. Maybe it's Juan and his men, or maybe it's vampires. I feel instantly sick, my insides turning to dust, but Colton springs into action, the ever-ready warrior, the smile fading and the carefree dropping around his feet. He seems to grow taller, looks stronger, his eyes turning to a low glowing amber as his expression calms completely. A born leader pushing everything else aside when faced with an actual threat. It's showtime. He sounds out confidently, those eyes burning brighter as he bristles up and gets ready to go out there and take down whatever threat is coming for his people. I flash a wary look at the doc in the corner, who turns a paler shade, his brow furrowing, etching his features into that of worry, and he casts an evasive look back at me. He darts a glance at Colton, then back again to me, suddenly sheepish. It can't be Deacon, right? It's too early. I point out while asking him to confirm, to calm my own sudden whirlwind of nerves, hating the apprehension I can feel from him. But he swallows loudly. I may have over-exaggerated our head start rather somewhat. A teensy little bit. I didn't want to alarm you and give you reason to doubt coming with me, dear girl. If you knew they were hot on our heels, so to speak, you would have queried the plan, and I had faith the fates would intervene if we just got out. I had to keep the sedation low, so I didn't kill my human staff in the process. And sadly that meant the wolves recovered quickly. He's apprehensive about admitting to a lie. Recoiling slightly, and I give him a deflated smile, translating that it's okay. And it doesn't really make much difference now, because it is what it is. Damn right. It's Deacon. Meadow and the pack are tracing them down the North Road Inn, following them. They'll be here in a couple of minutes. Colton growls and sweeps past me, determination oozing from him, and that growing hostility coming off him like a dense smoke. He's moving into battle mode in his head, and I can't do much except follow him out of the infirmary, knowing no matter what, I should be out there for this entourage arriving. After all, it's because of me and Sierra they are even coming. You should stay here. Colton flashes me back a moody look, fierce, overbearing protectiveness shining through, and gets my hell no glare of warning flashed right back. I'm not about to be sat in the corner and cotton-wrapped because Colton thinks he needs to take care of a feeble little femme. This femme took down a bear, and she isn't about to be intimidated by that idiot deacon. That son of a bitch darted me in the back. I'm not missing him crawling up and realizing this is a Santo domain. I want to experience that epiphany and watch him grovel. It's through gritted teeth as my own aggression peaks, thinking about that smug asshole's face, and the longing to kick him in the balls when I was in the facility. That little simmer of rage ignites and my skin tingles in anticipation, revving up my anger for that slimy weasel. You stay on my ass then. Stay close where I can intervene should I need to. Colton drops that overbearing, no-nonsense command and turns away, obviously picking up on my stubborn tone and knowing arguing with me is futile. Still has to be in charge of my safety though. He leads the way immediately, straight out into the hallway, through the foyer, and out the still open main door at hyperspeed. Other wolves either getting out of the way or turning and following their leader. As I assume, he pack links and issues orders. He's eager to get out front and await our guests, his wolf starting to peek in the glowing of his eyes and that snarl in his tone. But he keeps it in check and stays mostly human, rolling his shoulders and leaning forward lightly, so that stance of psycho comes through prominently when we come to a halt at the gravel driveway that spans the whole front width of the homestead. Wolves tend to hunch forward and look at you from a tilted down chin. It's usually because as wolves we prefer to go to all fours, even though we can walk upright, and Colton seems caught between the two. Stance and lowered head as his eyes glow viciously, and his words take on that dominant growl in the undertones. He isn't planning on turning, but he is planning on intimidating the shit out of Deacon. I can sense his actions and read him way better than I used to be able to. I wonder if our wolves are sinking a little because of the closeness of how we got in the infirmary. Or maybe I'm just getting better at dissecting the mood and picking out whose belongs to who. He leads us out across the new cleared sweeping gravel drive. All the vehicles are gone, and I can see how huge the forefront of the homestead's entry is. Without the wolves flanking and taking us in without seeing it, I can appreciate the wide, vast space. Tree-lined with dense forest, and only one narrow opening coming in northbound. Colton was right about this being smaller than the manor at the mountain. But it's still pretty impressive. The headlights flash in the far distance through that gap in the trees, and I realize it's because the road is straight and long. And standing here, we can see it for a couple of miles. Being dark means we can see the flickering lights moving in on us, like incoming orbs bouncing around on uneven gravel terrain. 2 trucks. Radar can pick out heat signatures of 12 wolves between the two. Colton murmurs it at me, as if radar being able to do that isn't a surprise. And now his name makes perfect sense. He can see body heat through objects, infrared sight. Something slight catches my eye, distracting me from this wonder. Just past him as I look his way. Adjusting my nocturnal vision, I realize Santo wolves are moving in from the tree line stealthily and standing spread out around us in the shadows. Watching, waiting, prepping to be there, should their alpha need them. And I again hate that I'm not linked in and hearing the communications between them all. It's obvious by the silent way they get in position and nod at one another that there's a line of chatter getting them where needed. They're preparing for battle because they don't know how things are going to play out. Doc said there were 19 wolves at the facility, so I'm guessing he left a few behind to keep the humans in check. I add in afterthought, sticking close to him as a few warm bodies close up behind us. Wolves I don't know well, but we're being flanked by more than a dozen anyway. And I wonder where the subpack are. Colton starts pacing. Side to side, adrenaline and hostile levels are so high, he's even affecting me, and my body starts to lightly vibrate. Watching the oncoming truck, bristling with fierceness, and all I can do is watch and wait with held breath. Nervousness hitching up because I don't know how this is going to go. And even though we outnumber them, I'm still not a wolf that's ever had to battle another wolf like this. Colton doesn't count that one time he triggered me, and I can't even remember it happening. I feel nauseous, even while still crazily angry at Deacon, and start wringing my hands together to calm my stupid nerves. Colton walks 6 feet to the left, turns and walks it back again, like a caged animal, and I can taste his impatience in wanting to deal with this. He's stiff and solid looking, ready to pounce, and I can taste the nearness of his wolf as he verges on turning. It's like a high-level energy feeding mine. And my own wolf starts to internally wriggle around with a need to show face. He's in full-blown aggression mode. His alpha scent getting so heady that my own wolf starts to snarl in response. And I have to deep breath and count to 10 to keep her tamed. He's riling the pack, and the murmur of restless snarls around me tell me they're all poised and ready to fight, feeding from their leader's need to attack. The psychic bond of a pack, so that when their alpha hits a battle, they all rev up and flock to him, ready to die for the good of the pack. It's becoming unbearable and invasive, as it shrouds like a dark smog around us, and I can hardly breathe with the impending pressure. I touch him on the shoulder as a way to break his intent focus on the incoming. As he paces past me for the 10th time, and he pauses, spinning his head to me away from the road. It's like I jolted him with a taser. Such is his reaction, because he was caught up in his instincts and senses. Deacon's a coward and no match for us. Be still. You're making the pack restless and bloodthirsty. I try and soothe him with a small squeeze. Colton inhales slowly but reaches out and runs his thumb over my bottom lip, gently, igniting a crazy number of butterflies in my stomach with the simplest of touches. As he focuses those glowing eyes on mine, he laid his hands on you, kept my mom prisoner. I don't care if he refuses to fight or runs. I'll take him down regardless. It's the vicious lethal, protective coming out, and I can only give Colton a soft look. I can't argue when he's fueled by instinct. I can only let him be and let him handle this how he needs to. Many of these wolves have never known battle. Think of the vulnerable among us. We want them to feel safe here, not traumatized by a war on the doorstep. Be a leader. Put vengeance aside for the good of those. There are children here. I remind him gently, and it has the same effect as a calming wave washing over him. It's enough to level down the rage, and he exhales heavily to release some of his tension. Knowing I'm right, he nods, releasing me and turning away to watch the road once more. But I can already tell he's reeled in so much of his testosterone already. My words having an effect. The wolf hierarchy is not that complex, and wolves have certain traits you just have to accept. One being that a male is deathly aggressive, possessive, and protective of his mate, even if she isn't technically his, and they may be imprinted. The need is the same. Colton's an alpha, which means his protective instincts are enhanced naturally. At about 500% higher than most, to be honest. The whole good of the pack, putting his people above all, is a born alpha trait, and it's crazily hitched up to about 1,000 times more intense once a dominant takes on his role as leader. So, Colton is fueled by that. I can see it in him, making him antsy, interwoven with turmoil and rage. I'm not just his fated mate. In his head I'm part of his pack too, and Deacon disrespected me. He disrespected the Luna also. Colton's loyalty to his mom is as strong as his love for her. For me, as alpha, he wants to reset the balance, to deal with the insult and offense dealt this way. The headlights pull my eyes from Colton to them as they flash violently, swinging around into the car park as they trundle in and catch us all standing here waiting. The low humming of two big green military trucks that I recognize from the bay. Both have tented backs and seem so much bigger out here in the dark. The first truck veers left and skids to a halt, obviously not expecting the welcome party out front, and maneuvers an emergency divert. And the second slams on the brakes immediately, sliding on the gravel an extra few feet dramatically, stops dead in the entranceway, blocking it off in a mist of scrambled dust. There's a moment of pause as no one moves, and the sound of the humming trucks is the only noise ringing heavily through the eerie quiet. The distant whoop, whoop of wolves coming from behind alert the presence of our own sub-pack returning behind them. And they seem to be in joyful spirits at trapping these bugs in their web from all sides. It's as though everyone holds their breath and waits for someone else to make the first move, and Colton becomes stealthily still, completely trained on the first truck as he hones in on the driver's seat through the side mirror. His low growl vibrates through my stomach. It's Deacon, I can smell him. He surprises me with the low husky hostility of his link between us, and I blink, stomach turning itself in knots as I realize what he just said. Trying to ignore the tone of killer in his undercurrent, because I know Colton is a seasoned warrior, and I'm about to see it for myself for a second time. How do you know what Deacon smells like? I blanch, looking from Colton to the truck, and trying to figure out how we would know that unless he knew him. He couldn't have gotten sent from my projecting memories. I mean, Deacon is a Santo. But if he's been at the facility for years, then I assumed Colton would have been a boy and not really known him. Deacon is older, by maybe 10 years, and I don't recall pulling him from any of his memories, but then again, I haven't looked. That asshole and his pack slunk off into God knows where after his father died, but I know him. He tried to take me down in front of his pack when I was a kid, to exert his dominance and humiliate me, and I handed him his ass. I hate that motherfucker with a passion, knowing that it's his pack that held my mom. And now comes after you both. I swear, I'm going to rip him limb from limb. I swallow hard, eyes widening and gulp back a little tremor of oh shit. Now that I realize this is more than Colton being pissed on behalf of me and his mother, and Colton thinking about diffusing things. It's also about already hating the idiot who followed us here. The rev up again of his rage, as it waves through me, and I know I need to settle him once more. We have young here. We have pregnant women and elderly wolves. We have families. And this space is faced by 100 windows. We need to shield them from the horrors, and instill that this place is a sanctuary. I don't want him to rile the extended pack and rip a dozen wolves to shreds out here like this. Even if it is Deacon, someone opens the truck door and slides out, all dressed in dark clothes like Colton is. And I recognize the tall, cocky swagger right away. That air of asshole he wears so well. Deacon looks around, noting all the wolves scattered in a circle surrounding him, and then locks eyes on Colton as he seeks out whom he should interact with, and seems to visibly sag. He obviously remembers Colton well. It's all in his body language and the death of confidence. He hesitates, then walks towards us with his hands raised up as a sign of submission. And Colton stands taller, lifting his head, and seems to grow a few inches as he locks him with a penetrating glare. Colton moves in front of me instinctively, sidestepping and pushing me back with a hand slid across my abdomen firmly. I can tell it's a protective movement, instinctual, and can't be mad about it when it's purely automatic response to an incoming threat. Deacon's own pack slide out of the two trucks, taking in all around them, and stand back in the circle surrounding their own vehicles. I can see the hesitant and questioning looks they throw between one another, as they recognize certain members. And it's obvious this is news to them, that they followed my tracks to a Santo lair. They stay put and look towards Deacon for direction, showing zero signs of hostility. Now they see us. I'm only doing what I'm told, Colton. I didn't come here to fight, or even knew you'd broken off and had a Santo sect here. I just need to take my patient, and my prisoner, back. Your father was very clear about that. Deacon isn't so smug now. In fact, I can taste his nervousness, and smell his fear in the air as he closes the gap and comes within 4 feet. Sure. The second it dawned on him he was rolling into a Santo space, he shit his pants and had a moment of, what the fuck is going on? I move around Colton, a tad, to be able to lock a nasty glare at Deacon's smug head, and catch the eye flicker as he notices me, and looks back to my alpha. Colton snorts in response to what he said, his body bristling with a pulsing desire to rip at Deacon, and I impulsively lay a hand flat on his back, to remind him to stay calm. I can feel it oozing my way. His emotions riling mine, and that insane desire to turn and bite the asshole in the face. I have to inhale heavily, breathe deeply, and count to 10 to make it pass, willing Colton to draw from me some of this settling energy. Prisoner? Patient? Do you mean my mom and my Femi? Pretty sure you can't be talking about walking on in here uninvited, thinking I'm going to stand back and let you touch either of them. Colton steps to him and closes the gap completely, humanly straight and tall, aggression pulsating, and pushes nose to nose with Deacon. He's standing taller than him by only an inch, but he seems so much more dominant as Deacon hesitates, but stays his ground. He is a pack leader after all, and his owner watching him closely, so he needs to curb the weakness to keep face. Colton is growling so low, it's reverberating through me, and my wolf is getting all kinds of excited. I try extra hard to pat her down and tell her off. It's the weirdest thing. But seeing and feeling him this way makes me crazy hot in an inappropriate way. And I curse my damn hormones, and that damned haze moving in on me. My wolf wants to play with him in all kinds of dirty ways. She's just torn between ripping Deacon's head off or stripping Colton naked for his show of fierce. And I have to work twice as hard to curb those urges. She's all swooning and needy in a time when she just needs to shut up and be still. Your father won't care. I'm just doing what I'm told, like I'm meant to. He won't like this one bit. Just take it up with him when we leave and deal with him yourself. Deacon doesn't really seem to be getting the memo, and it dawns on me that much like I didn't know. He won't either. That Colton is his rightful alpha, and just by questioning him, he's breaking all kinds of rules and respect. He's oblivious to the pack split, and to him, this is Colton setting off on his own to start a separate sect while still under his father's order. It happens when males who are next in line become impatient for dominance, and they are then allowed to set up camp somewhere else with any willing to follow. Big packs like the Santos dominate entire regions because of previous generations, splitting and setting up across the land, to make sure challenges and disputes don't arise when young males get too big for their own boots. There's always only one head alpha though, and Deacon assumes it's still Juan. My father is not the alpha anymore. I am. Now back the fuck up and listen to me, because this is how I say this is going to go. Colton snaps at him, making Deacon flinch with the intense crazy that came through with that response, and he does seem to shrivel slightly. Colton was right. Deacon is a coward. And when he doesn't have a dart gun and a facility keeping wolf gifts at bay, or thick plexiglass prisons, he's just a weak-ass Omega who is the lowest of our pack. Juan is my alpha. I don't know what makes you think otherwise, and for all I know, you could be lying. Deacon truly is an idiot of epic proportions, and much to my surprise, Colton doesn't punch him in the face, but laughs instead. A deranged yet somehow boyish noise. And he raises his head and looks at the trucks behind Deacon's head. Do you hear that, Meds? I must be lying. Colton's eyes are on the vehicles, and I squint to see where he can see her. I can't. I can smell the subpack on the wind, blowing gently this way, but there's nothing but shadows and darkness beyond the lit area we're standing in. I guess we witnessed a mirage then, huh? Meadow appears slinkily on the roof of the first truck, coming out of the shadows and strutting across the thick solid canvas of the covering like a supermodel, hand on her hip as she glares this way, and the subpack seem to emerge creepily too. Some around the sides of the trucks, pouring in like beetles, and scaring Deacon's pack half to death with the sudden appearance. Caesar appears behind Meadow, up top, while Mateo appears on the roof of the other one. Ninja stealth, and almost magical appearances. They know how to spread out and look like there's more of them. They have a force that's hard to miss. Let me have this one. He's cute, and I want to play with him. Jesus slides up behind one of the men who are slightly further out from the rest, and he jumps a mile high, growls Jesus away and then back runs to his pack to get away from the taunting smirk and kissing motions. The twins chuckle as they round on them, making more of those sexy wink and kiss motions, cooing the males naughtily. They're humiliating them while standing casually, languishing like they're hanging out in a field, waiting for a sports tournament to begin. No hint of fear, wariness, or even rage. Just taunting confidence of a pack that know as a unit, they're fierce. I don't think you're his type. He likes the soft, submissive femmes, so he can feel all man about it. Radar pokes fun at the member trying to cower behind his pack, and Colton grins at the hilarity of his very intimidating fellows. It's obvious he's used to this kind of response when they encounter an enemy, and he doesn't seem fazed by it at all. It now makes sense who was whooping and making noise upon arriving as though heading to a party. They're comical in a terrifying psychotic way. And you can tell every one of them has tasted blood on a battlefield. You only get that kind of bold, scary from experience. The jokes and presence of his subs do seem to have calmed Colton down considerably, and already I can sense the waves of fury ebbing out as he realizes this pack isn't worth it. Not one of them are trying to enforce any kind of fight, and Deacon, despite his eyes faintly glowing, seems to be trying to diffuse rather than entice. They're what I thought when I met them. Omega cowards, and it's not even honorable enough to fight them. You don't want to battle. That's fine by me. My people don't need bloodshed on their own doorstep. We have children here. But you're not leaving with either of these women without going through me, so maybe you should turn around, tuck your tail back up your ass where it belongs, and go tell my daddy I said to go fuck himself. That I know everything. He'll know what you mean. Maybe on the drive back to the mountain, you and your crew should evaluate which side of the Santo pack you're going to run with from here on in, because the future doesn't look pretty if it's his. Snarling in his face, returning to a shot of intimidation and no hint of any kind of hesitation or nervousness. Colton is about an inch away from pissing on Deacon and marking his territory. Such is his overwhelming hostility as the other wolf crumbles. Colton doesn't sound like Colton. He sounds like a man, not a boy. A confident leader who is extremely accomplished in handling people like Deacon, and it's like seeing him in a new light. I've never had to come head-to-head with fierce Colton, or seen him in real aggression mode beyond the orphanage. And I wonder what exactly him taking his father down looked like. There's no lie. My inner wolf likes it, and I'm almost salivating over him in this moment. My insides all kinds of churned up, and I have to step back and take a few deep breaths to calm the raging hormones once more. The fates definitely picked the right kind of male to match me too. I couldn't want him more in this moment. Turned on by his dominance. He'll kill us if we don't take. I don't know what went down, but I have to see for myself what Juan says about this. Deacon is at a loss for words, and I can feel every ounce of his bravado slipping away. Deacon visibly swallows a look of confusion running over his face, as he realizes he just questioned his possible leader, And I swear, he almost sits on the ground, such as the way his legs seem to momentarily twitch. I'll kill you if you touch her. So, there's that. Colton reiterates with a head nod and shrug, and I shake my head at Deacon, disgusted in the weakness I see before me and smothered in confidence as my own temper riles. Not so tough when you don't have me disabled and stuck alone in a glass room, are you? I snarl, moving out fully from behind Colton, half expecting him to hush me and send me back, but he doesn't. He turns a slight way to me, catches my eyes with his glowing amber ones, and then slides aside slightly to encourage me to come closer. I guess because he knows Deacon is no real threat to me. He relaxes a little, and much like a wild wolf would encourage his mate to participate in a hunt or teach her, he urges me to him. I mean, he just let his subs berate theirs, so I guess it's my turn. My wolf ignites at the invitation. Eyes burning in my skull, and I know I must be glowing as red as Colton's or amber with the tension in the air around us. What the fuck? Deacon almost trips backwards as he scrambles a step away and locks an alarmed, gawping set of normal human eyes on mine. Shocked at what he sees. Missed those pretties, huh? I guess probably because you were busy shooting her in the back. Colton teases cruelly, pulling me with a hand on my upper arm and slides me near, in front so I'm between Deacon and him. Getting me close even though he wants me to stand up to this Ashat, but he needs to know he's also keeping me safe. What the hell is wrong with her eyes? Deacon can't conceal his fear, and this time he does trip trying to get away and lands on his ass. Scrambling as he thuds with a soft noise and tries to reel backwards away from me. Nothing. I think they're sexy. However, it does mean you had a lucky escape, and had my princessa here not been more concerned about getting the fuck away from you, could have taken down your entire team with minimal effort. Maybe I should let her rebalance the scales if you think you can take her. Colton slides his hand up my back and comes to beside me properly. So his hip touches mine, lazily lassoing his arm around my shoulders, so it hangs about me casually and adopts that teen boy lounge of a guy taking the piss out of someone he deems inferior. Deacon hesitates. I can see the questions forming in his head as he looks from Colton to me and back, and scrambles to his feet, backing away. It's obvious he's rattled, and he keeps gawping at me and then back at his pack as though they're linking. I see the unease as they too all start to look to one another and shrink closer to the vehicles. Our own sub-pack moving in and not giving them an inch. Why don't we make it fun? If he can take you, his pack gets to leave. If he can't, well, we kill them. Colton turns to me with a dark expression, a wry smile. His words making the blood in my veins runs cold. But his mind link kicks in immediately. I won't ever let anyone hurt you. It's obvious he'll not take that offer. So relax. He's about ready to run. I'm not really going to kill anyone. Just messing with him, baby, because it's fun. Colton is doing what a mate is meant to do. Teach. Guide. Instill confidence in his femme, and I can feel him nudging me on to take back my power from Deacon, and it ignites a fire in me that pulses through my bones, and muscles, and nerve endings, and I can almost taste that thin veil coming at me without trying. Maybe it's the inner rage I felt from the second this asshole pulled up, or maybe it's having Colton by my side coaxing me, encouraging softly, being what I need, yet my knowing it can never be that churns me up and empowers me insanely. I'm not in the mood for shredding my clothes. So how about, if he can get to his truck before I get to him, I forget all about it. He can go, and we're done. I raise a brow, sarcasm oozing from every pore, and Colton smiles fully, looking to our prey. He knows I'm going to make Deacon run back to his truck like a coward and humiliate him in front of everyone without even attempting to follow. I start to understand why his subs like teasing and tormenting. It really gives me a power kick. I'm not against you shooting him in the back, baby. An eye for an eye. He leans in and kisses me on the temple, lingering a moment as Deacon continues glancing from him to me, and back again. Deacon pales out visibly and starts to stammer and stutter, raising his hands and looks about poised to go running away, tripping over his own feet and falling epically to his knees in front of everyone. Colton breaks into a laugh and completely ruins it. That proper hearty break of mood as he lets out that youthful, entertained sweet melody of husky beauty. I'm sorry I can't. It's too funny. Fuck off, Deacon. None of you are welcome back here. This is where my mom and my femmes stay. And if we see you here again, I'll happily rip your throat out. Take that as a friendly warning and tell my father whatever the fuck you want. Just leave. Colton doesn't waste time for an answer, but slides his arm from me and turns, instead pushing his hand into mine to get me to follow him back to the manor and leave this idiot to get chased out by the subs. Colton is doing what I asked and making sure the vulnerable are not exposed to gruesome violence. He's leaving before he does something stupid to these idiots. I'm slower to turn, catching Deacon's eyes ignite from the corner of my eye, and his left hand claws up with sharp knife-like talons as he lets that one part of him turn, before he lurches to his feet, extending his hand and aims right for the back of Colton's skull, with enough force right at a wolf's skull. It's a death stroke, and I impulsively yell out. I throw my hand out to somehow stop him. Forward, aiming right for that son of a bitch in impulsive reaction, with my palms stretched towards him. To shield my love, to save him from harm. Pure instinct taking over with the way my heart leaps into my mouth, and my whole body pauses in shock and disbelief, my veins running cold. I need to protect my fated mate against all costs, and I don't think or hesitate. My own instincts come into play. Colton is my soulmate, and half of me, and I won't let that piece of shit Deacon take a stab at the back and end him in such a cowardly way. Much like watching a wet baseball being thrown hard, losing its water content as it hurls at speed, spewing traces in the air behind the spinning whizzing thing. I somehow send something that looks much like a transparent orb at him. From my splayed hand, it travels fast, straight, and true, slowing down time and space, so I see it happening with almost timeless ease, and get him right in the chest. With so much force it makes an echoing thud that reverberates around the clearing. It has a similar effect to that of the bear, only with less velocity and rage behind it, more shock, more focus of a smaller area. Reaction more than anything. Deacon goes from jumping towards Colton with intent to rammed harshly in the chest by my orb, and thrown the few feet behind him into the side of the vehicle. With such force he body slams it to a shuddering halt and dents it like I just cannonballed it with a steel boulder. He completely stops dead, groaning in pain, the air silencing crazily around us as he slides down the side of the truck clumsily, winded, gasping for air, and in utter shock as his own pack cower around. Watching this show of force, the air sizzles around us as everyone who just witnessed it stares in utter disbelief. Shocked. Well, that's a gift. Meadow's voice floats my way, breaking the silence and the tension as I inhale and look around to see most eyes are on me. It's only now I realize she's only 7 feet away to my left, as she must have leaped to come to the defense of Colton too. And her eyes are glowing amber, ready to take down that son of a bitch had he in fact struck her alpha. Deacon's pack waste no time in running, dragging Deacon with them, back into the 2 trucks and speedily getting off the ground. Soon as they do, the trucks rev into life and back out at speed. Gravel spraying all around us in dramatic fashion at their fast and furious exit while Colton turns to me and catches me off guard. He picks me up in a wave of over-enthusiasm, hauling me up in a sweep of weightlessness, grinning at me proudly, and hoists my legs around my waist as he does so, pulling me down and kissing me right on the lips as he yanks my body into his. I have no time to react, pulled in, held tight as his warm lips press to mine and take my breath away completely. I hate that his kiss is still familiar. Ignites feelings inside, inviting, like finding the way home, and I have to stop myself from leaning in and letting him continue. That's my girl. Warrior queen protecting her man. Thank you, baby. He moves his face back so we're no longer close enough to do it again, causing a little wave of disappointment within me that I chastise myself for. My cheeks flushing with heat and embarrassment that he kissed me in front of everyone, so breathless from his unexpected attention and aware every wolf out here is looking at us. I shouldn't untangle and get him to put me down while his pack watch us. It'll make it uncomfortable for him. It's crazy disrespectful to humiliate the alpha, and instead I slide my hands around his neck to steady myself in this pretty weird position I find myself in. Aware this is inappropriate for a marked wolf, but yet allow him to carry my like this. Aware I still don't see any sign of Carmen, and I'm sure I would have heard her if she saw this. No way she wouldn't be screeching me to deafness if she's around. His hands now under my ass to keep me lifted as he turns me around to the approaching sub-pack. Like this is perfectly natural for him to carry me this way. They swarm in around us. What was that exactly? It's Caesar who comes out first as Colton bounces me a little and smiles boyishly. He's overcome with a weird, joyful energy and a strong sense of pride that's almost suffocating me as his emotions drown out mine. That was Lori and part of what she is capable of doing. Telekinesis possibly. I think she might be an empath too. Jesus, that was impressive as fuck. He spins me and I get a little jiggle before he slides me down to the ground on my own feet. And tugged in against him, lassoed by that arm once more and held lazily. I don't know how to feel about what I did, as everything rushed me at once and it was impulsive. The reaction, seeing what I managed to do again. And then this. I have to stop for a moment and let my brain catch up to his words. What? I turn to him and gawp, eyes widening at him. So many questions about where he just pulled that from. And I have no idea what to think. The shaman knows a lot about this shit, and it's common in vampires apparently. Absorption is her wolf. It's the other half. Alora is a hybrid of the two, and I am two only. My mom's a witch. Colton's voice drops as he says it, and I swear, the entire area drops deathly silent, unbearably so, as the entire sub-pack, and those beyond who heard him, blanch, and stare at us with open mouths of disbelief. He just outed us for the entire pack to hear. And those who didn't will know soon enough as gossip spreads through the link. Colton clearly doesn't want secrets, the way his father did for years, like us. Remy finally butts in, breaking the tension, and I stand stock still, my heart beating through my chest at the fact he's going to tell them everything now, and I was so not prepared for this. My body turns icy cold as fear overtakes me. My lungs almost shrivel up, and I sag a little to cower in his arms as they all move in on us. A sea of faces, endless questioning looks. Colton seems completely serious in the moment, and I can feel his own hesitation in what he's doing, that ingrained fear his own family-bonded pack will reject us and send us into exile, or worse. A pack has a right to kill intruders, or any they deem a threat, and I guess I'm definitely in that category. Kind of. I think you all need to let me bond project so you can see what Alora and I know. Colton looks around them and I inhale quickly, waiting poised, but none of the sub-pack seem to have any kind of dramatic reaction. There's confusion, a couple of questioning glances between them, but overall they just nod. I didn't know packs could project to one another in a group, but I guess it makes sense. If you made a chain and passed memory to memory. I just thought it was something only imprinted or mated could do. Meadow turns and stares out at the wolves in the clearing. I can tell she's linking. Within seconds, they all turn tail and head back to wherever they came from, clearing the area and giving us space and quiet. They heard, and I don't doubt they will be given answers after the subpack get them. Our secrets, who we are. Juan's whole lie in life is about to become public knowledge, and I couldn't be any more terrified. No more secrets within this pack, no more hiding what I am, what we are. Meadows steps up first and lifts Colton's hand to her temple, adding mine to the other side of her face, and smiles encouragingly, so much faith and love in that one little nod. We're your pack. Show us the truth. It won't change a thing about what we are to you. Sitting in a study with a large double bed in the corner that looks completely out of place in an alcove, as though it's a new addition, with the sub-pack in eerie quiet tension, as they all absorb everything we showed them outside. Saturday in minorly dazed moods, as we all digest the truth of combined memories. It's a small room with a bay window, a large couch and armchair nestled in front of a rustic fireplace cozily. A large handmade desk sits off to the side, just in the nook of the window space, facing in with a worn chair tucked behind. There's an entire wall lined with dark-stained bookcases, crammed full of old leather-bound journals of varying shades of tan, brown, and black, with no titles on display. And I wonder what exactly is contained within the aged pages for them to bear no mark. There are oddities and bottles of all kinds nestled among them. And facing that wall are 3 large closed cupboards in matching deep wood that narrow the space considerably. There isn't much floor to move around yet. It has a snug quality rather than crowded. The decor of dark autumn hues, golds, oranges, russet, browns, and rich in color, which only makes the room close in on us more so. Especially with the heavy drapes at the window in dark red velvet, blocking out what should be light, but it's almost the middle of the night already, so there's a wall of black in the window pane. The lamps are dim, almost candle flickering in intensity, dotted sporadically around small side tables and shelves, and add to an eerie atmosphere as the pack all sit around nestled together. Some on them are perched on the arms of chairs, lounging, while Colton stands by the fireplace, and I'm laid down on the bed out of the way to finally get some rest. The bed's modern. I can tell by the comfiness and the new crisp bedding that this was put in here recently. My body is weary and heavy, and it feels good to finally know what a comfy, safe bed feels like again. It's been so long since I was in a room by choice, surrounded by people I care about in a safe space, and I can spread out and not have to be on high alert at all. Weeks of living with tension and heightened senses all coming to an end, and I realize how incredibly exhausted I am. It feels beyond amazing to not have one eye behind me, and one eye on my surroundings, worrying about my next meal or where to set up a good camp. Colton moved us in here once they'd seen everything they needed to see in our shared memories, and it was obvious they needed a little privacy to talk this out and calm down. We were making a spectacle out front, and even though other pack members dispersed, we caught many peeking at windows. The reactions were varied to what the pack saw out there when we mind bonded, and I think they're all still reeling in shock and sadness at finding out they've been raised with so many lies for so many years, that the man they trusted proved himself to be the villain in our own story. I can imagine, despite it not being their family, their parents, it's still their pack, their blood, and their alpha, that it has to cut deep. The Santo pack has always been a proud close-knit unit, even for its massive size. It's how it's lasted the test of generations. Meadows sobbed, hugged me like she was going to crack every bone in my body, and went on to a Spanish rant that involved a lot of cussing for a solid 10 minutes, while she stomped around, throwing her hands in the air dramatically and pointing at the sky. I think she was telling the fates off for allowing all of this. But as Spanish is a language I never really picked up, I've no idea. She was animated and filled with fury, and yet deep sadness, as she kept stopping to catch her breath and cry some more. Caesar quietly stared at me for the longest moment. until I felt almost uncomfortable, a thoughtful face etched with concern, before apologizing to me wholeheartedly about everything his blood has done to me for most of my life. Right before moving in and giving me a tight embrace that truly felt good. It was solid and real, and I could feel his genuine remorse for being part of the bond that took away all of mine. Caesar is a paternal role in the subs, and for the first time, I felt like one of his pups. The twins sat on the ground, overcome, and kept shaking their heads in disbelief, lost, and yet somehow enlightened at the same time. And they kept staring at one another, clearly mind linking to question every detail. They seemed to be the slowest at figuring out how it all pieced together, and then sat and looked bewildered, blank expressions, except for wide eyes, and a downturn of their mouths. Sadness evident in their aura. Radar lost his shit completely, and I flinched when he growled out loud, cursed Juan's name and stormed off amid a rant. Semi turned into wolf because he couldn't control it and gave us space. His words mumbled, yet I heard the name Sierra and how Juan all these years kept her a prisoner of her own mind and denied Radar his right to protect his Luna. Radar seemed the one with the most fury, but I guess given how he feels about Luna Sierra, then it makes sense he would react aggressively. He came back after Meadow was done cursing out the fates and stood silent and broody, while occasionally staring at the ground in deep thought, his mind in turmoil. Mateo, as always, the calm within the group, kept questioning Colton, saying things like, "I just can't," and then turning over every detail as though he needed confirmation. Emotionally, he seemed in disbelief, his manner cool, yet that look of utter heartbreak in his eyes at the fact their alpha lied to them all. He stayed close to Colton, providing a sense of stable quiet when the others were in disarray. Jesus vented loudly. At no one, at everything. Wandering in circles and talking to himself while kicking gravel across the drive with force. Every so often he would come back to the circle, rub my head, and say, "Lo siento mucho." I think it means sorry, but I'm not sure, and I didn't want to ask while everyone is visibly shaken. Jesus has something of the dramatic about him, and his energy was bristling the air around me any time he paced close. That need to hurt something for hurting his pack. It was overly protective, and I could almost taste his desire for revenge against Juan. Colton and I stood side by side and he took my hand, waiting for them to have some time to let it absorb. I stood blank-faced, and numb fatigue controlling my body, and the only thing I could focus on was Colton's warm skin against mine, and how it was so heartbreakingly right. His touch as always, killing me softly. Now we're all inside, nursing mugs of coffee, except me, as I declined, and wanted to lie horizontal while they all bashed it out between them. I need a little quiet and calm to let everything that has happened in the last 2 days settle and wash over me. It feels like my head has been bombarded and knocked to hell, and somehow I'm mentally bruised and in need of soothing soft silence. It's quiet now, and they are all stuck in their own minds, with the occasional infrequent sentence thrown out there. Mostly nods. I think this may take more than a few short hours for them to really grasp the levity of the situation. And the past, we still don't know what else Sierra will add to the pot, if anything. It does feel good to be back among them though. The familiarity, the safety, and even though I was only part of their pack for a short time, I feel like I'm home and back within the arms of my family. Something I've wanted and ached for the last 10 years of my life, and never thought it would exist within the Santo pack. Especially after finding out all of this about Juan. Carmen is still not here, and I'm starting to wonder if her absence has to do with the war on the mountain. Colton said her father was Juan's beta, so of course he would forbid her from coming here, and maybe even held her hostage to make sure she didn't shame her family by following the traitor. I can't imagine that would not have gone down well with Juan, if his second-in-command's own blood followed his son off the mountain. Juan already believes he's more powerful than a mate bond. That would explain Colton's desire to start something with me, as though he didn't already have himself a femme tucked away. He thinks his mate is unreachable, unattainable from circumstance, and a lost cause that he chose under pressure, and thinks he can ignore the bond and start fresh with me because our emotional bond was never severed, and his feelings didn't change like he hoped. It's not happening. The very thought of it chokes me to the core and makes my heart constrict and pulse painfully. That uncomfortable heaviness in my gut, reminding me that I can never forgive and forget that he gave up on us and did what hurt me the most. I can't move past the betrayal, or what he did, and I definitely cannot become some tarnished femme willing to have someone else's mate, just because she can't physically be here. It makes me sick to my stomach that he would even ask that of me. Love means nothing when you're mate bonded to another. It's against the rules, the pack laws, and against my own moral code. I deserve more. So, what now? Alora is in danger if Juan now knows she's here. He may try and pull together enough wolves to attack the homestead. Mateo breaks the silence, bringing all eyes to him as he nestles in the armchair, his words bringing me out of my own thoughts. And I sit up on one elbow to look at him from a semi-lounging position, my gut swirling a little and anxiety peaking, that my being here might just endanger everyone I love. More so than already, and I can't really predict if that's true. Number my mom life linked to her. If anything happens to Alora, then my mom dies too, and as she's still bonded to my dad, it'll be his end. He's crazy, but not stupid. He'd never jeopardize his own life. He won't attack because we outnumber him in terms of warriors. And he already lost at the mountain. There's also no point in trying to get them back now. He knows we have the truth and soon we'll spread it among our pack to let it free. Containing it won't be his goal anymore, as he can't turn back time. The only threat now is Alora rising to fulfill the prophecy that he can't do a damn thing about. We protect her. We keep her close within our circle, same as any of the rest of us. We shield her and my mom. They're the two most important people in this. And to me, Colton turns and leans against the mantel and exhales heavily, his own fatigue evident on his face, his pallor pale, with dark smudges under his lower lids, his body sagging instead of the usual confident, strong, and tall posture he normally has. He catches my eye across the room over the heads of those on the couch, and gives me that soft, almost nothing smile that makes my heart giddy and insides erupts in fluttering butterflies. I look away quickly, my face flushing with the stupid reaction to him, and lay back down to avoid his eyes on me. I don't want to feel his pull constantly, always sending my body into crazy spins and tingles. I want to sleep and to not feel and not be torn every second with this gnawing need for him. Right now, all we have is time to kill. Sierra is a couple of days before we even know how much recovery she's going to need. It may be weeks before either of you are unbound. For now, we need to spread this among the pack and let them decide whose side they are on. Hybrids have always been a secret, and now their leaders are mixes of the enemies they hold within them. The pack needs to know everything. And after those who are still here and choose to stay, they can't ever hold it against any of us again. We are who we are. Meadow gets up and stands beside Colton, turning to the rest of the pack and drawing my Eve back across the room at them from my horizontal position. What she says makes perfect sense, and yet it's utterly terrifying. Outing everything to the rest of the pack, telling them what I am, what he is, what they are, and opening all out and laying it bare for them to choose which side they want to follow. We may lose everyone. There has never been an outpouring of such honesty among this pack for decades under Juan's rule. Some may not want to accept the truth. We give them a choice, and until my mom wakes up, to make a decision. Stay and accept me and Alora, or go back to the mountain to my dad, whom they might deem their true alpha if they think I'm impure. From now on, no more secrets. We let the shaman teach what he knows to be true in the school hall, and whoever wants to know can join in. Colton's voice is hoarse, a husky undertone of fatigue, and he rubs his hand over the back of his neck, rolling his shoulders before exhaling heavily. A sign he's stressing about this choice, but he knows it's inevitable. His intentions are the right thing. But much like me, there's apprehension in him and a fear the pack will up and leave when they know what he is. What I am. Let's get to it at first light. We can split up and project on small groups at a time. Let them pass it on. Won't take long to cover the whole pack and spread the memories. That gives us the whole day to get through all of them, but right now we should all sleep. We've had a long night and the new patrols are out doing the walks already. We need rest. Meadow claps her hands to get everyone up, and the air of heavy mood and simmering anger at the lies they were drip-fed their whole life is evident in the smog around them. It's thick and dense, like I could cut it with a knife. The subs are angry, hurt, confused. But one thing is clear, it didn't change the loyalty, or love, within any one of them, and through all of the emotions swirling in this room. One stands out the strongest, the unity and devotion they have for one another. The sense of solidarity, that any one of them are 100% behind Colton with whatever he wants to do. That's a real pack. That's the bond of family, and I know I'm not officially one of them. But they make me feel as though I am. They're my pack no matter what happens with Colton. They're not going to lose me for a second time. I need these people. One by one they stand and begin to shuffle out of the room. Some of the boys stopping to fist, bump Colton on the way, by in that very bro way they have with one another. They wave my way, and I sit up properly, pulling myself to the edge of the bed to stand, and find out where I'm meant to go, but Colton's voice in my head stills me. Stay put. You look beat and need the rest. This room is fine, and no one will come in here without my say-so. His voice inside my head, always that aching wave of intimacy, and yet sorrow, and all I can do is nod his way and avoid direct eye contact. I'm too fatigued for more emotional head mess, and his lips are still lingering on mine from his kiss earlier. Tingling softly, reminding me that when it comes to him, I'm stupidly weak, especially when I'm this tired. I flop back down, glad I don't have to now find the energy to go anywhere. But at the same time, I feel a little disorientated at the thought of staying here by myself. I've been alone for weeks, knowing only the solitude and sounds of nature and the wilds. Now here I am, thrust back into civilization and tossed around for the last 24 hours in a bizarre and noisy manner. And I haven't really had a moment to reacclimatize or even catch my breath. It's all a muddled mess of crazy, and now with the opportunity to lie back and let it sink in, it seems terrifying. I'm sort of depending on their company to keep me sane and stop my mind from wandering, and I'm not sure I want to be alone anymore. I think I had my fill of it in the forests. The reminder of the never-ending loneliness I experienced, and I stop him as he goes to leave. Where will you be? I sound as desperate as I feel, blurting out a delaying tactic, and I scold myself for the neediness. I guess I feel out of whack and set adrift now. All my plans were upended, and life got completely sidetracked, and having no answers and no direction, other than just waiting, is like having the rug pulled out from under you. It feels awful, and he's been the constant, stable, wise words, knows what he's doing. In all of this, right from day one, that in this moment, I need it. Across the hall in the infirmary with my mom. You can have this room until we figure things out. If you need me, then link me, and I'll come back. He throws me that sexy, genuine smile, his voice low and fading because he too is exhausted. This is your room. I blanch, wondering why the alpha of the pack isn't upstairs in a grand suite like is normal within a pack manner. Now I also feel guilty that I'm taking his bed when he needs it, and also a little worried that he's setting me up in his room because he might think he can wear me down and start something in time. Yeah. Space is at a premium, with a lot of families needing bigger rooms. It wouldn't have been right to monopolize one when I can put a bed in here and double up the communal and my room. It's not like I sleep in here much, plus with all the building work out back as they construct small homes. We'll soon move a lot of the pack out into the forest we're clearing behind us. This is all temporary while we get this place capable of being our permanent home. You need it more than I do. It all sounds so plausible and logical, and I can't help gazing at who he's become, seeing him somehow in a new light. In just a few weeks he's grown so much, and the needs of his people have taken the forefront of his priorities as they should. There's a new level of serious and commanding. To him, a hint of mature beyond his years, and all it does is weigh me down heavily. Liking this about him, and all that does is make it hurt more. Colton really is everything I would ever want in a mate. And it just kills me, ripping my insides apart that he gave up on me. I glance at the window as though trying to see out into the darkness at the building work being carried out. But really, it's an excuse to break away from the way his eyes are holding me hostage, and I'm suddenly on the verge of stupid tears. The burning intensity of them pooling in my eyes, and I have to swallow hard and blink them away to regain control. That same lingering need coming from him that gnaws at my soul constantly. And I lose my courage, sounding feeble and weak, as I utter a few words breathlessly. I could use something to sleep in. I hesitate, knowing fine well, it's a lie and I could strip off. But something in me just doesn't want him to leave yet. Even if it's just prolonging the agony and making me feel worse. Since I came back, we haven't really separated properly for any length of time. And now I'm experiencing some crazy anxiety about him leaving, when I feel like there's so much still left unsaid, unresolved. He's the anchor in my boat, and I'm on a stormy sea. I need to break this dependency on him. If I'm to survive here from now on, the whole Carmen thing, his saying he still wants us. His kissing me outside, Sierra, the doctor, the future. It's all too big for me to handle or think about, and my brain is scared that letting him leave will open a dam in my brain I have no energy to deal with. He already has me teetering on emotional breakdown with tears threatening to push out. The middle cupboard has everything you need. I wasn't about to leave any part of you behind because I wasn't going to rest until we found you. Sweet dreams, baby. What he says confuses me enough to distract me completely, screwing my face up in confusion, and as he walks out the door, too focused on discovery, and already climbing off the bed to open the center oversized wooden cabinet, to see what he meant by that, much to my shock. Every single belonging I left in my room in the manor is in here, folded neatly, stacked up, and waiting for me to reclaim it. From clothing, to shoes, to my boxes of sentimental items and keepsakes. All has its place and fits neatly in here. Taking over an entire cupboard in Colton's room, a lump forms in my throat that almost chokes me half to death, and tears sting my eyes with venom, so that I know I won't be able to hold them back for long. My emotions take a sudden nosedive, and I cough on a sob trying to escape my throat. My hands tremble as I reach out and touch the first of my sweaters. My legs turning to jello and a wave of lightheadedness because of my extreme reaction to something so basic. I don't know why this gets to me so badly, but it does. The fact he took the time to pack up everything that was mine, so carefully, and brought it when they all left the manor together. Sure, they were limited in time to pack, considering they were leaving under hostile terms and had to get out, yet he made sure he left nothing of me in that place. It's all here, every single little thing that I never knew I missed until now, all clean, and pressed, and set in here, in almost military precision. He took care of my things in the hopes he would bring me back here one day. Chapter 121, Remember Part3. I try and not to ponder on it, to push it out of my head and focus on a task of doing instead of thinking. It's all I can do if I don't want to succumb to these overwhelming feelings. and all the questions about Carmen, about us. Starting to doubt myself and what I felt in the forest. But there's nothing else to explain what that was. It had to be him marking her, or betraying our bond in another way. Nothing can compare to the level of pain and heartbreak and betrayal I felt, and I should remind myself of that, and not get lost in him as he tries to win me round. I need to stay true to the fact and ignore how much I still love him, how every sense and fiber in my soul aches to be reunited with him in even the smallest ways. I inhale heavily to self-calm and level myself out. Shake my head and give myself an internal rattle to snap out of this. I haul out an oversized nightshirt that Meadow gifted me in the manor, my all-time favorite, and underwear, and quickly strip, loving the feel of fitted soft delicate lingerie and an actual cozy and loose t-shirt, printed with delicate pastel florals, over gray sweats any day. It's the little things that can restore you in weird ways. I yank out my toiletries bag and find my hairbrush, facial wipes, and all manner of self-grooming products I left behind, as they were too heavy to lug around, and start to put myself to rights. There's a mirror over the mantel, and it's only now I can see how grubby and scruffy I look, and decide to quickly remedy it. I look like a hobo who hasn't seen water in weeks, and my hair is a dull brown because it's so dirty. Meadow was right though. I do look different. My hair is longer, my face slimmer, and I seem to have aged a little in my time in the wilds. My green eyes seem brighter, the color more intense. My skin tanned gently from being outside all the time, and I have a natural rosy glow to my cheeks, nose, and forehead that have brought out a few light freckles. I seem taller, but I think it's because I stand differently now, upright, almost proud, and the small amount of growth my hair has had makes all the difference. Even dirty, the layers are softer and hang around my face and past my shoulders in a much more flattering style than how the orphanage used to cut it. I like this look, and I might just let it grow out fully. I clean my skin, brush out my tugs as best I can, and find all manner of debris and twigs in the knots. I feel grubby now. I have clean pastel clothes against my skin, and try and make myself presentable while contemplating linking Colton to ask if he has a bathtub close by. Although it's late, and I am tired. So maybe I should just clean myself up, sleep, and worry about bathing in the morning. It feels good to have the ability to cleanse some of the grime off with wipes, and I look around for a means to brush my teeth, as that in itself will make a huge difference to how gross I feel. I wander around looking for a water jug or something I could use, and stumble upon a door I previously missed because it stained the exact color of the wood around it. A small door in the corner, next to the desk, that was almost completely concealed. Tucked in and narrow, right at the side of the last cupboard, that I open in hopes of finding something useful. To my delight, it slides open behind the wardrobe to reveal a tiny bathroom. There's a shower that looks newly installed, with an array of toiletries in a basket sat within, some towels hanging at the side, and a fluffy mat on the floor that hints this is where he gets ready most days. The smell of sealant and paint are faint in the air, as though this was a recent conversion, and I guess that makes sense if Colton had this room repurposed. He can get up, shower, and get ready here without having to go find an available bathroom. There's a small wash basin and toilet fitted into the space snugly, but not so much that it's crammed, and I strip back off without hesitation. The urge to jump right in, desire overtaking tiredness with a need to be clean and hygienic once more. The outside living is great when you're outside, but once you're back among people and cleanliness, it really does make you feel all kinds of yuck. This right now, as I slide under hot water from powerful jets, is as close to heaven as I've been in a while. I close my eyes and tilt my face up at the jet, and let it wash over, cascading all my worries and aches away with the kind of goodness only a hot shower can bring. Hot water, soap, shampoo. It all feels amazing to be back in civilization with real home comforts. No more river washes or using stones to scrub my clothes. And plain water to brush my teeth that always had a faint tint of fishiness to it. I can lie to myself every day and say that I was doing great out there, and would happily have existed that way for an eternity. But one shower, and it unravels all of it. The bed calling to me, soft sheets, and springy mattresses, and being able to walk barefoot on soft carpeted surfaces, and not having to choke half to death on fire smoke to get any kind of lights in the dark. I was never built to be truly off-grid and isolated, and being back here highlights all of it. I spend a good 45 minutes scrubbing every single little inch of me and lathering up the shower products deliciously. They smell like Colton, but I don't mind it at all. It's comforting, familiar. Much like his presence always is, he always smells good. Citrus fresh, with subtle undertones of musk. Alluring heady scent that ignites so many memories of being close to him at just smelling his products. On me it's maybe a little masculine, but it's better than woodland damp and stale river water. It makes me feel human again. Although it does kill any urge to sleep and revives my energy levels, which maybe I shouldn't have done. I brush my teeth when I get out. Oddly obsessed with peppermint toothpaste, now I get to use it again and redo my teeth 4 times just because I can. Running my tongue over shiny smooth enamel and the breathy fresh taste when I inhale. I brush out my damp hair after I rub it almost dry with the soft towels hanging nearby. And cover my body head to foot in the lotion from my bag that smells like tropical fruit, in a bid to smell female again. It does a great job of blending with Colton's scents, and I end up sort of pineapple tinted and smelling rather edible. I redress in my underwear and nightdress quickly, and revel in how good clean feels. There's no comparison to this kind of sensation. I feel 1,000 times better and scoot back to my cupboard to find thick fluffy bed socks for my now soft and supple feet, and climb on the bed to plait out the front of my hair to keep it off my face. The layers are long enough now, and always falling in front of my eyes, so I French plait across the front, and finish it off down one side of my face, with a little elastic from my bag. I hop up to admire myself in the mirror once more, and the difference it makes is amazing. Radiant and squeaky clean, my skin flawless in its sun-kissed beauty, and glowing. My hair is lighter and shinier once more. Now the filth is stripped out and the natural highlights of my blonde are softly shining through, the style framing my face and drawing attention to my now slimmer cheekbones and long neck. I look less child and way more woman. And I can't help the little confidence boost it gives me. My green eyes shining brightly back at me, despite hints of dark circles under my eyes. But overall, I look pretty. I never used to think I was anything of the sort, but now I see it. Like finally seeing what Colton sees, and it's not a girl anymore, or a shy feeble little. No one who used to cower away from All Santos. I now stand tall with my chin tilted up. And there's more presence to my posture than before. A look in my eyes that says fierce, because I've lived through some amount of shit so far already, and no one is going to push me back in the shadows. I have fuller lips, defined bone structure, and a better length of hair that suits my face shape. I could give Carmen a run for her money looking like this. And honestly, side by side, I put my bets on me. It's weird to finally appreciate myself this way. I scan the room. Aware that now I have this boost, I no longer want to lie on the bed and the restless fire in me is up and revving inside. I don't want to lie down until my hair dries anyway. And I now have the urge to go check on Sierra and see how she's settled. Colton looked tired, so maybe I should offer to swap. Sit by his mom while he sleeps in here and get some much-needed rest. I mean, we are sharing, sort of, so maybe we could alternate. And when one uses it the other stays with Sierra until we figure something else out. I'm sure the only thing to sleep on in there is a couch, unless they have more beds on wheels to give him. And I make up my mind that it's the only thing to do. He's important to the pack, and I'm not really, not right now anyway. He should rest well, in a real bed in his own room, and I think I want to sit by Sierra for a little while. Surrounded by noise and movement. Like I was in the forest. Until I feel calmer about being back among everyday life. I need a transition period. I check myself over once more as my nightshirt slides off one shoulder, exposing soft peachy skin, and try to figure out if this is modest enough attire to go walking around the homestead. I'm covered, and the shirt is almost to my knees, not thin enough to see through. It's baggy, and pretty shapeless, but it does cling to my breasts as it keeps sliding down off my left shoulder so that I don't look frumpy in it. There's a peak of shadow from my navy underwear, but overall, it's just a shirt. I don't need to get dressed. Not really. With my mind made up, I pad out into the hall, clicking the door closed quietly behind me and realize how quiet this place is for the hour. It must be after midnight for sure, but I can't be certain, and tiptoe down the dimly lit hall towards the door we took. Sierra through earlier, so as not to make any noise and disturb people who may be close by down here. I know where the infirmary is, and I don't hesitate in clicking open the door and sliding into the extra hallway that shields the infirmary from people walking in. The airy white painted box area with vinyl gray floor. I make my way through that second door too, to the double doors with windows, and through the glass I can see Colton sat by her side, reading a book to her, his back to me, and tilted down towards her at his side, so I can make out his profile and the book perched on the side of her bed. The doctor is asleep on a bed in the corner, looking completely comatose with a blanket thrown over him, and the femmedic is standing off to one side at a counter and doing something. I guess she's on night duty while Doc sleeps. There's no one else there, and the lights have been set to low, so the only illuminations of any brightness come from the medic at her workspace. The rest is dim. Even where Colton sits, and I can barely make out the low hum of his voice as he talks to her. I click open the door as quietly as I can and move in quickly and silently. But he seems to know and immediately looks my way, catching my eye and then sliding his vision up and down with an appreciative half-smile as he does so. You look knockout and much like the old you. Although why are you not in bed? He mind-links me and despite myself, I blush and make my way to him to stand beside him at the bed, trying to ignore the rise in heart rate, and how overly aware I seem to be now. I'm back beside him yet wearing noticeably thinner clothing, so his body heat warms me by being close. Chapter 122. Remember Part4. I couldn't sleep, and figured you might want the bed, and I could stay with her. Colton shifts in his seat, and turns, so he faces my way and hauls over another stool off to the side, to beside him, and pats it for me to sit. I don't want to leave her just yet. Sit with me. Keep me company. He locks a look on my face. That half smile, the one that melts me, with those excruciating dimples which set my belly alight. I slide onto the seat immediately. Too swayed by that face, and hating myself for the obedience, knowing it's probably stupid to cozy beside him in the middle of the night given the last time we got so close in here. But something inside of me is urging me to stay with him. The desire is stronger than my will, and even though I try to sit away slightly, once he turns back to his mom, his shoulder and arm fit snugly against me and make me tremble with the effects of his touch. That hyper-awareness zooming back in, and every inch of my skin tingles in recognition of his body heat, betraying me. What are you reading her? I ask to push focus on something else, pushing him out of my mind, ignoring my traitorous body, and trying so desperately to breathe normally as my breaths shallow out. I hush my voice, so as not to disturb the sleeping Doc, and it covers how breathless I've become in near proximity to him in such an intimate setting. Lady Chatterley. It was her favorite book when I was young. Always used to read it in the garden while she watched me play. So I figured maybe she might like it. The Doc says she might be able to hear us. So I don't know. It's stupid. Colton reverts to that boy once more. The one I met and knew all these years. and it tugs at my heartstrings so deeply I just have to touch him. It's not stupid. It's sweet, and shows her you love her. If she is aware, then it's probably nice to hear your voice, and something like a story, instead of noise, and chaos, and feeling ignored. I can't imagine what she's gone through. The tugging of my heart pushes me to lean against him and lay my head on his shoulder impulsively, seeking to be soothed, fitting like he was made to have me curl up beside him. And he readjusts his position, so I slot right in at him, resting his cheek against the top of my head. Much like me, it seems any time I'm close or touch him, Colton too has to respond to the pull and always touches me back. I hate that even when we're no longer allowed or able to be together. The need to be this way overpowers everything else. It stirs up so much ache inside of me and brings that awful choking sensation back to my throat. I'm torn in my sadness for Sierra and driven by the force of his pull whenever he's close. I know I'm betraying myself by initiating the touch, and I'm trying so hard to fight it. Colton is too easy and too inviting, like a safe harbor that calls to me to come shelter from the cruel world, especially when I'm feeling vulnerable, and tonight this was probably a bad idea. I haven't had any real sleep, my emotions are all over the place, and I'm too tired to really fight any of it. Maybe we can stay here like this until she wakes up, and I can stop thinking or feeling and just take a minute. Colton's voice is as soft as mine, hushed, and his breath tickles my forehead as he utters the words, igniting goosebumps and all manner of crazy feelings and thoughts. At his suggestion, to sit here with him like this, for 2 days and ignore everything. Pretend for a little while that this is all we need to care about. Cuddling up doesn't sound wholly awful. It sounds like stealing last moments before reality sets in, and I can't say I'm against it. Pretending for a little while that we're okay, and there's nothing wrong with his touch. Colton takes my silence as an agreement, and reaches out and flips over the page of the book, as though he intends to start reading to her again. It just pushes me to curl up against him all the more, settling in to listen, and mentally chastising myself to pretend this is a frozen moment, where nothing matters except listening to him read and watching her sleep. My 2 favorite girls. What more could I want? Colton slides his arm from between us, and instead lassos it around me and pulls me in against his chest, fully igniting that sense of safe and secure. I melt and give up completely, sinking into his embrace, and blot out all the noise coming from my brain, all the words of warning and refusals. I want to be held by him, and cherish this moment, if I need to get through the rest of my life, watching him bonded to someone else. His hand on the book slides away from it, and places it on his mom's forehead instead, gently stroking her hair back, and then resting lightly on her hairline as he leans in to be able to see the words on the pages. I pull my feet up on the bar of the stool and drop my knees against his, drawing warmth in every area of my body now, sliding one arm behind him, and making the most of allowing myself to be immersed in his body. I reach out gently and touch Sierra's hand as instinct takes over. The need to let her know I'm here too is all-consuming for some unknown reason. The sudden compulsion to connect to her and somehow complete this little circle we have going on. She's so very beautiful. You look like you're... My words die on my lips as my fingers slide fully over hers, and I capture her hand in mine. A warming sensation travels up from my fingertips, and something crazy happens to me. My mind almost jolts with the force of an electric zap that yanks me closer to the bed, and I almost tumble out of Colton's arms. But he catches me, hauling me tight to him. I gasp out loud as my brain somehow loses all control of all faculties. My vision whites, out blinding me insanely, so that I grab hold of his leg with my one free hand to steady myself, and lose all ability to hear, feel, or see. The only sensation I'm aware of is the burning connection from Sierra's hand to mine, and the same burn coming through Colton's arm around my waist. We're connected, all 3 of us, by touch, and it consumes me until I can't fight it in any way. I completely blank out, losing sense of everything. Him, her, the room, it all slips away. Like trying to hold water with your fingertips, and all I can do is ride with it. I can't open my eyes or feel my limbs, or my body at all, like I'm a mass of unconnected thoughts with no physical form. I try and take a breath, but even that seems futile as I'm a nothingness, lingering in airless space, finding myself in a darkness that's so eerie, yet familiar, as sounds and smells start to filter through and jog little moments of time. Distant at first, as though traveling along a tunnel, and they're at the other end battling through a fog. They're not the infirmary. There's something else that tugs at my memory banks and draws me back in time as I seem to start to fall into a memory that I never knew I had. The smells of summer push me into a brighter place, and I blink and slowly manage to open my eyes, suddenly aware of touch and sensation as I regain full control of my limbs. But there's no one here with me. Colton isn't here. I can't feel him or sense him, and I seem to be in another space entirely, in a room, lying down, one that haunts me from the past. I lift my hand to touch my face and gauge the reality of what I'm seeing, and I'm startled to see it's so small and childlike, and blink some more to clear the fogginess so I can look again. Everything comes into slow focus, like a fade back in, and I know immediately where I am. The small attic makeshift room, hastily painted pink by the family that took on a child whose own had gone to battle. I'm back in the temporary room of my carer family, back when my parents went to war. The cozy bed, the painted dressers, and my rag doll, Annie, sits on the side of my bed, watching me in my slumber. It brings back so many mixed feelings and memories, but none that I can ever recall like this. This seems new, and yet everything is here and exactly as I remember. It is dull night. Although it's not darkness, so it must be summer, and I know I'm supposed to be asleep, but something stirred me from my dreams of my mother and father running through our meadow in a game of tag, my senses alerting me to the window in the far corner. And I watch in terrified silence of a vulnerable child as something begins climbing in with precise movements and silent intent. My heart hitches, racing and pulsing so profoundly I feel it may rip from my chest. Frozen in terror, unable to cry out for fear the monster climbing in May. See me if I make a noise. The dark shadowy figure, wearing a large heavy black cloak, with the hood pulled up to veil their identity, slides up the unlocked panel of glass and slowly and carefully climbs inside, pulling their heavy robes with them, and almost soundlessly lands on the space in front of my window. I resist the urge to pull the covers over my face. My blood running cold with the terror of what is here, panic overtaking me, and I go to call out for my caretaker in youthful hysteria. "Don't be afraid, little one. Hush now." The female voice comes from under the hood, silencing me mid-open-mouth gasp with the familiarity of that sound, and a raised palm. I'm startled into quiet because I know her. I recognize her smell, her sound, her presence, as it calms me and as she turns fully towards me. All I can see are two electric blue, glowing orbs from the dark shadow of her hood as she looks at me directly. Her eyes mesmerizing, and I've never seen such a color before. "You know me, Alora. I'm here to protect you. I'm Luna Sierra Santo. I come as a friend of your mother's. Be still. I have much to do." Chapter 123. A Memory Lost Part1. I lie still, watching her, frozen, breath raspy to match my elevated heart rate. But my fears begin to calm and fade as she slides down her hood with a slow, even movement and illuminates the room with a magical blue glow of both her hands, like a mesmerizing smoky orb around each that follows and traces with every movement. Hypnotic. In nature, Sierra Santo is a very beautiful woman, with almost milky skin, despite looking exotic. Her dark hair frames a delicate bone structure, And her eyes, although electrifying blue right now, are almond-shaped under straight, thick, dark brows, so perfectly symmetrical. She has pouty lips and an ever-present youthful charm that completely warms her to you. A face that says, I can be trusted to match the surrounding atmosphere of serene she always carries. I sit up, gasping in wonderment at the light show, and reaching out to touch what I can see as she moves in and sits on the side of my bed with grace. She allows my hand to wander into hers, seeking out and investigating, before firmly surrounding my small hand in her own fingers and encompassing me within the warmth. I expected the blue air to be cold, but it's almost like being submerged in a hot bubble bath, and I giggle at the tickle of it. Don't be afraid, Alora. It's magic, special, gentle, and yet so very beautiful and kind, when used the right way. Would you like to do some magic with me while I tell you a story? Her eyes are still that dazzling brightest azure, and I look from her hands to her eyes in awe at the vibrance of this mystical light she's able to produce, my curiosity killing the last of my fears, and I nod with the enthusiasm of a child who wants to discover more. Nav courage, because of my innocence. Of course, I shouldn't be afraid. This is the Luna Santo, and I do know her. She comes to the library to read us stories and plays with us sometimes. Well, she did, before all the grown-ups left to fight a battle, just like my own mommy and daddy have. And my big brother Jasper, and my grandparents. And most of the rest of the white pack. I stay with mommy's friend while they're gone. Aisha Munro, one of our pack, who is big and round because she says she's having puppies. Sierra has a son around my age, but I don't like boys, and I don't like playing with Santos. They're always so pushy and aggressive when we do. And I prefer my friends from the white pack. We're softer. We play less rough and tough games than fighting and hunting. They're just stupid. How can a wolf do magic? I ask, blinking trustingly and adjusting to fully see her in this dimness, leaning up against my headboard and shuffling my butt so I can sit properly, with blue as our light source. Everything it touches between us is shaded in cold hues, which add even more magic to the atmosphere all around us. And I smile as I watch it envelop my own hand and spread up my arm. It feels strange but good, like soft gentle air being blown across the surface of my skin, only warm. Well, that's a story, and one I would like to tell you. Remember how we used to read at the library, when you all laid on the floor, and closed your eyes so you could get lost in the pictures your mind creates? We can do that now if you like, so you can listen and empty your mind from any distractions. I need you to focus on my words and not my light. Her voice is soothing, low yet pretty. I've always liked Sierra's voice. It has such a calming quality, like a warm wave washing over you on a cool day. A husky depth that is a little lower than most femmes, but it's melodic. Yes, I love your stories. I reply in unleashed excitement, hurrying to lie back down in my bed and eager to hear this one. I bounce and shuffle, while still holding her hand, and wriggle myself down like a squirming caterpillar into my sheets once more, pushing my head back against my cushion, sinking in. I don't care why she's come in through my window and not the door, or why she came in the night. I want to be a good girl and listen to her magical adventure story, the one in which a wolf learns magic. That's crazy, and even I know that wolves can do no such thing. My mommy used to read me stories in bed, and maybe because she can't be here right now, Sierra came to do it instead. She's a queen, so she can come home when she chooses. But my mommy is a warrior, and she has to stay away and protect us from the bad men who came to the mountain to hurt the wolves. Mommy is really strong and fast, and such a good fighter for being a farmer wolf. So she said it was important that she went with them to chase the darkness away. Sierra tucks me in neatly, pulling my blanket up to my chest, but keeps my one hand in hers snugly and tightens the grip she has on me. She slides back a little and lays my wrist on her knee, which splays open my palm to disengage hers, so she can touch my hand without holding it properly, and with gentle strokes begins to circle in the center in a rhythmic motion. The sensation sends both shivers and goosebumps across my skin, but it brings back the sleepiness and has the same effect as rocking me back to sleepiness. I learned to do magic as a very small child, much the age you are now. It wasn't easy, but when you discover a gift inside of you that aches to be set free, nothing can hold it down forever. Open your mouth, Alora. I have a sweet-tasting berry that will help you sleep when I'm done telling my tale. Her voice is hushed, as though she's telling me secrets, and I obediently open my mouth as she pops a small, round, semi-soft object in my mouth, and I automatically begin to chew. The juicy little thing explodes with the first squish between my teeth, like a delicious fruit bomb of sticky sweet nectar, leaving a beautiful residue of raspberries, strawberries, and other wild berries that seem to mingle in my mouth and coat my tongue as though I just drank a whole glass of squeezed berry juice. What was that? Can I have another? I ask while opening one eye to look her way. It was so tasty I could eat a whole bowl of whatever that was. She's leaning over my hand, looking at me, and shakes her head with a soft smile on her pretty face. Hush now and listen. Close your eyes. No, one is more than enough. For you see, one little berry has the power to make tonight fade away further than a forgotten dream, where no one will know where to look to find it. It's a very special berry, only found in crevices of magical places in whimsical woods, and with my help it has a little added spice. Sierra picks up a strand of my hair and twirls it with her free hand, never breaking contact of the first, and I settle back down into my dark blankness as I shut my eyes once more, to focus only on her voice. The night air is still and quiet, and for once, I can't even hear the owls in the trees or the leaves rustling on the wind outside my window. There are no other noises around us, not even the ones of the house creaking, or the Munros coughing in their sleep, which is a little odd. But maybe I usually sleep through the night and don't know the world sometimes falls silent. My story may not make sense, sweetest child, but one day it will, and when you remember it, remember this night and this moment. All will fall into place. You'll know why I came. Sierra Santo brushes a hand across my forehead gently, a simple yet affectionate touch of a mother, and I nod, not willing to interrupt her anymore. So eager for this story to begin even if I don't grasp what she means. I love tales about witches and magic and brave heroes, and hope this is going to be a good one. I can already tell as she's playing with my hair. Like we've started a great adventure. I feel her sag and sigh against my thigh before her voice fills the air. Still hushed, yet clear and true. Once upon a time, there was a special girl called Danya, who lived near some very beautiful mountains in a land filled with immortals. She was only small, barely a girl. She was unusual though, as before her no other of her kind had been born that had ever survived beyond the womb. They say the fates blessed her very creation with a purpose in mind, that she was of two breeds united, who had lived on the land side by side for centuries. Her mother, a light walking wolf, fell in love with a dark creature who could never face the sun, a vampire. By their union they created a child of two worlds who could walk in either sun or moon and harness the best of both. You see, these two breeds, they were once allies, coexisting together, one in night and one in light, protecting the lairs of each, so other immortals and human hunters would never hurt them at their weakest. But a terrible king pulled them apart in the worst of ways. He believed the breeds uniting, creating a new kind, would overpower all of the immortals, outbreeding his wolves, and this girl with her special gifts could show them the way. See, she was not just any hybrid child. She had powers unlike any we had seen before, and she wanted only unity among her people. That was her fated purpose. I gasp a little and cover my mouth right away. so as not to disturb her, and utter only a breathless wow as I become immersed in this tale, my little heart picking up speed with the wonder of it. Sierra smiles softly and continues. The Alpha King was enraged with the audacity of the girl, that she should one day rise up and derail him, taking his wolf kingdom away. So, he did what he thought would save his rule, and he slaughtered the girl Danya, when she was merely a child. Her mother too, who tried to protect her, was laid down in a pool of blood. The king, he was a liar. He blamed the dark creatures for the deaths of their own, and ignited anger in the wolf packs to seek vengeance for the bloodshed of an innocent. While he denied the act himself, he killed the little girl and her mommy? I blurt out my outrage, unable to contain my angry shock, inhaling hard and opening an eye to blink at Sierra. Sierra gently moves her hand over my face and closes my eyes once more with her delicate fingertips, pushing me back to quiet, and continues on. I try so hard to keep my eyes closed this time, the excitement bubbling within my veins. Now the Dark Walker, he was not just any creature, but he was what they call an original, much like the Alpha of the wolves was. An ancient beings who were the first in line of our kinds and created many purebloods. Danya's mother had lain with the king of vampires. Probably why her child took hold and came to fruition, as ancients are the purest of our kind. His broken heart and need to avenge his love and his child drove him to sheer madness. And he swore to avenge her death by slaying all wolves he deemed responsible in their demise. The kings. They met in battle, and what were once allies and peaceable unions became bloodshed and death, and it spilled onto every land until both were forced to find refuge in parts of the world where the other did not stray. Those born of mixed breed who came after in the years, following where unions were made in secret from those who didn't want the wars, were hunted down and slaughtered by both kinds for treason. Unions were forbidden between the two breeds. So those who were born of light and dark, they fled and hid, and always kept their secret about who they really were. Danya was not the last. Chapter 124, A Memory Lost Part2. I sigh heavily, letting out a tiny noise, but Sierra is making sure I keep my eyes closed, and I picture such a pretty girl with white hair, saddened with little pangs in my heart, that she was ended in such a cruel way. In wonder that a wolf can be both like me, and one of those creatures out there. I wonder if this story could be a little bit true. And wouldn't it be sad that all these wars were because a bad man killed a little girl, because he was afraid she would take his crown away? Stories told are a funny thing, as they change and grow, and details are forgotten or exaggerated, and soon that story of years gone by are lost among the wolves. Visionaries too afraid to correct the tellers. We witches became enemies because we held truth in sight, as alphas removed traces from our history and beheaded witches who spoke out. The wars raged on decade after decade, for hundreds of years until no wolf or vampire knew anymore why we came to hate one another with such passion. The witches still uttered the secrets though. All was to be forever that way. Quiet secrets, until a visionary, a seer, saw something that changed everything, and she sacrificed her life by spreading a prophecy to any who listened. Neither side trusts the motives of the witches, but we have always been the peacekeepers and the healers among you all. Our hearts were open to love all kinds, and we only wished to serve the needs and cure the sick. But this hatred has pushed some of my own kind into a terrible darkness who use their gifts for bad. And we no longer tried to right the wrongs of your people. Sierra again lifts her hands from my eyes, although I keep them closed, poised, and waiting for her words, and she returns to twirling my hair. This seer, she saw an end to it all, in the form of a white wolf with the blood of a vampire running through her veins. A direct descendant of both bloodlines, both ancients. The prophecy was clear that only a femme could carry the gifts needed. She would rise up and lead her people, not in war, and hate, and death. No, That was never the prophecy, but she was to unite and repair the bonds between the two, because a warrior she may be, but her truest gift will be the love she has inside of her, and her power will be used to reset the balance. She isn't going to wipe out the vampires. She's going to find something among them that will show her how to fix the rift. They possess something she needs from them. She's a healing balm. Sierra sighs heavily, fatigue overtaking her voice, and a sense of hopelessness dulls her tone. A new king was rising among the people, and his bloodline, that of the king of old, was not willing to relinquish his throne either. That same power madness infected his mind, and he began to purge the lands of any white wolves he came across on his battlefield. Not that there were many, as the flaws in our kind make their birth almost impossible. He broke the laws and killed his own, and to hide his secrets, he killed all that were linked to them and purged the packs of any trace. You see, losing our kind in battle raises no questions, and he knew he could never let a white wolf rise. Such is his need for that power, that he married a witch wolf and hid her identity, because he thought she would make him rise as the chosen one. I wonder if our Alpha Santo is that king. If Sierra is the magical witch in the story, then maybe she means Juan Santo is the evil king. How silly. Juan isn't a bad man. He's the one my mommy went to war with. He is our people's king now. There was one who shone bright and started to lead a better way. Turn the battles in our favor, but all too often she was letting the vampires live and showing mercy. She believed she could end things if she was allowed to meet with the Coven King of Darkness and put an end to it all. She said she had a way. The Alpha King was furious, but the witch Luna had affection for the White Wolf, and she begged him to leave her be. The king knew the White Wolf was too strong for him, and that his witch mate would try and intervene. So while he pretended to allow her to travel alone to find this leader of the vampires for a solution to the fights, he struck down her family and her mate, putting an end to her own life too. He used the bond link to his advantage. He thought he had ground down to dust the prophecy once and for all, with no more traces of white among our kind. There was devastation in the air, and a broken witch wolf in heartbreak. The king, however, was reminded of a child who stayed behind and had not yet come to turn and show her true colors. A femi child with the possibility of her hybrid mother's gifts. But you see, the king's mate. She is a witch, bound by a bond to him, yet she does not support his actions. That wolf was her sister in friendship. Maybe not in birth, but she adored her as though blood, and her heart was broken by what he'd done. The betrayal of his people, and the murder of his own, the betrayal of his bond to her in hurting her closest. That witch, she knew that he would come after the rest of the White Wolf's pack and end any chance of another rising ever again. She chose her people over her bond. She chose her love of the White Wolf's child, and it brought me to you. So caught in the wonder of her tale, that it's a surprise for her to say that. Why me? What am I to do? I try not to open my eyes as she said not to, and screw them shut as hard as I can while holding myself still, my little heartbeat rising again with awe and yet excitement for this amazing story. You are the last white femi, Alora, so I could not stay behind and let you die too. I had to come and protect you with the gifts I've hidden for so many years. Don't be afraid. One day when this comes back, you will know what to do. My son, Colton, he's a good sweet boy, and I must leave him for a little while even though it kills me to do so. You'll be what he needs when the time comes, and you'll be drawn to him by the fates. I've seen it, the fates have deemed it so. Saw the pairing of my child and my Marina's as a resolution to the binds we find ourselves in. Our children will be the unity our three kinds need, and together they will rebalance what nature intended of our people. The berry I gave you, it will make you sleep, and all that you know from the moment you woke at my appearance, until you wake in morning, will be gone. until such a time when we three touch, and I can lift the binds I'm about to place on you. If something happens and I can no longer be found, or help to undo this, then your mate bond to my son. The finalizing of the union will restore this memory and the gifts I'm about to bind. It will break the spell and you'll shine. Sweet girl, with my son by your side, my aura ebbs around and through you, weaving its path as I have given you my words, and our souls have become so completely entwined within my magic. Look now, I flutter my eyes open. Now with her permission, a little slow at first, and can see what she means, with a quiet inhale of surprise. I'm completely encapsulated in blue glow, all around me and somehow inside of me, and lift my one free hand to see there is not a single piece of me that is not illuminated as it pulsates from every pore, making traces in the air. With my small movements, Sierra takes both of my hands in hers, holding my entire little fist inside her palms and firmly squeezing until I can't let myself free. Her eyes glow brighter, the room becoming light with the power of the glow we are both emitting, and I'm transfixed to her face as she locks her eyes on mine. I'm binding my life to thee. Willingly our souls entwined, my air is yours, our heart beats in rhyme. Together we are one until the end of time. By blood we may not be linked, but in love and bond, by magic synced, we now are forever to die as one. For you, my child, this spell will be done. I bind thee gifts. Until a time predicted, when the world and all within shall be shifted, when love breaks the ties, I place upon thee, and your mind and power shall be set free. We shall meet again in a time and place that the fates decree. Sierra utters these words in an almost song-like manner, as everything between us pulses and hums, with a static that electrifies the room, and we glow to an almost insane level of brightness. I screw my eyes shut, body energized, and almost fit to bursting with the sudden rush of adrenaline coursing through me. I feel like I'm standing in a wind tunnel, yet nothing moves, and almost as quickly as it overwhelms me, it stops dead and drops back to a dim glow as only Sierra's hands remain blue, and those two piercing eyes return to dark and her natural brown color. I blink my eyes at the sudden darkness of the room, acclimatizing as it all comes back into focus, and look at her with question. Her eyes are filled with tears, and little rivulets stain her pale cheeks as she smiles at me softly. He's coming, and soon this family will die too. They're killing what is left of the white pack as we speak, and they'll tell those of the mountain they chased vampires into our lands and couldn't get to them in time. You'll be a thorn in his shoe, as I have become, and he'll have no choice but to now put you somewhere in the hopes you'll be forgotten. My fate will be whatever he decides, but I doubt it'll be here with my people. If you die, I die, and he dies too. That will be my homage to your mother. So her death was not in vain. Sleep now, sweet girl. Before the horrors come to this room, I don't want that memory for you of this innocent family's demise. And I will stay here until he knows he can't touch you, for now or eternity if he wishes to live. My sleeping berry is strong. You won't know of anything more. My angel, only peaceful slumber before tomorrow. They break your heart and tell you of the saddest moment you'll have to live through for the next 10 years. I'm not a warrior, I'm a healer. Or else I would have done more for her, for all of you, and I'm so sorry. I truly am. My son, though, he has so much fire within him, just waiting to be unleashed. He's going to be a great warrior one day, your protector, your love, but you will show him the way. I had to bind his witch gifts as a baby for fear others would see it in him, or that Juan would see him as a threat, but he possesses sight and abilities that he has no concept of. I bound him, and much like you, he will unbind his gifts when he marks you as his mate, or I'm returned to you both to do it myself. Whatever comes first. You two are our future. Sierra strokes my face one more time. The sleepiness becoming overwhelming, and although the words she says alarms me and pushes a fear into my heart, a pain so deep because she said my mother is dead. The effects of that berry are pulling me into darkness, and I can't fight them. Tears bite my eyes, and I make a painful sound in response. Yet it falls almost like a breath and fades away as I succumb to this power. I want my mommy. It's a soft utterance as I try my hardest to outwin the effects, but my eyes drift closed, and Sierra's voice is all that gets through, her tone low and husky and torn as she cries through her words. I'm so sorry. I really am. I want her to come back too. You are all I have left of her. I only wish I could stand in her place and shelter you now, but he won't let me be with you. Our time will come. I will see you again. Sweet, sweet Alora. She sobs a little under her breath, and then seems to swallow it down and push herself back to calmer. I'll sing to you the wolf song. Such a pretty lullaby which'll help you go to sleep. Your mother said she used to sing it when she nursed, and it was always Colton's favorite melody to fall asleep to. Shh. Now, Sierra gently starts to sing, her voice wavering with emotion, but yet still lovely, so quiet, hushed in volume, so as not to disturb anyone else. The words of the Nordic song of old that we sing at the awakening ceremonies according to my mom, because I've never been allowed to go just yet. They're for the grown-up wolves who have something special beginning. And I hope one day that will be me too. The notes and melody fill the air, like a beautiful serenading ghostly echo, calling on our ancestors to help pave my path to slumber, and I black out completely as voices begin to invade the room in which I lie. Chapter 125. You Are Mine, PRT1. I gasp, inhaling a deep, almost vicious breath as reality crashes back in on me, shuddering my brain around my head, and I'm startled awake, back where I began. In the infirmary, gripping onto Colton's leg for dear life, and so disoriented as my vision returns to normal. I can hardly breathe for a moment, and have to drag air into my lungs while I get my bearings, and shake my head to clear my blurry vision. What the hell? It's an automatic response, Tartley said, as I try to catch my breath and Colton's arm around my waist loosen, as he lets me go a little. He was holding me up, I guess. And I flop as I'm released, using my hands on my knees to bend forward and finally pull myself together. It all starts to fade, and the noises and smells of reality fully bring me back to clarity. That was a memory. I saw it too. Colton's voice is gravelly, as though he's just as shaken as me, and I untangle myself from him and push to standing. My body spiking with unwanted tingles and feelings I can't contain as so many things rush through my head. I guess we somehow mind-linked while all three were connected, and he got my memory too and could see what I did. My emotions are all over the place, as though I just experienced something traumatic, and he gets up to follow me around the bed, sensing I'm not emotionally calm. Are you okay? He can sense my weirdness and mood, and I wrap my arms around myself to shut out the cold clawing feelings rising up to strangle me. Knocked sideways mentally, just needing a moment to claw my mind back together and figure out why my heart is pounding through my chest, and I feel sickly and agitated. It's more than the memory invading my brain. It's what Sierra's words told me. All I remembered before that was being asleep in that room, and then waking up in a new place with other kids in the orphanage. There was nothing in between, and now I know why. He must have taken me there, and when I slept, I forgot it all. They told me the Munro family were gone, but I never really understood what they meant by that until later, when I was told the vampires came. Just kid. And then they told me my family was dead, and I never stopped to question anything beyond that. My voice cracks, my throat aching with the effort. As it drives home that now, I understand fully that they were killed because of my mother and my gifts. All of them. My mother, my family, the Monroes, my whole pack died because of us. And what we are, the vampires were never the monsters in our midst. We were the wolves. And those of us who would slaughter women and children in the name of power, we created wars to cover our sins and let a hatred rage for centuries without learning from the mistakes. It makes my skin crawl to know the vampires were the innocents in all of this. They are just avenging their lost loves. They were fighting the Juans of the world for what he had done. And now, I'm on the side that they are, in trying to find reason in the death of everyone I cared about. She really is a witch. I mean, I know I saw what the doc said, and all of this, but seeing it, it's a whole other thing. Colton pulls me back to him with his voice. He sounds distant, his tone low as he turns his head to her, and that spike of emotion hits my heart in the stomach once more. Tears threatening, and the sudden rage shooting up through my stomach and chest, a pang of anger aimed his way. Remembering her words and what she said, and not for the first time, anger so intense for Colton, I could hate him. Why didn't you just do it when you were meant to? This could all have been avoided. It would have been done and we would have remembered. Our gifts restored and taken another path. Why didn't you just mark me when you had the fucking chance? You're an asshole. You could have stopped so much of this bullshit by just doing what I needed. It's a sob. The dam breaking and my hurt showing, set loose amid fury as tears hit my cheeks, and I spin away from him, aware the medic in the far corner is trying to pretend she isn't here, and I'm going to wake Doc up. I don't want people watching us or hearing us fight. I want all of them to leave me alone while I go somewhere and cry this all out. Hate on him and mourn the path we never took. So much hurt that could have been avoided. The fates didn't separate us to lead me somewhere else. They were backtracking to fix his wrong decision and circle us back around together to fix this. He just kept, and keeps on, screwing it up. Hey, Lori. What the Colton seems surprised at my reaction, blanching at me as I walk off, and as I stalk out of the room away from him, he doesn't hesitate and follows me, close on my heel as I get out of the doors into the middle corridor, where he catches my wrist and tries to tug me back, but I shrug him off, pull my hand away and keep going. My head is bubbling with the facts staring me in the face, my heart panging with the reminder he destroyed everything between us. Leave me alone. You ruined it all. I'm crying brokenly, tear-sodden with the outpour, racking pain in my chest that makes it difficult to breathe, as though an elephant is sat on my ribs, but he does not relent and sticks to my ass trying to catch my hands. Baby. Come on. Can we at least talk about this? About that. I know I fucked up, but this isn't ruined. Just give me the opportunity to do something about it. There's panic in his tone, an attempt at gentle and soothing, with a lot of confusion as to my turn and mood. I storm down the corridor back to the room I was meant to sleep in, and push the door open with a palm slam to the wood. Swinging it open at speed so it crashes against the foot of the bed and exposes the room. In no mood for him anymore, and I want to lie down and let this all wash away on a sea of heartbroken tears. Colton doesn't give up. He's hot on my heel, relentless in his pursuit, and almost suffocating me with his proximity. This time he catches my upper arm, grasps tight, yanking me to a halt as I proceed inside, and spins me to him, so I have no choice but to face him down. I tense, body turning stiff in defense mode, and my eyes glow red in readiness to battle myself free. Talk to me. He snaps the order at me, but it only riles that inner fierce that hates when he tries to command me to do anything. Stop it. Let me go. I don't want to talk to you. It's pointless and it's done. You were an idiot, and you broke me, broke us. And now my memory tells me all you had to do was mark me and it would have changed everything. Why did you have to screw it up? Why did you have to choose her over me? I slap at his fingers on my arm and shove at his chest, making every effort to have him release me. But Colton is as stubborn as I am and only tightens that grip and stands steady, turning around halfway to push the door closed behind us and conceal us in here, his face showing hints of peaking anger in that furrowed brow, and one dimple is prominent as a scowl slowly appears. His eyes amber to match my own fierce glow. Okay, first, my marking you would have changed everything. Yes, and I regret it. I fucking do. Lori. More than you will ever know, but we would never have found her. You had to run. I see that now, to be led to her, and maybe any other way we wouldn't have. My mom would still be hidden because of that choice. Secondly, how can I fix the damage if you won't give me a chance to try? I love you. And we're here together. I am not the one fighting this, and I'm not the one refusing to try. You were never second choice for me. The problem was, I didn't want anyone else and didn't have any fucking choice. His tone is both tinged with anger, yet also not. He's mad that I'm resisting and making this physical, pissed at me for what he thinks is my being overdramatic. But he's trying to get through to me and communicate with that subtle hint of control and softness. He's trying to insert, and it just makes me break all the more, sagging as tears pour down my face, and I keep tugging at his fingers like a spoiled child to be set free. Unable to really do much more, as energy drains from me. I'm exhausted, and this isn't helping. How can you fix it? You marked her. You betrayed the bond and you're linked to another forever. I won't be your whore, and the memory said marking, not screwing. Let me go. I tug one last time, glaring his way through watery eyes, and he finally lets go, with a weird sharp inhale, and stares at me like I have two heads as I jump back out of his reach. My entire body racked with the hurt I've been carrying all this time. My throat aching with finally saying it out loud and how much agony those words inflicted on my soul. I did what now? Colton, on the other hand, seems a tiny bit shocked, a lot dumbfounded, and his tone drops a level or two, his eyes on me homed and hard, his pulsating temper subdues to a low thrum, and genuine confusion takes over his face, with a deepening of his brows as he narrows his eyes on me. And that dimple disappears again as his mouth straightens out. I felt it. Don't try and deny it. I know what you did. I snap at him, consumed with grief, and turn away, unwilling to let him manipulate me with fast words and untruths, wiping my face with the back of my hand and pull myself together. Trying so hard to find my inner rage again, over this damn stupid weakness at what he's done to us. We're linked. You and I, meaning you feel things like my marking someone else, which you couldn't have because it didn't happen. Is this why you are so fucking mad at me? You have this crazy notion in your head, I marked Carmen, the bitter way he says it. The tinge of anger, and the less than friendly deliverance, only fuel the tornado in me I was trying to calm, and I spin back on him, eyes glowing painfully as my inner wolf jumps out to battle for me. Don't you dare. I did feel it. The pain and betrayal about 4 days after I left, so don't stand there and fucking lie to me about what you did. I'm not stupid. I yell it at him, temper hitching, and equally riled as I stand up to him, but he doesn't back down. Colton can be scary as hell when riled, and he seems to stand taller and bristle at my verbal attack, his eyes much like mine. Increase in glow, of an equally pissed wolf, and he reaches down to the hem of his t-shirt and yanks it up over his head in one swift hasty motion and throws it on the bed, exposing that tanned muscular physique. He spreads his arms out wide, looks me dead in the eye before turning slowly and giving me a full 360 of naked upper torso. Show me. Because marking is a two-way thing and something I wouldn't be able to hide. Look real hard because on my life, Lori, I didn't fucking mark anyone. He bites it at me as he comes back to face me, and the blood drains from my body, leaving me cold inside. As I take in his tan skin free of mark, it's hard to stay on this idea about marking, when there is nothing at all on the flawless physique, except inky tattoos on one shoulder of his pack tribal, and a lot of carved toned muscle. My anger simmers, but she isn't about to back down because I know what I felt. In the woods, that kind of pain and betrayal, it doesn't come from nothing, and he had to have done something. Chapter 126. You Are Mine, PRT2. Fine. Okay, so maybe it wasn't that. But what I felt was real. You obviously just screwed her then. Either way, this will never happen. The bond is marred and damaged, and you did this to us. I cross my arms across my chest, my fight dying because I was so sure, and yet I'm wrong. My heart pounding like a war drum within, and my body is beginning to tremble with the excessive amount of pain and energy coursing through me. Colton looks like he might explode, standing menacingly close, a new rage ignited in that angular face as he tenses his jaw and grits his teeth. I did not fuck her. What is wrong with you? All this cryptic bullshit since I came for you. The refusal to let me touch you. All this, you think I cheated on you. That's what all of this was about. Because you felt it. No, Lori. What you felt around 4 days after the mess hall conversation was me finding you gone. Was me coming back from 4 days recon with Mateo to find not only the girl I decided to fight for was gone, and it utterly destroyed me, but my beta, my best friend, kept it from me, stopping me from being able to find you, and betrayed my trust in the worst way. Meadow broke my heart with a betrayal. You broke it by leaving. I came back for you, and to tell my father I would leave and take you with me if he stood in my way. She knew you leaving would break me, and it did. I wasn't ever going to mark Carmen. You are my mate, and have been since the second we imprinted, no matter what I said, or how I seemed. I'm devoted to you, crazy about you, and I won't be happy until I'm marked to you. You're my soulmate and I need you. Why in the hell would I fuck that up any more than I did? I stand in stunned silence, Colton breathy with the deliverance of an angry, then almost soothing to calm splurge of words. His whole demeanor softening as he reached the end, and his eyes returned to chocolate brown as he let go of the rage and tried to drive the point home that I was wrong. He stands now, just looking at me with a slightly furrowed brow, over that cute boy expression of forgive me, and I can't move, stomach twisted in pain, and caught in a world of confusion, as his words reverberate through my mind and heart, and I saw a bunch of emotions all at once. Elation. That in one rant he wiped away all doubt and confusion about why he's been trying so hard to get us to connect romantically. The sweep of mad at myself that I left when I did and could have been with him all along. But he's right about Sierra. I wouldn't have found her otherwise, and maybe the fates always intended it this way after all. I feel so stupid, so guilty, and ashamed. And I regret that it took until now to know this. I look down at the floor, unable to look him in the eye while shame washes through me and my own stupid pride takes a dent. He didn't break the bond. He didn't betray me. And in fact, he came home willing to fight for me, only to find me gone, and it was too late. I'm mad at myself for the weeks of shutting him out. When one link and he would have told me to come home to him or came for me. Weeks of heartbreak and loneliness. When he was always there waiting for me, looking for me, and not about to give up on us. He meant it. He really didn't, and I've held him at arm's length because I believed his pain and betrayal was something else. Why didn't you just ask me when I came for you? This could have been over then. Colton steps towards me, his voice now low and level with regret seeping in. a soft little movement closer towards me, to tighten the gap and surround me with his smell and presence. Finally, able to let go of some of this anger and pain. And it leaves a gaping heaviness within me because I've been carrying it for weeks. It was all so unnecessary. I didn't think I needed to. I felt something were linked. I figured you knew that I knew. I sound feeble, small, tears stinging my voice as he moves closer. Colton slides his strong, warm hands up my arms from my wrists, until one rests on each shoulder. And he exhales heavily as he pulls me the last tiny inches towards him. So we are only millimeters apart, his touch and heat soothing me with his gentleness. I had no idea you even thought it. Or I would have told you, Lori. I had no idea this was in your head, and assumed you would have known I didn't mark her. I figured you were mad about how it ended, and that I made you feel like leaving was the only option. I'm sorry, baby, for everything. But I swear on my pack, on my life, on us that I haven't done anything to betray the bond. I've stayed true to you. I'll project every memory you don't have of our time apart and prove it. His soft voice falls over me like a warming balm, and I break down into stupid little sobs and thrust myself at him to be held. I'm the one who needs a little forgiveness in this moment. So easy to break when I know he never did anything to make me hate him. Colton doesn't hesitate and wraps me up in his arms tight and presses me to his chest. A full body hug. Safe. And secure. As all the pain and heartbreak ebbs away and I cry for everything I've gone through these past weeks. Hating him, needing him, being broken-hearted over him, it all seems so foolish and nothing now. I'm wrapped up tight against him, with his breath on top of my hair, sweeping away all of it. The boy who was my rock, and my words of wisdom right back here where I need him. And he does what Colton does best. He holds me up and soothes away my anxiety and tears. I'm sorry. It's a muffled, pathetic noise I make against his solid, smooth chest. His skin on mine is like coming home to the best place in the world and being enveloped in warm, cozy safety. No, baby. I am for everything. This is my fault. I failed to do what I was meant to. I failed to nurture and protect my mate, and didn't even figure out how much pain you were in over a stupid misunderstanding. Forgive me. Princessa, give me another chance to prove I can be what you need, what you deserve. Colton leans back, sliding his hand between us to separate us a little, guides his fingers under my chin and tilts my face up to him so he can look me in the eye. The watery mess of a girl having an emotional break, and he wipes my jawline with his thumb as he does so, to catch some drips waiting to let go, taking care of me, how he always does, and it makes it hurt with more intensity. I've been so stupid. For someone so strong, you sure like to cry a lot. It's a smile with humor that shines back in his eyes, and those dimples make a worthy appearance, melting me a little more. It makes me snort a small chuckle through my tears, and I wipe my nose on the back of my hand, lightening my mood with a smile. That's because my mate's an asshole and he inflicts it. I point out sarcastically, still trying to dry my face as he begins to help, by lifting his shirt and using it to dab my skin dry for me. Colton leans in and head bops me on the forehead with his softly, and sighs at me, his dimples back on show, hinting at a subtle smile. Mate, huh? Thought that was never happening again. A naughty gleam, a cheeky knowing grin spreading across his face. And despite how much I love him, I have the urge to knee him in the balls for joking at a time like this. Don't push your luck. I have plenty to still be mad about. I shove him back by placing 2 hands on his chest, finding a little of that strength he goes on about, and pulling myself together once more, swallowing the sobs and sniffing away the mess. Colton lets go of my face and catches me by the hips instead, with fast reflexes, and hauls me back. So we bump groins and nestles me against him. Yeah. But I know how to fix it. I have a tried and tested method that seems to always work on you. that sly gleam, and before I can open my mouth to question that response with a what, he swoops in faster than the speed of light and kisses me hard on the lips, locking his mouth to mine and fastening us together passionately. I'm too stunned to react at first, as his warm, soft lips fit perfectly to the curves and grooves of mine, warming my skin and silencing my upset fully. But almost like he hits a button, the fire inside of me ignites, and I open my lips a little to let him in. Colton kisses me softly at first, teasing me with the tip of his tongue, and I respond and find a rhythm in the deliciousness of kissing him again. So many feelings brimming to the surface, and sweet pains at knowing his touch like this once more. We always worked this way, and as I let it develop into French kissing, with tongues smoothing one another, lips pressed tight, our faces connected, I slide my arms around his neck and pull him as close to me as I can, absorbed in him, with no more mental voice trying to drag me away anymore. I loved him, even when he broke me, and this is what I've longed for. Colton slides one hand over my ass, cups it smoothly, and lifts me to him with that aggression of a horny wolf, while his other arm snakes across my upper back, and his hand finds the base of my neck, holding me tight as he slides it under my hair and cocoons me within his hold. He presses us hard together, so my curves fit his hard angles, and I'm left feeling small and fragile within his muscular frame. Wrapped up tight, like he'll protect me from all the dangers in the world. Always. My feet free of floor as he lifts me high, and I lift them behind me and let him hold me fully. Nothing is going to stop it this time. As fire builds between us, and this pulsing need almost wins me with the ferocity it consumes me. My body throbbing with need and desire. And I turn up the heat on his kiss, nibbling his bottom lip ravenously and reveling in the way he matches the desire. Colton subdues my fierce, with his own special way of caressing my tongue, so my toes curl before pulling out and sucking my button lip in such a way it almost makes my panties self-combust. Lust spreading through my loins so that I'm wrapping myself around him all the more in any way humanly possible. My fingers in his hair and gripping tight, pulling my knees up so he slides me around his waist and bounces me up higher in his grip, tilting his head back to keep kissing me, and I bring my chin down to stay glued to him, as I'm now higher than he is. My gentle turns savage, and this all-consuming ache to be fulfilled cries out for him, igniting the passion of my wolf as she gets a little crazily savage. We lose the softness of the make-out session and turn almost feral in desire. Grip tightens, kiss turns from romance to aggressive, consuming one another as we continue, and Colton runs his fingers into the underlayer of my hair and tugs my head back so he can access my neck with dominance, tracing his tongue and teeth down my throat before allowing me to pull back down to be rewarded with another taste of him. This overwhelming energy inside of me takes over, and somehow being wrapped up this way is not enough, even though Colton has lifted my feet from the floor and has me suspended in mid-air straddling him. I want to be able to explore his naked torso with my tongue, to feel every part of his skin on mine, and we have clothes in the way. Chapter 127. You Are Mine Part3. I break free, dropping my legs down again, and push his face sideways with my hand on his jaw, to lean down to kiss his neck, licking over the pulse in his jugular, tracing from jawline to Adam's apple as he slowly puts me back on my feet. His skin is slightly salty, yet delicious, with that unique smell and taste that is only his, and it pushes the need higher inside of me. Blood hitting boiling point, and all I want is to experience his mouth on every inch of my skin. Body heating from inside, and my core is almost pulsating with a strong need to feel him within me. I want to be joined to him in intimate ways that are only meant for us. I want to taste his blood and mark my mate. As soon as my feet hit the floor, I shove him hard backwards with a newfound strength, away from me with a giggle, biting on my bottom lip to curb this insane horniness that's threatening to overtake me. so he hits the bed and topples over with a manly chuckle. Colton smiles, rights himself to sitting position and props one hand behind him, so he can lean back and watch me. His eyes devouring me, glowing amber with ignited passion, and I can almost feel his heart pounding in time with mine. I want you so badly. I can't take it. He utters in a husky tone that's almost inaudible, but it fuels me onwards, and I climb on top of him as he now sits on the bed and begin to untie the cord of his dark sweatpants at his waist, confident that he's mine to do what I want to. As I please, nestling over him so my hands are between my legs to access him, Colton sits up so he can use both arms, slides his hands up my throat and circles around my jaw, burying his fingers in my hair before tugging me down and continuing to kiss me until he has me breathless, leaving me to pull his sweatpants loose while he focuses on teasing my tongue with his once more, and I close my eyes and savor the way he feels. Nothing matters anymore, all the weeks and tears and fights of the past. All that matters is how good this feels and how every one of my senses are screaming at me to make him mine. Once I'm done untying him, I let my hands roam over his chest and abs, appreciating every solid form of hot, smooth sexiness, up and down, until I slide over those massive shoulders and feel out every inch open wide to me. Enjoying the fact I get to explore without boundaries, and that I have the right to do it, as he has with me. He's a perfect specimen, and just his body alone makes me hot and willing to lay back and have his puppies. I want him. My inner thighs are throbbing and damp, and I'm aching for him to put his hands anywhere he pleases. Much like I'm doing, but I feel like he's being respectful and cautious as to how far he can go. He isn't sure if this is leading to sex, or just a heavy petting session, and I can feel his hesitation ebbing my way. Are you going to do this or keep making me wait? I break from his lips, teasing him, inviting him to take this further and smile naughtily so he doesn't misunderstand. His eyes locking on mine and he matches my own seductive smile. Oh baby. You're not getting out of this room until I've done everything I've been thinking of doing to you for the past weeks. Do you know how badly I've wanted this? How many dreams I've had about being able to do this to you? I swear you've been a star in so many pornographic wet dreams. Colton doesn't give me a second to answer that, but catches me in another kiss, catching hold of me and flips us over with an expert speedy move so I end up flat on the bed. He crawls on top of me and holds himself off my body with strong arms. I guess hot dreams about one another were not a one-way thing then. If those are anything like reality, then Colton better buckle down and hurry up. He doesn't break the kiss he has me caught in, and I seek out the smooth plane of hard muscle with my palms and feel my way over him. Colton leans on one elbow to keep himself propped up. His other hand slides down my thigh until he finds the hem of my nightshirt. He slides a hot, flat palm under the edge, tracing up the curve of my hip and abdomen before smoothing all the way to my right breast and cupping it firmly, squeezing and caressing my nipple through the thin lace of my bra until he has me arching and wriggling under him in a frenzy of take me now. It feels unlike anything I've ever known. His touch searing my skin while touching me in places no one else has, but it throbs and aches in such a good way. I want him all over me in every private place I possess. I never knew a touch could ignite fire and longing with this insane intensity, but his does. There's a mix of apprehension and nerves in the pit of my stomach as we get hot and heavier, despite wanting it more than air, and Colton lowers his pelvis between my thighs and gently grinds against me, igniting a craving with the goodness of his attention. I moan and bite his bottom lip, gripping his shoulder as I lift my hips to him and push him to do it harder as sensation arouses me fully. And I swear, I've never been so ready to finally lose my virginity as this. This dry humping thing he has going on is enough to push me over the edge, and I'm almost insane with the craving to get him inside of me. If all of this is anything like the end result, then I have no desire to keep waiting. Only my niggles and worries in the back of my mind are stopping me from pulling my own clothes off and prompting him faster. I've heard it can hurt. There were horror stories from other girls in the home, even those who paired up and marked. They said that it's not always a pleasant thing the first time, that it can be sore and dry and awkward. Especially if your mate's a virgin too. And I try and push it out of my head, unable to see how something that feels this insanely good can end up being awful. Colton is not a virgin. Even I know that. And judging by his kissing skills, he knows something about a femmy's body and how to pleasure her. I cling to him, wrapping my legs around his waist, and slide one hand between us to rub over the erection I can feel bulging through the material of his sweatpants. In a bid to make him want to push us ahead with more haste, and smile when Colton groans under his breath at my contact, both hitting fever-pitch excitement levels, and he flips from over me, surprising me with the sudden departure that makes me go from insanely heated to instantly cold with the loss of his body heat. "What are you doing?" I gasp in alarm, shock, and outraged all at the same time, blurting it at him and throwing him a shocked glare. "I'm going to end up pounding you into the bed and getting you pregnant the first time if I don't go get something. Trust me, I'm coming right back. Don't you dare move a muscle. The infirmary has some. Stay right here exactly like this." Colton leans up, taking hold of my knees, and pushes them slightly apart with a wink and a smile of cheekiness, before swooping down and kissing me on the lips quickly. It elicits a giggle from me that he's both crude and cute at the same time, and as soon as he darts out of the room, I flop back on the bed, exhaling heavily, trying to calm my racing heart and pull in some much-needed air. He has me all kinds of crazy riled up, pulse all over the place and lungs laboring with his attentions. I lay a hand on my pulsating belly to try and calm down some of this crazy fire growing up inside of me, before I self-combust and pass out, and wave my free hand over my face to cool some of the intense flushing burning over my cheeks and forehead. I thank the fates I had the foresight to shower earlier. I have a yearning that is insatiable, and I can't lie still. Energy levels boosted and suddenly so antsy. I sit up and end up shuffling off the bed to pull my nightdress off, but he's back in a flash as I get to my feet. Obviously, he hyper-sped there and back, equally desperate to do this, and startles me with the return. "Hey, that's not how I left you." He comes up behind me and runs a hand up my abdomen, across my breast to give it another gentle squeeze from around behind me, and kisses me in the space of my neck under my jaw, on my right side, igniting tingles and butterflies within my belly all over again. I was going to take this off. I tug at my shirt to show him and yelp when Colton spins me, almost knocking me over, but catches me in his arm instead. He holds up a pack of condoms, shakes them at me with a mischievous glint in his eye that gets me blushing, and looking away in a flash of embarrassment, and throws them on the bed before kissing me lightly on the lips again. His kiss is addictive, and I could have him do it to me every second of every day. "Allow me." He leans in and yanks the hem of my shirt up in one fluid movement, as my arms come up automatically, and he swipes the nightdress up and over my head and tosses it aside, like it's nothing but a flimsy obstacle. He takes a second to skim my body with his eyes before latching onto my mouth again, and kissing me as venomously as the first reunion, pushing me back into that feverish mode of needing him. Colton's hands are hot and strong, and they skim my body, seeking out my curves before sliding behind me as he unclips my bra, in a smooth, swift maneuver, pulling us apart so he can untangle me from it, exposing and releasing my breasts, and throws it aside. I don't feel any kind of shyness, so invested in needing to be naked with him and allowing him to take a moment to caress them before he slides his hands down my waist. The breather has allowed some of my nerves to kick in, and I swallow down subtle fear, my body trembling as he slides my lace panties down from my hips, slowly, sexily, completely undressing me. You're beautiful in every way, my perfect girl. I couldn't want you more than I do. Colton whispers in a husky tone, right into my ear when he straightens back up and brings us back together, sucking my earlobe, and my knees almost give way with the erotic sensation. His breath fanning my cheek and shoulder and igniting goosebumps. I love you. I have to say it to him because it's how I feel as I'm consumed by every pore of my body and nerve endings exploding deliciously, an undying need for him. Forgiveness, letting go of the past, all mixed up with desire and passion. And so many emotions in the moment that the words tug at my throat, forming a lump. But it's not sadness. It's complete adoration and an incomparable happiness that he's finally going to be everything I wanted. Everything I still need. Colton pulls back to rest his nose against mine gently, stroking my hair back from my face, and smiles at me in that knee-weakening, full-on Dimples way, slowing down the tempo and breathing out slowly with me as his touches softens. Chapter 128. You are mine, Part4. I want to hear that multiple times a day for the rest of my life. I'm crazy in love with you. I'll never let you down again, ever, I swear. You're my priority, the Luna the people need, the Luna I need. I'll never doubt us or put you second again. I needed to lose you to realize how stupid that was, how fucked up my priorities were, because your mate should always come first. You will always come first. Colton kisses me on the forehead, a grazing light tenderness that makes me feel delicate and special, igniting the butterflies inside of me and the softer side that is not consumed by lust, unless you turn into a power-crazed psychopath. I point out in quiet humor and get a white flash of gorgeous smile for my efforts, even if it was a tongue-in-cheek remark that might upset him. A lightness of the intense heavy moment. In that case, I give you permission to taser my ass and keep me shackled to the bed. For your pleasure, I would happily live like that for as many years as it took to cure me of my crazy. He swoops down, catching my lips, while simultaneously scooping me up under the butt and lifting me to him. So I end up straddling him around the waist once more, catching his shoulders with my hands to stop myself falling back. He carries me back to the bed this way, never breaking his kiss on mine, and I wrap my arms around his neck fully, entwining him, never wanting to let go ever again. So many times I almost had him, and he slipped through my fingers. But not this time. He's my captive, and I will fight tooth and nail to keep him here. Those weeks of being apart, the heartache and pain from being imprinted on him, and yet always turned away, all fall around us to dust. Like they don't matter anymore. His touch, a balm that heals so many wounds, pushes so many painful emotions completely out of me, and the confidence in knowing he will never reject me again gives me new life. He's in control here, and no sign of doing anything except marking me and finalizing the union with sex. He's mine finally, and there is nothing going to come between us or stop us this time around. Colton drops me on the bed gently and steps back while he strips off his pants and boxers, kicking of his socks and shoes in the process, while I scoop my socks off and throw them past him. Two completely naked people with glowing eyes as wolves peek and urge us to unite them too. We take a silent, almost synchronized second to admire the beauty in one another. In all our glory, both liking what we see, the way he looks at me, eating me with his eyes, and devouring every inch, makes me feel sexy and desirable, and that tingle of need flushes over me once more, dampening the nerves and hesitations, and I reach for him. Colton takes my hand and climbs on the bed, pushing me back against the cushions, and nestles over me in a less hostile manner than our makeout the first time. He strokes my hair back and fully lays his body into mine, all curves and angles matching, and he slides between my thighs to find a comfortable position. Are you nervous? He asks, losing that wildfire in his eyes and toning down to a simmer as he picks up on my underlying anxiety. lifting his hand and stroking a thumb across my bottom lip as gentle as a fluttering butterfly, the calm in him pushing through his crazy hormones. And it does so much to help me simmer too. A little, I admit, not liking that this softness is quenching the flames of passion and bringing the fear to the forefront a little. I think I would prefer getting lost in the haze instinct and have him just do it when I'm wound up and crazy for him. Even if it hurts that way, get it over and done with, so I can then know what the after feels like and experience future times, as it's meant to get better the more you do it. My stomach lurches with a bout of nerves and I swallow down the apprehension. I'll try not to hurt you. We can go slow, be gentle. Marking doesn't have to be crazy and aggressive and bouncing around the furniture. Your first time should be special. Besides, if I don't calm down, I may only last like 5 seconds, max. Colton's heart is beating as fast as mine, but as he utters soothing words, I can feel him physically beginning to level out. His own passion and desire simmering because he's pulling the emotion through instead of the lust, and it's dampening both of us as we feed from one another. I think I don't want to anticipate. I'm ready to just do it. I frown at him, my innocence showing, and he laughs softly. Bringing that hand and smoothing down my cheek, the obvious adoration in the way he looks at me. You clearly don't know what foreplay is or, the joy of working up to it. He grins and kisses me quickly. I blush at that, and he leans in and kisses me a little more intensely, grinding his erection against my intimate places. Skin on skin, and I gasp in ecstasy at the unique pleasure waves it causes to ripple through my stomach and up my legs. See? Sex is about more than just getting it in there. Trust me, I'm not about to make our first time together uncomfortable because you aren't ready. Colton strokes his fingers down my throat and across my breast and ignites that same pleasure, caressing my skin so it almost burns with his touch, and those warming, churning feelings between my legs stir up again to fever pitch. They never lay low for long, even when he's taking a breather. One touch, and he stokes the fire right back up to where it needs to be. And I stop worrying about going slow. He moves down my body and kisses first my throat, then slides down and licks my nipple, before teasing it between his teeth, and I almost arch into a snappable position, lifting my spine off the bed and moaning like crazy with the contact. Colton doesn't relent. He works down my body, kissing, licking, and caressing, and slides his hand between my thighs, carefully, waiting on sounds of my refusal before he gently rubs across my aching core, his fingers trailing between the folds and smoothing a dampness across from within me. I almost spasm with the mind-blowing sensation it elicits. That simple caress down there almost sends me over the edge, and I grab his hair and bury my fingers into the longer length on top, to grip onto him as he moves further down. Colton takes it as a sign that I like it and carries on with a second caress. This time circling at the front and almost making me squeal. It feels so good. I close my eyes and give way to the sensation as Colton gently pushes my legs apart for better access at the knees and lifts one of them up to open me fully to him. I tense in anticipation, waiting on the piercing pain because I think he's going to enter me, and I've worked myself up into believing it'll happen like they told me it would. Sharp agony, and dry grating uncomfortable thrusting, and groan out in surprise when a hot smooth tongue probes me instead. I wasn't expecting him to put his mouth down there, and despite the surprise I almost melt to goo, because it's honest to God the best feeling in the world. Oh God, the sensation is nothing like I imagined. Not even close. Colton's sucking and licking. Down there, warm and wet, yet unbelievably good. Something that should feel icky, or weird, or even unbearably embarrassing, instead is making my toes curl, and me gasp for more, clutching at him to urge him to do it harder. The pleasure runs up my limbs, warms my stomach, and the motion of what he's doing has me writhing about the bed in seconds, making noises like a dying animal, and all I can do is grip onto his hair and try not to completely implode. Colton doesn't stop what he's doing, and something firmer, longer, and stiffer gently slides inside of me a little way, and I almost experience my first inner explosion. I assume it's the beginning of an orgasm, due to this being the first time I have been sexually ignited and touched down there. But as I have no idea what that's meant to feel like, I can only assume. It pushes me to pant and let go of him to grab the bedsheets as I focus on doing nothing but succumbing to how amazing this feels. Lifting my hips in time to the way he's probing me. If I knew sex was like this, I maybe wouldn't have been so subtle with Colton these past weeks. I would have just pushed him up against a wall and molested him. Good? Huh? His smug tone comes at me, but I can't answer, only breathe in short raspy gasps as waves of growing heat and tingles start in my toes and begin to work their way up my limbs, pelvis, making me tremble uncontrollably. He continues to slide what feels like a finger gently in and out of me, only a little way, his tongue back on the frontal portion as he sucks and licks my clitoris. And I groan heavily in response to his question, pulling my knees up as my body can't stay still from the extreme ecstasy coursing through my limbs. Oh God, mark me. I swear if you don't get up and do this, I might eat you. It's a crazy, breathless whine as need consumes me, and something big builds up in my stomach and nerve endings that feels like climbing. Even though what he's doing feels divine, and I'm so close to some weird precipice, I want to feel him instead of his hand. If that can send me into a spiraling mess of goo, then I want the real thing and experience what that can do. Screw foreplay. Mark me already. Chapter 129. Marked PRT1. Colton laughs at me, but my insane need must be waving at him and overwhelming him too, as he only stops to put on his condom and gets on top of me right away, no hesitation, abandoning this slow and steady for instant gratification, so maybe next time foreplay will be lengthier. You're wet enough already that it shouldn't hurt much, so maybe we should just get this done, and then the second time we can go slower. Enjoy it without the tension. He braces himself over the top of me, leaning in to nuzzle his nose against mine, and I open my eyes to be faced with glowing amber eyes, the most gorgeous male I have ever known, nestling his body back onto mine. He doesn't say anything, just a kiss on the end of my nose as he catches me unawares with a little smooth slide of his pelvis and completely enters me. It doesn't give me time to tense up or expect it. Just boom, he's inside of me and I'm thankful. It's how he did it. I gasp. As first the pleasure of him doing it expands and stretches me out in ways I never knew could be so amazing within my own body. But then that sharp stab of pain as he completely buries himself within me, and almost knocks my breath away as I wince and shudder underneath him. A slicing, almost snap, of something that pangs through my abdomen, no more severe than a really bad one. Second period cramp, but enough to knock the wind out of my sails and the blood drains from my face. My moan turns to yelp, as my body stiffens and I go rigid in his arms instantly, afraid to move or breathe. He pauses completely, before moving out of me slightly and slowly, and rests down over me, coming to a complete stop. His eyes on mine intensely. You okay? He leans in and kisses me tenderly on the mouth, seeking me out to make sure I am. As I wriggle my body and try to quickly recover from that burning sensation raveling up my belly and across my stomach, I only manage to move myself down so that he slides back to where he was. And the pain is replaced with a soothing warmth as he fills me again, and I moan under my breath at the reigniting pleasure. Don't stop. Breathing the words at him, clinging to his arms, closing my eyes tight and grip his biceps with fervor. He lowers his head once more and traces his tongue across my throat. distracting me for a second, igniting small sparks and goosebumps across my skin before he moves his hips and pushes into me once more. It's the most pleasurable pain I've ever known, stingy, a little tender, yet it fades with every stroke he makes, pushing in and out until he finds a slow rhythm and I adjust to better move with him. It's uncomfortable with the first few, but as I seem to self-lubricate once more, and his body grinds into mine, bringing us together properly, it changes to that waving sensual deliciousness that I felt when he used his hand. My gasps turn to moans once more, the warmth soothing away the worst of the pain, although the slight burning inside dampens, and there is a tiny ache deep inside of me that is being massaged by Colton sliding in and out, in slow even thrusts. He kisses me, caresses my face with one hand, tracing my cheek and eyebrow, and showers me with nibbles and small kisses across my jaw and mouth as he increases with speed and has me moaning and groaning and arching under him, over and over, growing faster together as the minutes tick by, and he intensifies what it does to me as he gets a little more aggressive with his thrusts. He strains over me, careful not to crush me under him, and it leaves him free to move, focusing all his attention on the noises I'm making and adjusting to what he deems as something I like. It's subtle changes in angle, rhythm, ferocity, as he feels me out, listens and responds to my body, with the goal of making me enjoy this. He's attentive, and I thank the fates they gave me a lover with a clue. I get that he probably wants to change position, but this works for me, and I'm not at that stage of full immersion where I want to start experimenting. This is overwhelming enough, and feels good as is, and I don't want to move in case it hurts again. Sex is unique in a surprising way. There is nothing to compare what it feels like, but I guess done badly this could be horrendous. With Colton, it's mind-blowing, ecstasy, even with the first hurdle of pain, as he dominates my body and I become this heavy lump of useless wrapped around him, completely surrendering to what he's doing to me, and only capable of noises and shallow breathing as the feeling builds up inside of me to levels that blot out any ability to think beyond sensation. Marking hurts. I can't do anything about that, but if I get you close enough to climax, it should take the edge off. Colton's voice comes through, right in my ear, breathy, low, husky, and so sexy in his hoarseness as he too revels in pleasure at being inside of me, mid-thrust, mid-groan. But I'm so lost in darkness inside my own body, overwhelmed by this growing mass of goodness, as it crawls up my limbs and devours my skin and body slowly. A hot wave of tingles and pleasure, creeping up and wrapping around me until it gets to my stomach and ties it all knots. My breathing is rapid, my moans are voiceless, breathless pants now, and as it grows to an overwhelming crescendo, threatening to pull my mind and vision into this wave of building something. Colton leans in, and without prior warning sinks his teeth into the soft curve above my breast, inflicting a piercing, stabbing agony that is 100 times worse than breaking my hymen. I cry out, in both pain and ecstasy, as his plan comes to fruition and everything inside of me explodes magnificently. With an overwhelming orgasm, the bite mark is numbed out completely by my full-on loss of bodily control, as my first real climax devours me whole, and it's more powerful than I could have predicted. A crescendo of stars blind me and sparkle across my entire vision as I spasm and lose control of all of my limbs, my body pulsing and twitching with extreme mind-throbbing pleasure, and I cry out. For my first ever, it's probably the best thing I've ever felt in my life. Like sneezing really hard, only 100 times better, and it affects every single nerve ending and leaves you completely sated and satisfied. It lasts only seconds, but those few delicious long-drawn moments of complete loss of control as I soak Colton between my thighs are pure bliss. They leave me with residue tingling across my skin and inside my stomach and pelvis that has me stretching out like a satisfied cat and enjoying the waves that fade out slowly with whimpers of approval. I slump into a useless heavy mass as soon as the waves subside, and come back to reality, completely aware that Colton is no longer either inside of me or biting me. I blink my eyes open to look at him. Skin flushed and a little embarrassed, I just had an all-out spasm attack and cried like he was killing me. There's no pain in my chest or between my legs, and yet I don't want to look at some deep bloody mess down there. Although it doesn't feel wet, and there's literally no trace of blood on Colton's face from what I can see. Look at you. He grins at me, prodding me very slightly in the cheek where I can feel a buildup of heat, and assume I'm rosy. I must look like I fell asleep and was woken suddenly, as my eyes are heavy and almost unfocused. I assume I look like you're meant to after a mind-blowing climax like that. And he seems very proud of himself. The after effects are as good as the during, and my body is weightless and relaxed, like 1,000 years of stress and tension were lifted off in one amazing explosion. I could fly if I wasn't wedged under him. And he looks equally relaxed and happy with himself. You feel up to it being my turn. All you have to do is complete the union, but you need to be on top. He points out, a hint of tiredness in his tone, and I reach up and stroke my fingers across his jawline, loving the feel of subtle stubble as it grazes my delicate skin. I couldn't love this face anymore if I tried right now. He just blew my mind. I blink at him. Then down between us as I think about it. And as good as what he did was, I honestly can't do a round 2 just yet. My body has gone on vacation, and my legs are like jello so that I'm not even sure I have the full use of them anymore. My lady parts are throbbing now, the pleasure has stopped. And it definitely hurts down there. Like something got snapped or grazed inside. Slightly burning. I feel tender, and maybe not so quick to put his manhood back in there. For tonight anyway, we might have to do some recovery delay time. I point out. The horror of a rematch must be evident on my face, but he only shakes his head at me, a smile breaking across that cute boy expression, and my favorite dimples shine down at me. Trust me. As much as I hate to admit that our first time lasted under 6 minutes, because it's pretty embarrassing I already came. Due to lack of action, way too much build-up, and excitement at finally being able to touch you. We don't need to be going for round 2 yet. I climaxed, majorly, and it's very sensitive down there. So, we both need some downtime before I make up for this sad attempt, and give you a decent second go at it. You just need to get up and mark me. To finish this. You're mine, forever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Colton buries his face in my neck and starts nibbling me playfully, torturing me with his full body weight getting released on top of me and pulling a fit of giggles out of me until I fight him off and bat him away, sore all over from his nips and grazing kisses. And from that 5 o'clock shadow starting to scratch me. Skin blushing from his attentions, and the fatigue I see evident in him is starting to ebb my way. How am I supposed to get up if you don't get off of me? I retort, too busy trying to calm the laughing fit he caused me, to be able to speak and breathe at the same time, and Colton rolls off me to let me go, sighing heavily in a sound that is very much satisfaction. And splays out on the bed with his head tilted up at me. You just had to ask, Princessa. He lays back, kicking out the sheets from under him as he does so, and pushes them down the bed. I sit up and yank my side back too, to aid him in his endeavors and get under them so he can pull us over him, and then I slide up onto him. I carefully crawl up, no shyness about being this way, and straddle him over the area his hips are, so I don't sit on his now no longer erect manhood. I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate my squashing it when it's sensitive. I flinch as my body connects with his nestling down, underneath tender even though our union was brief. And I catch the look of guilt sweep over his face before he smooths it out to conceal it. His hand comes up to trace where he marked me, and for the first time, I actually pay real attention to where it is, and find the courage to look, shocked that the reason there is no pain or throbbing, and I hadn't even acknowledged it, is it's already healed. No blood, no gash, but a perfect bite mark of dark scars that are smooth to the touch, almost like a tattoo in subtle hues. I stroke over it too, eyes widening in wonder, and throw him a quizzical glance. I didn't turn, so I don't understand how it's healed. Marking isn't the same as inflicting a wound. It heals almost as you're doing it. Makes it permanent somehow so that when we turn it never goes away. It's magical. I guess having sex while doing it makes a difference. Colton smiles at me, answering the unspoken question, and I nestle properly over him, taking my time to find a less ouchy spot before relaxing as slow as I can, and trace my fingers across his chest, trying to pick my own spot. Maybe I won't bother. Think I might have changed my mind. I joke, with a serious look on my face, and sit back to push my hands on my hips instead. Feeling playful now, I'm in control and the one calling the shots up here. Colton rolls his eyes and presses his pointer finger on my nose, like I'm a juvenile, before letting both his hands nestle around my hips. You won't be wanting sex from me again then? Huh, I mean, I'm not that kind of guy anymore. No mark equals no mating, even when the haze comes. He shrugs playfully, and I shake my head at him and make a noise as though I'm really considering it. I like the teasing. It's cute, and I like Colton's playful cheeky face all the more, now that I have no more doubts about us. To be honest, the first time was maybe quick, and I'm suffering a little from it, but I definitely want to do that again and explore how much better it can be. I always heard the first time is nothing compared to when you master it, and have it a few times, which means I am in for a world of amazing sex, because Colton has skills. I don't want to miss out on that. And besides, can't have this sex pot unmarked when the haze moves in. Femmes might kidnap him from me and hold him hostage until they get their fill. I need to mark my man. Chapter 130. Marked PRT2. Such threats should be punished, Mr. Santo. I might just go to sleep. I smile as wickedly as I can at him and cast him a raised eyebrow smirk, warm and cozy in the security that this is real and he's mine. Go ahead, I'm kinda beat. I could use the sleep. He folds his arms behind his head casually, as though he really doesn't care at all, and closes his eyes. It riles me enough to slap him on the pec with impulsive anger, sudden fury that he might not be joking, and it ignites an internal minor temper tantrum. Hey! It's real outrage, and that chuckle he expels is an instant dampening tool. Colton opens his eyes and grins at me, chasing away any doubt that he was not playing, and he strokes his thumbs over my thighs, cooling my fire and bringing me back to heel with a taming touch. Stop messing and make me your bitch already. You know I love you. And this, it's holding up everything else. Mark me, woman, before I smother you against me and make you do it. There's a tone of seriousness in that, even if it's in good humor, and I know I'm only really delaying because I'm nervous about this final step. It's been a lot, and I'm finally going to do it. Not just mark him, but unbind something I've been trying to master for weeks, and that's terrifying to me. When I bite him and taste his blood within me, then it finalizes everything. And I'll not only get the last memories we have of being apart in a fresh imprinting, but a chance to be able to harness the powers I possess completely. I'll be Luna, just like that, form one bite, whether I'm ready or not, whether I'm going to be a good Luna or not. It's a big step, and I am not ready for any of it. But I need to take a leap of faith. Fear isn't going to make this easier. It's only going to make me work myself up into complete anxiety and make him think I really have changed my mind. I lean down, inhale slowly to calm the inner trepidation, close my eyes, elongate my wolf teeth and blindly sink into his pec muscle, in an area I aimed for. That's similar to where he marked me. There's a moment of complete abhorrence as I bite the man I adore, sinking horribly into soft, salty flesh, hating that I'm inflicting pain and wounding him. The taste of his blood almost makes me gag as it fills my mouth, choking me with its consistency and metallic saltiness, and my fangs sink into tissue that's both warm and smooth as hot liquid, thick and repugnant in aftertaste hits my tongue. It's awful, but yet I'm almost completely distracted a moment later when I'm yanked away from what I'm doing by a mind being filled with thoughts, feelings, memories, images, and whizzing moments of time spinning around my head, pulling me back, just like the first time we ever imprinted, only with less ferocity, less shock at the assault. It's a do-over, only with more potency in other ways. I lose sense of space and time as it happens, and I'm not even aware I've pulled my teeth out of him until his hand catches me by the wrist, and then the other, to steady me so I don't fall. I'm breathless, feel like I've just been hit by a train for the second time in my life, and the dizziness sends me reeling sideways, unable to hold myself taut. The room spins and slumps as Colton braces me, and gently helps me lie down on the bed as reality comes back, before he pulls me in against him and wraps me in his arms. I take a moment to recover and come back to the land of the living, where my focus clears from hazy darkness. Back to reality. Unlike the first time we imprinted, this time has a wave of surreal and dreamlike that lingers, and the taste of his blood trickles down my throat, warming me, filling me up with insane emotions before finally fading away to a gentle stroke down my legs. It's almost like a mental orgasm, with less severity, and I blink my eyes open to find Colton pushed up against me, doing the same thing. Nose to nose, we both open our eyes almost in unison before he breaks into a smile and kills the eerie silence. That was interesting. I feel drugged. His voice is low and husky, and he looks utterly exhausted now. Dark shadows under his eyes which are a little lackluster in color, even in this dim lighting. It's mirrored in me, and my body has given up any hope of getting back out of bed anytime soon. That's it. Exactly what it feels like. As though we've been inhaling powerful vapors that render you completely relaxed and happy giddy so that you lay around chilling like hippie stoners. Satisfied in every way, and you want to lie here and revel in it. I feel light and free, yet delirious in happiness, as though no worries are left inside of my brain for the time being. It's like a chemical high, and it leaves you temporarily content with everything in life. Me too, I sigh, fully sated, curling up in his tight embrace as he slides his arms around me firmly and pulls my body to fit his from toes to noses. His skin on mine, close contact in the best way, sharing air, and yet this feels completely natural and so right. Like I was always meant to be wrapped up with him. I have nowhere else in the world I would rather be than here. And I want to stay this way forever. Heart healed, soul complete. And now I can sleep safe and secure beside him, and never know that kind of loneliness again. Colton reaches down and pulls the sheets over us, up to my shoulder, and reaches up over his head to press something attached to the headboard. All the lights of the room go off together in unison. Every single lamp and dim glow, leaving us only illuminated from behind him by the moon coming in through the window as the curtains sit open. The darkness makes this seem more intimate somehow. And I lay my head against his chest, inhaling the unique smell that's only him, and it makes me feel complete. Content home. So much for reading to your mom, I point out with a soft, almost inaudible tone, smiling as his arm comes back around me. He nuzzles his chin on top of my head as he gets comfy, then yawns, stifling it with a fist over his mouth. I can feel the waves of genuine fatigue washing my way from him, and how desperately he needs to sleep. This was a big thing between us, and even though we should mark the occasion by staying up and talking about what this was, how momentous it was for both of us. I really want to experience sleeping in his arms and waking up to him in the morning, to start a real life as mates. I'm sure she'll forgive me, considering I not only marked my mate but restored the powers that were taken. That deserves sleep, in bed, with my new Luna in my arms. He yawns again, straining his voice, and then buries his face back in my hair with a deep exhale. My powers! I squeak, and shoot up to a sitting position, forgetting all about being too tired to move, extending my hands and staring at them as though they will suddenly look completely different, and I would somehow now. I mean, I didn't feel any kind of anything that was possibly specifically power-related. But then again, what would that even feel like? I blink at them, turning them over in the dark until I catch Colton looking me oddly, focused fully on my face with that hint of amused adoration I sometimes catch with him. Colton looks happy, and that makes me all bubbly and gooey inside, because I know I did that for him. What is it you expect to see? He laughs at me and pulls himself to sit and prop against the headboard to watch me, giving in to the fact I'm not about to let him sleep, and I shrug. I don't know, maybe glowing, or something like. I flick my hand purposely towards the cabinet across the other side of the room, nonchalantly, not really sure what I'm doing, and then shriek in utter surprise when the contents on the top swipe off to the floor in a clattering crescendo that almost makes me have a heart attack. I gasp in shock, stare at the mess, and then my hands before turning to him, like a kid who found $1 in the street. Like that? Colton looks impressed, and not the slightest bit mad I sent a whole array of bottles and whatever's onto the floor, making a huge unsightly mess. I gawp at it, and gently make the same motion at the already broken remains, willing myself to do it again and squeal when they are spread across the floor, by about a foot, as though an invisible brush swept them away. It's almost like breathing. I can willfully extend my touch and move things in ways I could never dream of before, and it excites me on a whole other level, my insides bubbling like a little mini volcano, and I start to jiggle on the bed, unable to conceal my glee. The vapor energy, or whatever it is, it's clear now, and I can't see it the way I did in the forest, because I'm no longer battling a spell trying to bind it. It's your turn. I bounce at him, grabbing his hand in utter excitement, and yank him a little, dying to see whatever it is he's now unleashed. Maybe he might have Sierra's blue glow, which would be totally cool, and maybe a bit of a turn-on. But Colton shakes his head at me, despite my juvenile attempts to haul him up, with zero success. I don't even know what it is I'm meant to have. So maybe that can await my mother waking up. Baby, it's late. Can we please sleep before I pass out and wake up in a tornado because you get carried away with being able to move things with your mind? Colton tugs me back to him, despite my second of protest, and I fall against his chest, nestled in the crook of his arm, relenting when his warm touch reminds me how good it is to be held by him, and I exhale noisily, huffing, because I just found I have a new toy. And Daddy Colton is telling me to put it away and go to bed. We have so much still to figure out and do. We have all the time in the world and a minimum of 2 days before my mom might wake up. Can we concentrate on us? And this for now, and sleep. God, I need sleep. In case I didn't mention, I haven't really slept all that much since you left, and when I did, I dreamt about you, and woke up feeling like shit. One good night with you in my bed might be the difference between a good day tomorrow and my strangling you to death for keeping me awake till stupid o'clock. He mock catches me by the throat and gently squeezes while smiling at me, and gets a scowl in response for the pretend threat. His eyes half open and he does look exhausted. Nice, Colton, so romantic and loving. Is this what marking you brings out? I point out with sass and get mauled with kisses scattered across my eyes and forehead for the effort. He drags me with him into the sheets, hauling us down to lay flat, and brings me back to my previous snuggled-up position in his arms, where he has my nose against his, except this time a vice grip so I can't go anywhere. My Luna, you're mine. We have so much shit still to get through and deal with. Let's just sleep on it and see what tomorrow brings. You aren't just Alora Dennison of the long-forgotten White Pack anymore. You're Luna Alora Santo, my mate, my heart and soul. And we have a whole pack relying on us to get through whatever is coming our way. We have so many questions they will want answered over the next days, and not to mention, we need to present you to your pack. You're one of us now. That voice of sense and reason, and a reminder that this little bubble of ours exists only in this room. There is a bigger world and issues out there we have yet to face. You're right. It's easy to forget the threats when it seems so safe in here with you, your mom. The attacks, the future. It's all still so unclear, except this one thing. We're never going to be torn apart again. I love you. I relinquish the fight and slide my arms around him as best I can, while laying on my side, curling up against him, skin to skin, and close my eyes to absorb how good he feels. No awkwardness, no strange residue embarrassment from having sex for the first time, just this connection and sense of home that he gives me, and makes me feel like everything is going to be okay as long as he is by my side. We can face whatever is coming, with him, with the pack, and with whatever gifts we just released. I love you more. You're home, and I intend to keep you by my side forevermore. Colton kisses me on the forehead before snuggling in close, and the heavy exhale signals he's done with talking and looking to sleep with his mate in his arms. For the first time of the first day of our future lives. Truly together. End of Book 1.